Review Commission. I'll be presiding over the hearing today. Can you hear me? I can't hear me. Yeah. I can hear.
Red light is.
Well, I'll try getting closer. What's that?
Yeah, not really, like way up.
Project.
Yeah. The Development Review Commission is a voluntary group of citizens appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. The commissioner is responsible for considering requests including special exceptions, site plan approvals, variances, reinstatements, redevelopments, and street vacations. Copies of today's agenda are available at the podium to my right, your left. Certain proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that all parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist the commission in making its decision. If you have questions regarding the quasi-judicial procedures, there's a guide available from the clerk at the center console. All persons who plan to provide testimony today will be required to take an oath prior to speaking. Anyone speaking before the commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk prior to speaking. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will only be allowed 3 minutes. The pooling of time is not permitted. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the commission by a representative from the city administration. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes for their presentation. Following presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located on the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you will be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium to ensure that all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the commission, please begin with your name, address, and confirm you've been sworn. Once members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During the cross-examination phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of witnesses. Questions should be directed to me as chair. I will redirect the questions to the appropriate party for a response. Following cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements begin. During this phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide rebuttal and closing statements. If there is no registered opponent, any person who wishes to be a registered opponent may register as a registered opponent with the DRC clerk prior to the beginning of the initial presentation of that case and may participate in the limited purpose of cross-examination and rebuttal closing statement phases of the hearing. If more than one person wishes to utilize the time for the opponent, the opposition must select one representative to present their case. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the commission will go into executive session. The commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions of the commission are made in an affirmative manner with a quorum of 5 or more commission members. It takes 4 concurring votes of the commission for any motion to pass. Once the commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue any conversations outside of weather permits. This will allow us to move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizens DRC matters. Thank you for your cooperation. Finally, please silence all cell phones and similar devices, and please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Kiernan. Blatt. Reale.
Here.
Flynn.
Here.
Lemons.
Here.
Greiner.
Here.
Conroy.
Here.
Badalow.
Here.
Hugglestone.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, regarding the minutes from the February 4th meeting, if anyone has any changes, or if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Reale.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Lemons.
Yes.
Griner.
Yes.
Conroy.
Yes.
Badalow.
Yes.
Hugglestone.
Yes.
Minutes pass.
We have one deferred case on the agenda. I'll just read it into the record. Case number 2531000012 for property at 4500 54th Avenue South is deferred to April 1st, 2026. That meeting will be at 1 p.m. So if you're here for that item, it will not be heard today. All right. The first of our items here is legislative, LDR text changes for Sunrunner.
Okay. Chair Commission, good morning. Thank you. Derek Kilborn, Planning Director. Okay, this presentation will look similar to some of you who were here at the DRC workshop, but there are some changes that we've incorporated in, and given the brevity of the workshop session, I'll just go through and give you the full presentation. You don't see them often, but as this commission knows, sometimes when there are text amendments proposed to the Development Review Commission, those text amendments, when text amendments are proposed for the land development regulations, they are required to come to this commission, the Development Review Commission, for public hearing. And then you are asked to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan that then becomes a commission recommendation to the City Council. So we're doing a couple things with the discussion today. First, as you are maybe discussing specific points, I'll be taking notes because I can include those discussion points in our City Council memo that we then later prepare and provide to City Council. And then second, you'll have your discussion and action to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, or not. Okay, what I want to open with is going back to 2012, starting with the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan. At that time, St. Petersburg was having a conversation about bus rapid transit looping along the First Avenues and Central Avenue. And so in anticipation of applying for federal grants and pursuing then engineering plans and developing a program for that, we worked through the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan to make some changes to land use and zoning along the corridor, showing the codependency of land use and transportation to strengthen those applications. When we were then going forward asking for grant applications, and we were able to demonstrate that we've already put into place land use and zoning to support bus rapid transit, it really helped our application and those requests at that time. Following publication of the revitalization plan, we then implemented the Central Avenue Activity Center, and you can see in the column here to the right that at that time, density along the corridor was increased to 60 units an acre, plus 10 units workforce housing bonus for a total of 70 units per acre. And the building height at that time was increased to 72 feet. Later in 2019, there was the Union Central District Plan that focused on the intersection of 34th Street and Central Avenue. For those of you who've been at this for a long time, recognize that as the Central Plaza Activity Center. And you can see in the master plan, there were a series of recommendations. I've clipped this map here to show you that the dark red color was identified as transit scale. And that is important because that underlies what came after in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study and later changes that we made to the activity center descriptions in the comp plan. In 2022, the Sunrunner Rising Development Study was conducted to look back to the 2012 Central Avenue Revitalization Plan, evaluate where the community was and whether there were additional opportunities or changes needed to further support the bus rapid transit system, which opened later that year in October of 2022. Shortly after that, in 2023, the city and the Grand Central Business District was working through a Grand Central District Master Plan that has additional information that could support your conversation, and I think you'll hear some of that in the public comment portion. Also, in 2023, our office initiated and adopted the NTM1 missing middle zoning category, which you can see is along some of the parcels adjacent to the bus rapid transit corridor along the First Avenues. And then finally, in 2024, most of you are familiar with the Sunrunner Target Employment Center local overlay, which was essentially a bus rapid transit station area plan for the 22nd Street location. And at that time, substantial and significant changes were made to accommodate the introduction of multifamily, other tools and resources to help create a more complete neighborhood, but most importantly, support the transit-oriented activity at that 22nd Street station. And that leads up to where we are right now with this proposed text amendment to the parcels located within the Sunrunner BRT Activity Center. This is an existing activity center along Central Avenue spine, and you'll see that in some of the following maps. One thing that I think is really important to start out with is in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study, they had recommended the identification of 4 station or place types, which you can see distributed here on the screen: downtown, urban, village, and neighborhood. Now, the geographic footprint of what we're considering today is not the entire BRT corridor, but it does run from the Interstate 275 out to Pasadena Avenue. And so in that run, you can see that there are several urban stations, neighborhood stations through the middle, and then a village station out at 66th Street. And as you kind of zoom in and you move down that corridor, these parcel maps will show you how the recommendations will apply to that geographic area. So starting at 18th Street or the Interstate 275 overpass, you have the urban station. And when you go out from the urban stations 1/4 mile, that would be represented by the hatched mark inside that solid black line. It identifies the qualified parcels as light blue, being 1/4 mile from that urban station. And I'd want to emphasize that this consideration, these text amendments, apply only within that heavy black line that you see, boundary line that you see on the map. It does not extend outside of that line, but the hatched line does represent that 1/4 mile. So just kind of moving through the corridor, you can see this is, again, an urban station at 32nd Street and Central Avenue. As you move through the middle section, this is the 40th Street location, 49th Street, and 58th Street location. All 3 of those are neighborhood stations. And then finally, the village station at 66th Street. So what we are bringing to you today is a new transit-oriented development overlay section that will be introduced into Chapter 16, the city's land development regulations. And we talked about this at the workshop, but one of the reasons that we are proposing an overlay at this time is because there have been a series of actions and state preemptions that have complicated our ability to implement TOD changes when we have certain state legislation that prohibits us from doing land development changes that are interpreted as being more restrictive or burdensome is the legal term. And following the storms in 2024, there were a set of legislative actions taken that prevent local municipalities from making these types of land use changes. And that's applicable to this process because one of the things that we had talked about doing was rezoning the corridor to a traditional pedestrian-oriented category. But if we were to do that at this time, we would be in violation of state law because at intersections like 58th Street, we have CCS1 zoning, corridor commercial suburban, which allows gas or fueling stations and drive-through windows. By going to a traditional zoning, those would no longer be allowed, and that type of change would be deemed more restrictive or burdensome And so that really complicated our ability to address this through rezoning at this time. So we are proposing an overlay. This is a alternative development option in addition to the existing underlying zoning. So property owners today will retain all development rights that they currently have under the existing zoning, or they can opt into this alternative overlay. And on this slide here, of course, in the text amendment, we only have one overlay proposed, the Sunrunner BRT overlay. But I tried to highlight that as we move forward, this is the section of the code where we would be able to add future TOD corridors as those might come online. So we have the Spark BRT that runs down 34th Street South. We also have a master plan that looked at Alt 19 near Tyrone Boulevard for possible bus rapid transit. So if those plans develop in the future, we can incorporate them into this section of the code. So we've tried to be forward thinking in terms of the framework here to absorb new changes in the future as well. This slide just shows you the organization of the text amendment that is proposed and how it's laid out. I've already talked to you about the overlay being a voluntary opt-in option. The other thing that will help here is the overlay is flexible. So because it is station-based, if the bus rapid transit system adds a new bus station location, or they take a station out, this text can flex with whatever changes are proposed in the future. Okay, the next thing you'll see in the text is a list of permitted uses and a list of prohibited uses. So when we presented to you at the workshop, we identified a sentence that allows all uses currently permitted in the zoning category would be allowed by right. But one thing that we did not address the last time was that there are certain uses currently allowed by right that are not compatible with the transit-oriented development overlay section. So we needed to explicitly identify what those are and prohibit those as uses that would not be allowed in the TOD overlay if the property owner chooses the TOD overlay. So in the text, you'll see we have listed those on the screen, and those are the types of uses that are allowed today that if we tried to regulate through a rezoning would have made it difficult for us and prohibited. Okay, another thing that's very important is to allow for TOD supportive uses. This is a strategy that we used on the 22nd Street corridor where we had a list of target employment center supportive uses. Similarly here, there are TOD supportive uses. These are uses that are not allowed in the underlying zoning, but would be allowed in the TOD overlay because they are supporting those TOD best practices, especially near those station locations. In our discussion with this commission and our discussion with the Community Planning and Preservation Commission and a little bit with the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, there was some question about laboratories and research and development, manufacturing, light assembly, and processing. So these are pretty comprehensive descriptions. We included them here because they do include neighborhood scale employment, office type uses, that maybe don't fit under the normal office definition. We've put them in here. We think that these would be complementary uses, but we can come back and kind of talk through this particular issue if you have additional questions about it. Okay, the next thing that we need to identify in the text are development intensities. So these are based on the urban station type. And you can see on this slide, the urban stations are depicted in the graphic. And then the graphic on the lower left side is showing you a clip from the Sunrunner Rising Development Study, and it is showing you the maximum recommendation that was in that study. That study's recommendation also became the special area plan that is required for us to adopt in order to pursue these text amendments. So that 5.0 FAR is the maximum cap that we can do based on the Sunrunner Rising development study and the preliminary work that's already been completed. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are recommending a maximum floor area ratio of 5.0. There is a base floor area ratio of 4.0 and a 1.0 bonus to get you to that 5.0 cap. As you move through the neighborhood station types, right now there is a density, under the existing zoning, there's a density cap and there's a floor area ratio cap. We are recommending that we do not regulate by density through this overlay. We only regulate through FAR. The current FAR is 2.5. We are recommending, consistent with the Sunrunner Rising study, you can see there a maximum cap of 3.0. We are recommending a cap of 3.0. In this case, 3.0 is a lower FAR number, so we are not recommending any bonus associated with these station locations. It would just be a 3.0 cap. And then finally, the village station type. On the west end, the Sunrunner Rising development study had a maximum recommendation of 4.0. Again, we are recommending 3.0 base, 1.0 bonus, maximum 4.0, consistent with that study. And then finally, you have these parcels in between. What do you do with the parcels between the station locations? Those are represented on this graphic here. And again, the existing floor area ratio is 2.5. We are recommending a 0.5 bonus to get to a 3.0 for those parcels in between. The FAR bonuses. These are bonuses consistent with recommendations that already exist in the downtown center or the 22nd Street Target Employment Center local overlay. Initially, we did not have the historic preservation TDR option in here, but it was recommended through the different conversations, and so that has been added as a proposed bonus. And then in the streetscape design and street frontage section, we have added additional bonuses for developments that finish out that first floor space for immediate occupancy by a tenant. So this was something that was very important in the 22nd Street station location because we had an existing and established stable arts community working there, and we were trying to make sure we were protecting opportunities for continued artist storefronts and other creative type businesses to locate on those streets and in those projects. Previously, there was, in the first round in draft, there was a recommendation for affordable commercial space program, which you see in the downtown center. That program has been identified and described previously, but it is not officially active. And so there was recommendations at the HLUT committee meeting that we take that option out. And so that's what we've done. Next section is building height. The corridor currently allows up to 72 feet in height, and that came from the Central Avenue revitalization plan. Admittedly, I think it was based in part on some misunderstanding for us on how the Florida Building Code is interpreted when it comes to that top floor. So for people who don't know, the Florida Building Code regulates low-rise and high-rise buildings, and there's a threshold that distinguishes how that definition is applied. And we wanted to make sure that we are correcting the building height here to be consistent with the Florida Building Code, because the Florida Building Code dimension is to the floor of the highest occupied space and not the overall height of the building. You can see graphically we're trying to show how the old rule on the left would be interpreted with the code change here on the right. So the building height, by increasing it from 72 to 86 feet, we are coming into conformance with how the Florida Building Code defines those two building types. In the Central Plaza Activity Center, which is now part of the Sunrunner BRT Activity Center, you can see that the Sunrunner Rising Development Study had a recommended maximum height of 12 stories. And so in that particular section, we have identified this additional height of 150 feet. And I included this picture of the Elements building to show you that there are several buildings that are close to this particular height in that location already. The Central Avenue Revitalization Plan does include some building setback requirements, and a couple of the changes that you see in this package that vary slightly from the existing rules relate to the base podium height increasing up to 50 feet. So it's a slight increase from the current rule. You also have a setback above that base, and so you can see there's a 20-foot current setback to the First Avenues. Our recommendation here is that that change from 20 feet to 10 feet. In this particular corridor, they are more shallow parcels, and this will get us closer to how the downtown center is currently interpreted, where that podium becomes the tower. And then finally, there's a setback standard at grade to make sure that there is sufficient sidewalk space from the back of curb to the building. This is a transit-oriented development plan, and so we want to make sure we have sufficient space to accommodate pedestrian activity and other related support services like sidewalk cafes, for example. Okay, another key area of consideration, and this is an area that we have received, you saw in the staff report, the highest volume of public comments. Almost all the public comments we've received relate to parking. The recommendation from city staff is to have a zero minimum parking requirement within 1/4 mile of the station locations, and that is identified in orange on the plan. The remaining parcels identified in blue, the gaps in between, would use a downtown center parking standard. So it is the lowest parking minimums we have in the city, but it is not zero. We have received, through most of the public comments, requests to go to zero parking within the entire activity center boundary, and some of the public comments additionally requested zero parking outside the boundary of the activity center, but still within 1/4 mile. So we can come back and talk about that. And then finally, design standards. These are typical for all of St. Petersburg zoning categories. In this case, we have a ground level activation requirement to make sure that on the Central Avenue frontages and on the north-south streets between the stations, that you have activated storefronts. Or I'll say activated frontages, because one of the other things that the language says is when you have that 60% linear requirement, if you have individual multifamily units that exit to the right-of-way in that sidewalk, and they have primary entrances to those units, then that building is outward facing, it's activated, and that would count towards the 60% requirement. Some of the multifamily projects that are more internal, where you go through a collective lobby, that would not count as that 60%. Okay, finally, what is it you're being asked to do today? You're being asked to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan. So understanding those proposed text amendments and relating it to the comprehensive plan. In the report, we had 32 goals, objectives, and policies identified, primarily from the future land use element, transportation element, and housing element. I think you're also going to hear some information in public comments about the historic preservation element, and so we can come back and answer questions about that as well. The key ones that I put into the slide presentation talk specifically to bus rapid transit. or efforts along these activity center locations, or they explicitly identify Sunrunner in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study. Finally, in terms of resources, we have been maintaining a dedicated website for this project, not only for this text amendment, but going back several years, because we have gone through different comprehensive plan text amendments, related map amendments already to get to this point. Those are all cataloged on this website. So anybody that is interested in continuing to follow this application through the process can go to stpete.org/sunrunnertod and receive all the real-time updates. There's also an interactive map, so individuals can use the interactive map to see how their parcels might relate to the recommendations that are here. When you click on parcels in the interactive map, it will include additional information to help explain what is being proposed. Schedule. You can see we had our 2 workshops, our Housing, Land Use, Transportation Committee. We're at the DRC public hearing now. Going forward, April 16th, City Council first reading and first public hearing. May 14th, City Council second reading, adoption, public hearing. Normally we will go first and third Thursday of the month. In this case, we padded a little extra time in the schedule so that if there are changes requested from City Council in April, we can then incorporate those in time for the May 14 date. Finally, just kind of talk a little bit about the public process here. We've had the website. We're maintaining an email registry. Anybody who's following and would like to sign up to be on the email registry, we do send out information updates on this application. You can access that registry through the website. We've talked about the workshops. In that email registry, we are including neighborhood and business associations. The full list was identified in your staff report. We have upcoming meetings scheduled with the Central Oak Park and the Historic Kenwood Neighborhood Associations. We recently had a leadership workshop with Kona. It was not the subject of their workshop, but we did have a slide to identify this particular application and steer attendees to the website for more information. And then finally, we've already talked about the public comments that are coming in. Almost all of them are related to parking minimums, and several of them relate to protection of historic buildings, particularly through the Grand Central portion of the corridor itself. So our request is that the commission make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, and then we can take that recommendation to City Council. That concludes our initial presentation. Thank you.
Questions for Derek?
Yes, sir.
So this is an either or. The property owner could choose to keep current requirements on the property, or they follow the TOS, transportation oriented. And as an example, one of the largest parcels along there, Central Avenue, would be northwest corner 66th Street and Central, where you have Earth Origins and others, and then the separate parcel is Walgreens. Mm-hmm. So if they wanted to put a convenience store, gas station, that entire site, if they choose to put a gas station, that entire site has to stay with the traditional zoning.
Their pathway to a service station would be to use the existing zoning, corridor, commercial, suburban, and they would have all the same entitlements that they have currently. So that does not change.
So they couldn't pick and choose parts of the property. It's an all or nothing on that parcel.
All or nothing, right? You're either developing using the existing underlying zoning, or you're opting into the TOD overlay and all of the rules and requirements that come with that choice.
But you could subdivide.
You could replat the property.
That is an option available to all of these parcels on the corridor, right? And to go to, we're pulling up the presentation here, to go back to your geographic scenario, I'll use that as an opportunity to explain something else we didn't talk about in the presentation. So right here, Okay, so this shows you that location that you're talking about, and that parcel that you're talking about is this right here, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's a significantly large parcel.
Right. Right. So they would qualify to opt into the TOD overlay or just develop under the existing zoning, which we know is CCS1 in this location. All right, now the other thing that has come up is a question of, let me go back here to see if we can show this a little better. Okay, when we're talking about a quarter mile from the station location, we have to have some measurable means for determining what that is. And so what we have taken is a very liberal approach here to say, if your parcel is wholly or partially included in the quarter mile, then the entire parcel qualifies. And so you can see at this location, you have, for example, on the right side of the slide, just north of Central Avenue, I mean, the quarter mile just clips that parcel, but it does touch the quarter mile. And so for us, we would see and consider that a qualified parcel under these standards.
So, first of all, excellent presentation. This is really good. On this particular point, in the Sunrunner study from 2022, their recommendation is actually, I think, to traverse deeper into the neighborhoods. And I started to ask this question during the last time.
Right.
I just want to understand the city's rationale for limiting the overlay to the First Avenue North and First Avenue South, north-south boundaries.
Right. Because we have, so the rationale is that we had an existing activity center boundary that we can work with more efficiently than if we have to go back to the beginning and redo the activity center boundary, redo some aspects of the special area plan. The way it is set up right now, we have an opportunity to move forward with the text amendment, get these changes adopted within the activity center boundary, and then continue the dialogue about those areas outside the activity center boundary. We will have some options out there, but all of them are going to require additional planning efforts. So one thing that we could theoretically do is talk about NTM1 zoning. If we are outside those boundaries, the NTM1 zoning in the countywide rules would not require a special area plan, but it would require the city to change our comprehensive plan language defining what is NTM1 zoning and what are the qualifying parcels. Right now, those parcels must front onto a future major street and have rear loading alley access. If we were to go in and change the comprehensive plan language for NTM1, we would have to change the qualification criteria to say this or within a quarter mile of station location. So that's one way with NTM1. Or we can go back and look at changing the activity center boundary, refining the approved special area plan to go north and south on some of those locations. And we don't see this as the end of the process. We see this as another step in a continuum of things that are identified on that website, and we can get this adopted and keep moving with some of those other pieces after.
Question, just to follow up, why aren't we doing that at the same time as, the expansion?
I mean, it's a good question. We have started, over the years, we've been kind of working down this pathway related to the activity center boundary and what that means for the special area plan. And because it has been a number of years since the Sunrunner Rising development study, our intention here was to prioritize moving this through in a way that we can do it now with the text amendment overlay and getting this adopted, and then going back and continuing to have that planning discussion. There's much more clear policy direction working within this boundary than there is outside the boundary. And so I think that needs more time and it needs more public engagement.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the overlay process is a good one, but just like you, I looked at the Kimberly Horn report and it seemed like it expanded that a great deal. So, but that's on the planning for the future.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that often sorry, you can get your comment now. But I think often that the criticism of government, right, is the government moves very slow. But in this case, having, working in this field, what Corey is balancing, or Corey, I'm sorry, what Derek is balancing here is the Senate Bill 180 preemption, which frankly is not St. Petersburg's fault. St. Petersburg is a pretty forward-looking municipality for zoning changes, but others aren't as much, and that's why you have that law. And then also the added layer of bureaucracy for Pinellas, right? And so these paths all require not double the time, probably triple or quadruple the time. And so if I'm putting words in your mouth here, let me know. But I think that this was just a step the city saw they could take. Because I have the same question, but looking at the zoning map here and looking at the overlay, your hands are tied there. And then there's also the challenge of Senate Bill 180. So it's incremental good, I think. I think that it is odd to limit it to the First Ave north and south. So I would encourage to not lose the momentum on that, because I think that's important.
Can we go back to why it's optional? Can you please explain why there is an option to choose either or? Because in my experience with overlays, you have to consider the zoning plus the overlay when you design. If I get a parcel and I design in it, what was the motivation for keeping it optional? Because it seems like perhaps that deters forward movement.
Well, by keeping it optional, we are preserving the existing development entitlements. So we stay compliant with that Senate Bill 180 regulating emergency orders and code changes that municipalities can make. So you have to voluntarily opt into this alternative development option. And if we, that is why we've chosen the overlay, so that we can preserve the existing entitlements, but give them this alternative choice that moves closer to our goal of transit-oriented development in this space. At different points in this timeline, we have talked about the rezoning and just having a transit-oriented development like zoning. But in order to do that, we would have to script out some of those vehicle-oriented uses. And so that's why I kind of qualified my presentation comments earlier to say, at this moment in time, we believe the overlay is the best approach to keep these individual efforts moving forward, getting them adopted, and avoiding complications with those state prohibitions on some of our land use and zoning decisions.
Okay, so that's motivated by the Senate bill?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regarding the expansion of the map, I mean, the graphic that's up there right now is really telling with the dotted lines. Where's the dotted lines? North and south of First and First. And since it's the beginning of spring training, to use a baseball analogy, sometimes you can score by hitting home runs, but sometimes you can score by hitting a couple, 3 singles. And I would count this as a double, and let's approve it and move forward. Hopefully we'll follow up. But I think you're hearing pretty strong interest with most of the members here of seeing what we can do in those expanded boundaries. Follow-up question related to that is it possible with the NTM1, and I understand the changes would have to be made to the comp plan, but could that be done as an overlay, and would that reduce the burden within those areas north and south, the First Avenues? If you approach the same overlay approach, would that reduce some of the burden from either the comprehensive plan or other requirements for implementation?
But you have to change the activity center first, right? That's the problem with that?
Can you only use an overlay in an activity?
For NTM1, not necessarily.
Okay.
Because the NTM1, the way it is set up in the comprehensive plan in the LDRs, it has location criteria. So we would have to go in and change the location criteria. And that happens.
Even if it was utilized as an overlay? That was my question.
Yeah. Oh, I understand what you're saying. That is something we'd have to look into. what is the mechanism for doing that? I don't know that we could do it. I think we still have to go in and change the qualifying location criteria. We did do some of that with CRT zoning. So when NTM 1 was adopted in the CRT zoning category, you can do CRT. Or if you're going to develop using the NTM standards, then you can go up to the 30 units an acre in NTM, but it still has those same location criteria.
Okay. A couple more questions related to the map, and specifically getting into the issues like you just brought up regarding how your liberal interpretation of what is included, where you get just sort of this corner of the lot creates the whole lot. There's another map of another location which has an interesting thing that happens. Keep going. Keep going. This one.
Yeah.
At the northeast corner of First Avenue North and 29th Street, there's one parcel left out of that block.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So, okay, that's fine because of the criteria that you use. And but if I owned both of those parcels, say, do I blend the FAR? Do I blend the parking? Let's say I wanted to develop one project across the blue parcel and the white parcel.
If you own both, I'd say tie them together and you're in. If you own both, I'd say tie them together and then you're in. Because
so then you could do a unified site plan, and then they would both come under the overlay district?
Or just a non-improvement plat. I mean, just draw the lot line around the whole shebang.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I redrew, currently that's 2 lots. I bought both lots. I would be able to, I'm just asking a procedural question. I mean, at this point, is that what would happen?
Yeah.
The white one becomes blue if I bought both parcels and was able to.
I can say that's what I would argue.
So now go back to another block. Now go back to another one where you just captured one lot in the entire block. Go back to the first one that we had. That one. So now the upper right-hand lot. If I bought that whole block, the whole block becomes yellow now.
That's interesting. I mean, I do think there has to be a metric though, right? And at least this.
As long as this metric is defensible.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's yellow and white.
Yeah.
But.
So what we'll do is, I've noted your,
Black and white. It's go or no go.
I've noted your question, and we'll discuss between now and City Council what is the legal mechanism that would be acceptable for tying them together.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's just, this is going to happen. So be prepared to, so we've already dealt with some of I have 2 more comments. Bonuses. It seems we're using bonuses very sparingly. I mean, the base FAR are 75 to 100% of the maximum FARs. If the bonuses are desirable and do good things for us, why not reduce the base FARs and make people work a little bit harder to get up to the maximum FARs?
Or make the top end greater.
Yeah, I think that our thought process here is that these FAR numbers are already fairly low. Like 3.0 is a little lower compared to the more intense development that we're seeing downtown. So we're trying to be sensitive about including the bonus requirement, but not make it such a substantial part of getting to the maximum.
Personally, I disagree. Missing middle densities are in the 1.5 to 2.5 and 3 FARs. We're starting above missing middle. We're going into mid-rise and high-rise kind of projects beyond. So we've talked about missing middle as a justification for this. FARs of 3 and 4 are already getting beyond almost all categories of missing middle.
Because of the cost to build?
And just the density. I mean, you just don't, I mean, at 3 and 4 FARs, you're building 70, 80, 90 units per acre. That's not missing middle. That's 5/1s, that's Texas Donuts, that's not missing middle stuff.
Yeah, but the parcel size on these is gonna limit all those by definition. I mean, you're not gonna see a Texas Donut on any of these. They're not deep enough, I mean.
Well, with block consolidation.
Yeah, but then you're then you're vacating alleys, which the city
Right.
isn't gonna do, so. I actually have the opposite. concern of Commissioner Clemens on that. I think some of the bonuses are so hard to achieve financially, administratively, that Derek, I tend to agree with you that the base should be what we should solve for, and the bonuses are truly icing on the cake, not a meaningful part of what kind of densities we're trying to achieve, because they're really, really, really difficult.
Well, and you have the base FAR being relatively high, but there's also that requirement for the activation on the first floor, and that's really hard for a lot of developers. I'm not opposed to having that in there because I understand the city's goal here, but I feel like that's the real push and pull with that extra FAR. You know, yeah, these sites are going to be able to develop at a 3 or 4 FAR, but you're still going to have to activate the street, and that comes with a cost as well.
Yep. No, that's a good point. The issue concerning, you know, just to project it out in my mind, once this is implemented, assuming it is implemented, it's going to, over time, dramatically change land values and, you know, the sort of the development potential. So even though the existing zoning is still available, especially in the suburban districts, I don't think we're going to see a lot of new gas stations built along Central Avenue,
Right.
And First Avenue North and First Avenue South, because the economics of it are just going to become.
Interestingly, though, the option between using the two zonings really has no impact on a lot of those uses, because the FAR of those uses are so small, like a gas station,
Yeah.
that whatever the existing zoning is, almost certainly would permit it without any real challenges, but except with the exception of there being special, small storage, right? Mini storage. It's the opposite. It's very FAR intense.
The point I'm making is that I don't think the state preemption, I think this overlay is a very intelligent and clever way of dealing with the state preemption, and I don't think we're going to find that it's going to inhibit the potential for redevelopment that we're trying to get along a transit corridor. Last one, which is a really minor one, if you go back to the bonuses, there's an open space requirement of 5,000 square feet. Bonus related to number 4. Would there be any design criteria, or is this it?
No,
The reason I say that is this is kind of happens in downtown, where we have this requirement for open space to be publicly accessible, and because there's not really design criteria, often, and I'm guilty of this, is I'll just set the building back 2 feet, and I meet. So along a 200-foot long block, if I set the building back 2.5 feet, I meet the open space requirement, but I've not really created a publicly accessible open space that is a meaningful, useful space, like a little plaza, a little courtyard. So, you know, it's kind of a loophole. Maybe loophole is not the right word, but it's kind of a weakness in our existing downtown zoning. If the intent is to create more useful, meaningful landscape and public spaces, probably a little bit of design criteria might help. The 5,000 square feet, this is different than how it's done in downtown, but it's just something to think about.
I would characterize it as a loophole, and I am entirely
Well exploited, by the way.
I am entirely aware of it. And as soon as you started to ask your question, I knew exactly what you're going to say, because I intended to try to address that in this, and then that particular line item, we ended up not coming back to it. But you're absolutely right. You know, the original idea was that this would incentivize a small type of pocket park space. Exactly. Maybe you come off the main sidewalk and there's a bench or some type of garden or artistic.
You know, a restaurant with a little outdoor dining courtyard, yeah.
Right. That's the intention. So I've made a note here, because
People like me will plow through that if you don't give me.
So we need to figure out how to better define that. If you have any suggestions based on your own design experience, what would be a reasonable dimension, if there was a dimension here or an area?
Like it should be a minimum of a certain dimension in each, no less than 20 foot at its narrowest point or something. Those kind of things.
As most of you already know, the form-based codes will oftentimes give you a minimum square footage, and they'll also give you a minimum dimension width, so that you can't just do a long linear. It's got to be something a little more square, rectangle. So they'll give you that minimum width dimension and a minimum area.
And I do have a little bit of concern with that one, because there are a lot of smaller parcels, and I want to see parcels redeveloped. And I still think you could have, if I had a 12,000 square foot parcel, in that parcel, a 30-foot by 30-foot courtyard could be really meaningful to create a nice outdoor dining space for a smaller, medium-sized project. I can't do a 5,000 square foot, I can't give up 5,000 square feet on a 12,000 square foot parcel. So, again,
I'm less worried about that, though. I see what you're saying there mathematically, but you're talking about, the FAR base is so high, that small one. It's gonna be so hard to fit, to design something that can really utilize this fully. I think that the idea that I can't get a bonus is.
Well, that's just not the bonus you go for then on smaller parcels.
That's what I mean.
That bonus is really designed for people who have a city block or close to.
Right.
But there could be other smaller open spaces that would still be really nice and meaningful for smaller projects, but maybe they just means they have to go to 1, 2, or 3, but.
I mean,
anyway.
I just think I think some of the smaller ones have a hard time even getting to the point where they need to get a bonus.
Right.
That's what I'm saying there.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Noted, and we'll take a look at that and try to come up with something in the recommendation to City Council.
Overall, there's a lot to love here, and it's good work, and let's get her done.
And I think you still have public comments too.
Okay. We spend 2 hours on a dock, right? This stuff's going to change our code. I think it's okay.
When you're saying item number 3, provide leasable shared workspace, blah, blah, less than 200 square feet. So you're looking at providing painted walls, bathroom accessible, lighting in place, so that you're not looking at a space where you've got just open trench area for future plumbing. All that has to be in place and move-in ready. Painted with certain candle power for lighting inside, outlets. Is that what you're talking about, move-in ready to meet this qualification?
Yeah, that's the idea. This language came directly from the 22nd Street Target Employment Center local overlay. And we talked a lot over there about providing a space that is ready for immediate occupancy. Because
essentially what I do when I build my small retail is you got your lighting, got your outlet, you got your bathroom. Although at 200 square foot, you're looking at a centralized bathroom for it. And those would be very easy for a local artist, whatever, clothing, to immediately take in. They put in some flooring, some shelving, they're open for business. So, yeah, I just hate seeing where you get a first floor prep for retail, but there's no bathroom, there's no ceiling, there's nothing there, so it sits vacant for a long period of time.
It's definitely a barrier to entry when you have to be the first tenant in and fill out that space. The local small business person who's trying to just start out with an idea isn't probably the one who's going to be able to afford to do that. So through the 22nd Street experience, through this proposal here, that's what we're trying to get at. Something that's move-in ready for that smaller local single person owned business.
Doesn't sit empty very long is the goal here.
The smaller spaces, when they're provided, are the texture that we cherish on those corridors. It's those small storefront spaces that really give you the experience and the placemaking that we're trying to create here. When it's just that one super large national tenant, that's not how we experience Central Avenue. And I don't think that's the intention for these station locations. So we definitely have tried to target, however perfect or imperfectly it is, trying to get those smaller storefronts in there.
That's good.
Does the storefront conservation corridor extend into a portion of this overlay?
It does not.
Okay.
It's 31st Street.
Oh, I'm sorry. It does overlap with a portion of this because you're right. Grand Central is included. We're going to the interstate. Storefront conservation corridor overlay goes to 31st.
Okay. Is there perhaps a benefit into extending that to incorporate a lot of this area so we can get that balance of large, medium, small storefronts and ensure that there's, a better, a more walkable rhythm potentially.
We could do that. I'll tell you why we didn't. When you move west of 34th Street, it becomes much more of a office type experience with single family homes at one time that have been converted into these smaller offices. So you don't have that established rhythm now. And with the storefront conservation corridor overlay, we were attempting to conserve the existing smaller storefront rhythm. So it is something we could try to additionally regulate through the design standards in the ground activation section here. But because we anticipate that these smaller house conversion offices are going to be redeveloped in support of the transit-oriented development station plans. So it just felt like a different experience and connection than east of 34th Street.
I think it currently is a different experience, but looking at what we're anticipating here, it may not be much longer.
Yeah. We'll look at the ground activation section and see if there's maybe a way to pull some of the principles in, but not necessarily apply the storefront conservation corridor overlay as it's written.
Yeah, my only concern with
That
that,
makes
'cause I understand the goal there. My concern with that would be that I think that the activation requirements are already going to be sort of some of the biggest challenge for redevelopment of when you get, especially when you get further west all the way like near 58th Street, where you have big parcels that are going to redevelop. I mean, it's going to be hard to fill that retail.
And the conservation ordinance, as it's written now, really responded to a development pattern and lot sizing that was historically along Central Avenue, more in the downtown section. Personally, I think it's too, the 20-foot and 40-foot and not using square footage and those narrow widths, I would not want to see applied west of 34th because I think, or west of 31st. Maybe some criteria, but I would want to see a little bit more flexible criteria for newer redevelopment. Like you said,
Yeah.
that ordinance was about conserving and not necessarily about creating a new district. And I think the intent is still very good. I just don't like the specifics of the current ordinance in application to a new redevelopment district.
Yeah. I think we understood that applying the commercial standard might be heavy going all the way out Central Avenue. And so the language, the draft language states, credit toward fulfillment of the 60% requirement shall be granted for those portions of the building where each ground floor multifamily dwelling unit has a primary entrance along the street. The primary entrance shall include a decorative door, surround, porch, portico, or stoop, forecourt, or a combination thereof. So
It can be designed around.
you can meet the 60% requirement if you're designing almost like a brownstone townhouse that is activated to the street sidewalk and not just an internal wall to the lobby
I've seen Tampa
in
do
the
that a
center.
little bit, too.
Yeah. It's incredibly expensive though. So to your point you were making earlier, that activation on the street level is really maybe prohibitive, whether it's, resi sort of walk up or whether it's a commercial storefront. So,
But it's an option that's granting a lot of
Yeah.
development potential. So,
Absolutely.
there's a choice there.
if we have questions about parking, do you want us to ask now with Derek
I think
here?
we might get comments on that, so I think that's a good segue. Can we do blue cards now? And then I think we can ask questions. We may hear comments on that.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. First, we have John Tyler. Yep, that podium's fine. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, John Tyler, I live at 3701 13th Avenue North. I'm just rising today to speak regarding, we saw in the map, the little gaps. I just kind of feel like whether it be the parking mandates or the FAR, it'd be nice to fill in those gaps. And as somebody who lives west of 34th Street, I honestly like to see go bigger with some of this stuff. There's that area, West 34th Street is a low flood risk area. It's one of the lowest flood risk areas of the city. And yet the development over there is, when you consider there's like 4 car lanes between Central, First Avenue North and South, 2 BRT lanes, 2 bike lanes, multiple sidewalks, just the level of development out there is totally underwhelming compared to that level of transportation infrastructure. So, I'd like to see us go bigger with all this, whether it be the FAR, getting rid of the parking mandates. And just one last thing I'll say, I went to an event on the Sunrunner, and we had different business leaders speaking to us. And one lady who runs one of the resorts out there on the beach was talking about staff that she has that use the Sunrunner to get there, but there's no real housing they can live in along the Sunrunner route. So they have to take multiple bus exchanges to get the Sun route. They're spending 2-3 hours of their day commuting to their jobs. If we have more of these people just living on the Sunrunner route, that's 2 or 3 hours of their day they have to spend with their spouse, their children, whatever, that they don't have now because there's just insufficient housing right on this route. So thank you all for your time today.
Next, we have Warren Willingham, and then after that is Madison Rice.
Hello. Warren Willingham, 3245 Jackson Street North, 33704. I would hope that you would suggest to amend or vote no on this TOD package. This is transit-oriented in name only. This minor upzoning will not have a perceivable difference in our housing stock or walkability. In functional cities around the world, the area surrounding transit is the most desired land in the city. But as written in St. Pete, we would waste that valuable land by having mandated low density and parking minimums, and then one street away, single-family zoning. I'm discouraged by the upzoning being arbitrarily changed from a radius of the stops to only being along the corridor with the pinky promise of we will do it later. I think that if these are not lumped into one package, the missing middle there will remain missing. If you know where to look in St. Pete, you can still see the benefits of TOD in our city from many decades ago before we restricted growth. Walkable, incredibly desirable neighborhoods and shops still stand along where historic streetcar lines are now entombed under asphalt. Please suggest to make the changes to, at a bare minimum, remove parking minimums within a quarter mile radius of the stops, not just along the little corridor. And please actually have the radius of missing middle around it as well, as was suggested when this began. Yes, please do not let this historic opportunity presented by the Sunrunner go to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Madison Rice, and then next is Max McCann.
Hi, good morning. Madison Rice, and I live at 3245 Jackson Street North. So today you're being asked to approve a proposal for the Sunrunner corridor that will not lead to any meaningful change. Before I came here today, I was under the impression that these changes were proposed within a quarter mile of the stations, and then, as you guys pointed out on the map, it's just within that little sliver around Central, and I just don't really understand why we want our city to be a line. When we're talking about transit-oriented development, that's supposed to be a development pattern organized around the Sunrunner and the people who use it by increasing the density of homes and businesses near stops, so residents don't have to rely on cars for daily life and smaller businesses can thrive. The enemy of density and affordability is parking minimums. Parking minimums have no business being mandated within at least a quarter mile of transit stops. And also, like on the map earlier, it looked like they are removing a lot of these minimums, but then there's some random little parcels that still have them, and so I don't understand why we're overcomplicating it. Why not just like get rid of the minimums in general and allow people to decide whether or not they want to have parking, or if the people who will be using their properties want parking. Parking flexibility is a common sense approach embraced by cities nationwide, and it's essential for a thriving Sunrunner corridor. My neighborhood is still benefiting from having a streetcar along 9th Street North decades ago. We have many thriving local businesses and walkable streets due to remnants of the development pattern that organically came from transit-oriented development decades ago. This package that you're voting on does not fit with the historic zoning that has produced some of St. Pete's most beloved walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. I urge you to recommend to City Council that parking mandates be removed within a quarter mile of all Sunrunner stations, and let's enact meaningful transit-oriented development. Thank you.
Thank you. Max McCann, and then next is Jonathan Ginsburg.
Hi, thanks everybody. Max McCann, 2648 3rd Avenue South. I'm a PSTA board member, vice president of the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Association, and co-founder of Activate St. Pete, a advocacy organization for sustainable transportation. The stated purpose of this overlay is to encourage transit-oriented development, and that's a great purpose because it allows us to address two twin crises that we're facing right now: housing affordability and traffic violence. This is so it's very important what we're working toward. The mayor recently said at the State of the Bay that his goal is to build a community where you don't need a car to get around. So why are we including parking mandates in this overlay? Parking mandates are antithetical to transit-oriented development and to the mayor's own stated goals. When my wife and I started looking into building an ADU at our house, contractors were telling us we needed 3 parking spaces even though we only have 1 car. We eventually, with Mr. Kilbourne's help, found an exemption, but I think it's telling that, 1, our contractors didn't even know about this exemption, and 2, other parcels aren't going to be so lucky here. There's a development on Central at 22nd Street that recently came up. It has a balance house in it, a spa. It's a 1-story development that easily could have been 2 stories. It could have had housing on top, but they didn't have space for the parking, and that's 1 block away from a Sunrunner station. That's a missed opportunity that should have had housing in it. You might have followed the St. Pete Free Clinic was trying to expand. The city was saying they had to have 75 parking spaces, which almost resulted in demolishing a grocery store. And probably not a lot of their customers even drive. So these parking mandates are really obnoxious. And in the city's plan, if I wanted to open up a bar across the street from a Sunrunner station, I would have parking mandates. I would be subject to parking mandates. You've already hinted that the Sunrunner Rising Development Study recommended expanding in circles around the station and enacting zoning reform. This is a way that we can do that without, I've confirmed with Mr. Kilbourne, without requiring a map amendment, without delaying the process. It seems like there's appetite on this commission already to go in circles around the stations, which I applaud. This is it. Just remove parking mandates from the overlay and from within parcels within a quarter mile of those stations. I'll also note, under the city's plan, development, whenever the historic gas plant is developed, that stop, the parcel adjacent to the 16th Street stop on the Sunrunner, is going to have parking mandates, whereas the 22nd Street stop does not. That doesn't make sense. As we go closer to downtown, we're going to have more parking mandates. There's no reason for that. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Jonathan Ginsberg, and then next is Stephen Hertzfeld.
Hey, good morning, and thanks for the chance to speak, and thanks for all your work. I had a chance to speak to Mr. Kilbourne on the phone briefly. I live at 115 112th Avenue, and I in a previous life, I was involved with some real estate development issues up in Massachusetts, but I'm a big proponent of transit-oriented development. I think the whole approach here is very, very important, what you're doing, and very good. We simply need more housing. I think almost everybody would agree that the demand outstrips the supply for housing in St. Pete. I think if you're going to, add density to housing, it should be along the transit corridor. So I just think the whole approach is excellent. I am disappointed in this, the size, and that was in my comment letter, and Mr. Kilbourne had it in the package, and I appreciate that. I think it should be a larger area than just half. I believe it's only half of First Avenue on each side. So you've got a parcel. If I own a parcel on the other side of First Avenue North, and I'm right across from the Sunrunner, I'm not in the district, that kind of doesn't make sense to me. And I understand there's activity center boundaries was referred to earlier, and this is a good way to do it. And I think you should do it. I support it. I just wish it was bigger. I wish you were doing more of what you're doing, because it's so good. The parking mandates, I oppose the parking mandates as well. I don't think they belong in transit-oriented development just in general. But again, I just want to stress that I really think a very good thing is being proposed here. I am I have been accused of being an incrementalist in my life. I guess I'm being one right now. So I think it's a very good step. I just wish it was, you were doing more of what you're doing. And my favorite thing I heard today, actually, from Mr. Kilborn was that the zoning code is, the way he placed it, allows for future TOD corridors to be considered in the future. And I think that's a great idea, and I look forward to that. And I love St. Petersburg, and this is a great city, and all of you have been doing, must have been doing something right over the years. So thank you very much for the time.
Stephen Hertzfeld, and then next is Peter Belmont.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Hertzfeld. I live at 1200 31st Street North. Thank you. I stand before you today to advocate for the adoption of the TOD overlay, but without the inclusion of any parking minimums, allowing the market to drive decisions regarding the need for parking. The Sunrunner Bus Rapid Transit Service is capable of accomplishing all of its goals and possible benefits, but not without two vital resources. And those are a critical density of people and a critical density of destinations, such as businesses. Not everyone lives their lives in the same way, and in no way does the adoption of the TOD overlay force anyone to change the way they are living today. Conversely, policies such as exclusionary single-family zoning do ultimately force many people into a certain lifestyle. Creating new housing does not create new people. These people already exist, and the rising cost of housing caused by a fundamentally limited supply is forcing people to live further from their jobs in our city than they otherwise would choose. The cost of housing is not residents' only concern. The cost of owning a car has become an enormous burden. AAA calculates that the total cost of ownership of the average new car during the first 5 years is over $1,000 a month. That is inclusive of any equity recaptured by the owner when they eventually sell the car, and keep in mind that that is per vehicle. But these costs don't end at car ownership. They spill back into the costs for the private sector to build housing and for public administration to provide services and infrastructure. The cost to construct a parking garage is over $40,000 per space before considering the cost for land acquisition. By continuing to prioritize cars over people and to capitulate to preferences of drivers, we effectively tell residents who would otherwise choose to live a life less dependent on private automobile ownership that they are not being given reasonable consideration, and in some ways that they are not welcome in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, and then Manny last.
Hi, I have a PowerPoint. Good morning, Peter Belmont, 103 Wildwood Lane Southeast. Manny and myself are here on behalf of Preserve the Burg. I'm going to show you a little bit about Central Avenue. I don't think I really need to do this, but just to refresh everybody's memory, Visit St. Pete Clearwater says St. Pete's coolest street is Central Avenue, and for us that's the issue. It's the golden goose, and at some point we're going to kill that golden goose, and if we incentivize too much development, we're not going to have the coolest street. So a couple of examples of what's happened, and all these are within the corridor that you're talking about today. As a quick aside, this is Anderson and Company's, and again, a new restaurant downstairs. Thomas Gaffney is a partner in the firm. I used to bicycle up and down First Avenue all the time along the bike route there, looking at this building, going, what's going to happen to it? And I was so excited when it was renovated. Mr. Gaffney bought the 600 block after Preserve the Burg got the demolition permit set aside, and look what we have. Again, more examples before and after. The building just beyond Metro Health is the new Oyster Bar. Mary Jean Hotel, a pet store, again, a brand new restaurant. Some of us might be sorry that China Finders is no longer there. And again, so many bars and restaurants reusing existing historic buildings, not designated, but historic. Quick outline, we know Central Avenue is populated by these buildings, and we know that they have value in terms of historic resources. And so what do? What are we going to do to make sure we don't kill Central Avenue? And I would suggest to you it's not by saying, let's allow for greater density. And I'm all for, the cars killing us. But doing away with parking is a great incentive. Do we want to use that for the purpose we're saying now? Or do we want to say on Central Avenue, maybe we should be saying when you renovate and reuse and expand that property with the historic building, you won't have to use parking. So again, as my time expires, let's find a way to both encourage the Sunrunner, encourage densities, but by all means, let's keep Central Avenue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning. Not used to being here in the morning. My name is Manny Leto. I'm the Executive Director of Preserve the Berg. I'm at 2219 6th Avenue South. Thank you for this opportunity. It's been a really great discussion this morning. And you have the letter that we submitted, which is, as Peter indicated, very narrowly focused on the Grand Central District. Also, I think at the last meeting, Peter shared with you an executive summary from our Keeping the Vibe Alive study, which analyzed Central Avenue as a historic corridor and provided measurable data that older, smaller buildings are not liabilities, they're economic assets. We are concerned. Again, we're supportive of reduced parking and of increased density. Of course, we think the plan is good. We're concerned about the downstream effect on these historic areas of Central Avenue. You do hear from us a lot. We get that. We're an interest group. You have other groups and other property owners, developers, and so forth. So we understand that. So let's forget Preserve the Berg for a second. Our study found that older buildings on Central Avenue have higher occupancy rates, support a higher concentration of locally owned businesses than newer construction. It also found that in a survey of residents, 50% report visiting Central Avenue once a month. What a huge amenity for users of the Sunrunner. But let's, again, forget about us. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, 2016 study, Older, Smaller, Better, examined cities across the country and found the same result. Neighborhoods with a mix of older, smaller buildings support greater business diversity, more minority and women-owned firms, higher job density, greater walkability. How about peer-reviewed research? 2019 study published in the journal Cities demonstrated that historic commercial districts composed of smaller storefronts and incremental development patterns, exactly what we have on Central Avenue, offer density and economic vitality. The Journal of Transport Geography, small storefront patterns are not aesthetic preferences, they are economic performance indicators for healthy and active downtowns. Florida's own Main Street program, studied in partnership with the University of Florida, demonstrates reinvestment in historic commercial buildings generates measurable job growth, private investment, and tax base stability. Central Avenue is a huge success. We should be celebrating it, not trying to tinker with it. It is a regional tourism draw. It is a local amenity. It should be protected. We should be incredibly critical when reviewing proposed changes to this corridor. Thank you.
Procedurally here, I'm blanking for legislative, but after blue cards, Mr. Kilborn, do you have anything to close, or do you just want us to ask questions in executive session?
I'll just follow your discussion.
Okay. So getting back into the discussion then, I don't know if you had...
Yeah, I wanted to hear from city staff about, and the map where you had with the blue, which showed the gaps between the station nodules. Could you explain why the city staff wanted to go to DC parking standards in those blue gaps as opposed to no parking throughout?
Sure.
Yeah, that one.
I
Yeah,
think this is the map. I'm sorry, you're asking about parking, so let me-
yeah, but I think that was the right map, right?
it's this one
Yeah,
right
that
here.
one. Yeah.
Those two maps are the same, by the way. Okay, our thought on this is one of the challenges that I have is I've been here for a long time now. And when I started with the city in 2000, we had a zero parking requirement in the downtown center. And over a period of years, that was a problem for the city because there was a lot of demand on us to build public parking. So there is a sensitivity to going to a complete zero parking recommendation. We think that we have struck a balance here in this recommendation, but we certainly understand some of the merits to zero parking, especially as it relates to transit-oriented development, which is why we tried to draft this section in a way that as this discussion moves through to final adoption, if there is a request from City Council to go to zero parking, we could absorb that into the existing proposal without any additional delay. You saw that happen at 22nd Street. We had recommended a downtown center parking standard throughout the entire boundary there, and City Council in their final public hearing took an action to go to zero parking there. So anticipating that might be the result here, we set it up so that we could do that. And this is the recommendation that we're bringing to them, fully aware that they may change it.
Yeah, it just, I mean, look, there's 46 blocks or so that are covered by this, and I think about 12 that have a parking requirement, and it seems asynchronous, and certainly administratively would be far easier as a, when we think about city residents. Yeah, right, exactly. As consumers of the code, to have no parking within the entirety of the overlay district seems the most logical way to do that.
I agree with that. I think we should recommend that the zero minimum parking extend for the entirety of this area, rather than have it, let property owners decide if they need parking on their lot, right? And because sometimes the parking is problematic, and sometimes, for example, we'll design a building with minimum parking, and then they'll be like, well, that's not marketable, we need more parking, right? And that happens often. So I think the market will drive how many parking spaces, each parcel works for each parcel. But at the same time, it'll provide options, right? I mean, I've participated in designing a building that was a residential, and it had zero parking spaces, and people said, oh, where is everybody going to park? Perhaps that's not the building for them, right? If you have a car, that's not your building. That building would be appropriate for people who like to use public transit. And so we're offering options, essentially. So I would recommend that we move towards that as a city. I think that's a bolder stance to take on, because in St. Pete in 2000s, we all know we didn't have the infrastructure for that zero parking to work, right? But now we've made strides. I mean,
procedurally, we can approve this, but make specific recommendations.
Yeah, we're not gonna. I don't know. Be the best move for us to recommend language changes because City Council is going to see this, but we could.
I think we've done that before in these kind of items, though, haven't we? Can we, as a commission, approve this, but also pass an amendment or a specific recommendation that we'd like to pass on to City Council?
I think Assistant City Attorney Heather Judd might have a technical answer on that, but I'll start by saying that if there was a recommendation coming out of this commission to do that, I can certainly prepare that in the City Council cover memo and explain the discussion. They'll also have the minutes. Additionally, What I think would be important is if you are going to take some specific recommendation on that one point, that you similarly make some finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, and that you are tying it back to the original purpose of your role in this process, which is to make that finding of consistency.
That's pretty much what I was going to say, that you could roll any recommendations into your finding of consistency if you so choose.
To follow up on parking north of First and south of First, without necessarily having to go through a rezoning or necessarily having to do the NTM1, is there a mechanism for reducing parking within those quarter-mile zones north of First and south of First, short of a larger, more expansive process?
The answer is yes, and you shortcut my notes because I was going to bring that up to you. Outside the activity center, so you're considering everything inside the activity center boundary.
Right.
Outside the activity center boundary, we do have a section in the parking regulations, 1640.090. There's a subsection in there that talks about administrative variances to the number, or administrative reductions. And so you have different things in there: joint or shared use, parking, preservation of grand trees. So there are different items in there that allow us to approve a lower parking requirement. We could add something in there that refers to a quarter mile or whatever the distance from a station location. If there was concern about it going beyond the scope of the Sunrunner BRT, it could even be more narrowly written to 1/4 mile of the Sunrunner BRT stations located within the activity center. And then you're just working with the boundary that you see up here and the 1/4 miles outside this particular boundary. So it could be refined in a way that it doesn't change considerations in the downtown center where the BRT runs. It's just more narrowly scoped to the Sunrunner BRT activity center boundary.
But that's an administrative prerogative. That doesn't give a potential buyer of a property very much clarity, it seems to me, as to what they could get, unless you could write it in a way that made it more specific as to what the administration, what administratively would be approved.
It's not a variance process. It's just an administrative reduction per the code. So it says if you meet these criteria, your parking requirement is 0. It's not subject to.
Okay, so we can say, we can list criteria and we could actually put the floor of what the parking would be.
Right.
Not just on my judgment, I can cut it from 6 to 4, but if there could be criteria and there could be ratios established. Okay.
And we already have that for other,
Yeah.
you know, or affordable housing or things.
Right, we have a 20% reduction, 10% reduction.
Yeah.
Bicycle parking reductions already.
Yeah. Okay, so you could, and that could be done without, again, a 3-year process potentially. I mean, that could be.
If we are taking recommendations of this commission to the city council, we could include that in this package. In the materials that go to city council, we could set it up as a separate section number in the ordinance so that if council decides not to take action on it, they could separate it from the body of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
I have one quick question. So am I correct in understanding that the boundaries of the overlay district are tied inherently to the boundaries of the activity center? And so if a map amendment's made to the boundaries of the activity center, that effectively revises the boundaries of the overlay district? So
yes, if there's a change in the future to the activity center boundary, then we would bring together all the associated changes. So we would bring the map amendment to the activity center boundary. We'd bring in the overlays text amendment to amend the boundary in the text amendment. And then you would also have the related special area plan that's required to underlie those changes. And we would be able to use the Sunrunner Rising Development Study as the special area plan to make those changes.
Okay, I guess the reason I'm asking is because I heard it from a couple of people, the concern about the property is right across from, say, a Sunrunner station. And I think I agree that that's maybe not short-sighted, but we're not all the way there. And I think we could do a little bit better. And so by amending that map, that would effectively increase the size of this overlay district, right?
Yeah. And I know there's been a lot of time since 2012 in the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan, and I've observed different recommendations and expectations of the community now that we didn't see or have support for in 2012, so I'm acknowledging that. For background, I'm just letting you know that when we did start the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan discussion, the outsides of the First Avenues were included in that discussion, but over the course of that public engagement and process, the outsides were removed, and it became the center lines of the First Avenues instead. But
Funny how things change, huh?
2012 was a while ago now, so.
Which I think is unfortunate that happened, but it's a long time ago. Regarding some of the issues that Preserve the Burg brought up, are there, if I have an existing building and if this gets approved, do my parking ratios reduce to 0 for my existing building?
If you have an existing building and this is approved and there's a 0 parking requirement,
It applies to existing development as well?
Assuming you have a use that fits within the overlay.
Right. If you're a gas station, you can't jump into the overlay and claim 0 parking.
Okay.
But Casita would be okay.
No, so Casita has us,
Yes.
12 parking spaces or whatever it is to the side.
Oh, but they're not a gas station anymore anyway.
No, but I mean, but if they wanted to now eliminate that parking to build an addition to Casita, they could do that. And we have an FAR bonus for the historic preservation TDRs. Is there something we could do that incentivizes some of the existing buildings, again, that have the character and the quality that help define Central Avenue as the coolest street in the city, per Peter Belmont? Although he said the county said that, But could we do something where, for example, you don't have to be a registered building, but any building over 50 years old. If you incorporated a building over 50 years old into a redevelopment scheme, that again, maybe you qualify for the bonus, the FAR bonus. Something that could start to...
Yeah, I didn't talk about it in the presentation, but in the FAR table, you'll see there's a footnote that exempts the square footage of any designated local landmark from the overall FAR calculation.
I'm saying any building over 50 years old. That's too tough a standard. As you know, there's too many pluses and minuses that come with designation.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these buildings are never going to be designated, but still have quality and character that is worth some kind of consideration, I think.
Well, it'd be nice
How about
to have that be a bonus, or not a bonus, but an incentive rather than a fight. I mean, too often
Just
we're fighting
purely
about...
a carrot,
Yeah.
not trying to get a stick here.
Yeah.
So just, I mean, any building over, and I'm 50, I use that number not arbitrarily because that is the criteria for designation typically, but.
That's a common number.
But it's, yeah.
And perhaps including contributing resources in the language,
Yeah, and I would
right?
definitely
Yeah.
do.
Because we've seen, I mean, we've seen situations where it's like, well, it would have been great if we had something in place that would incentivize keeping these buildings here, or made it more attractive perhaps for them to remain, but instead market forces took over and they're gone, right? So if there was a way for us to acknowledge and perhaps incentivize, since that's how we do things, right? We have a hard time mandating things, so therefore we incentivize. So if we could lean into that.
And that's, again, exactly, Sarah, and the idea is to not let I think designation has become a bar too high and that we should look at ways of incentivizing older structures without necessarily requiring designation.
So your comment is in relation to the FAR exemption.
I would like to find others too.
Yeah.
That's the first one that came to mind, is just saying that the FAR exemption could be utilized, or the FAR bonus could be utilized if you incorporated, again, an existing building over 50 years old into the redevelopment. I'd like to find others two perhaps. You know, but I think that's a pretty easy one to do.
Commissioner Griner, you have something?
Yeah, our task is to find or not find consistency with the comprehensive plan. But as a corollary, are we going to want to formalize any recommendations that Mr. Kilborn's going to take?
He's been taking a lot of notes. I think there's
Okay,
benefit in formalizing our parking recommendation, though. And if anyone feels strongly about one of the other ones, feel free to make a motion. But I would like to have a motion that is more concrete on the parking.
And I've seen Derek's follow-up presentations to City Council after on some of these other workshops, and he treats us fairly.
Corey's laughing. I'm concerned now.
That he brings up, you know,
He's meticulous.
about.
I do like the recommendations here about the older buildings. That is a character you can't replace with a new building. It seems like several years ago we had a case on 4th Street North where even a newer dental office had a transfer of development rights. They sold their development rights on a building is probably 30 years old. Is that something that still would be in place for any of those buildings on Central Avenue that had a older characteristic to it, that they could choose to sell their development rights to make income that way, to preserve that property?
I'm not sure what example you're talking about, but through the TDR program, if they become a designated local landmark, they could convert the unused development potential and then sell that for somebody who needs it to implement an FAR bonus.
Yeah, it seemed like it came into play on a dental office on the west side of 4th Street adjacent to a large mini-story facility. That was part of the discussion back then that, you could sell development rights. Yes, it was not a historic building.
It was environmental transfer development rights.
But just to be clear, by raising the cap or raising the FAR base here, we are creating the potential for additional TDRs because that's right. So yeah, we are by upping the base FAR, we are creating more supply of TDRs.
I would think that some of the older buildings with that character would be one of the last ones that might potentially be redeveloped. There's so many, substandard single-story buildings along the district that would probably be likely to go first, but we do want to protect that character. I do agree with everybody that having a hodgepodge of different parking requirements along this district, I don't think is really feasible. I think it's overly burdensome. Let's get the same on everything. My biggest concern here is, first of all, we're going the right direction. It's going to spread out from Central Avenue, spread north and south of First Avenues. In the interim, over the next decade, 2 decades, whatever it takes for it to occur, what protections do we have in place for those residences that are 2nd, 3rd Avenue North? And what I'm talking about is if you try to go to a lot of the locations on Central Avenue around 20th, 25th Street, whatever, all those vehicles are forced into the neighborhood 2-3 blocks to the south, that were then impeding upon those more suburban, single-family neighborhoods. Is there always the open ability for the city to come in and do some kind of parking pass enforcement after 10 p.m., something along that line for potential protection of those homes? I do see those homes at some point in the future going taller as this expands out, but there's an interim protection I think that needs to be done to those homes that have selected to live in that more suburban neighborhood.
Protection from what?
Protection from the parking spilling over into their neighborhoods.
Why is that an inherently bad thing? I mean, I've lived in an urban neighborhood and people parallel park in front of my house. I mean, I'm okay with that. It's public parking. Public street.
But what you have here is your expectation of people that are in those neighborhoods. I agree. If I lived where, downtown, it'd be a non-issue. These people don't live downtown. We've got to look at it through their eyes as to what their expectation is.
I understand that it's a controversial issue, and I understand that people have different opinions on this. But my sort of opinion is if you live on Second Avenue South, you perhaps move there because you like the house itself, and you liked the character of the neighborhood, but you also liked that it was 2 blocks from Central Avenue, so I could easily stroll in. So you did not expect to move into a gated community. You did not expect to move into a suburban neighborhood. And it's changing in that, the neighborhood changing, and that creates tension. I get it. I just think a lot of this is people's mindset about what, kind of neighborhood they live in, and when neighborhoods change, like I said, that can be difficult. But it's a great advantage to live in that neighborhood, and not have to worry about where you park your car, because you can just walk to those places that are already close to where you go.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Commissioner Clemens, especially as you think about Palmetto Park and Kenwood, right? I mean, those neighborhoods my office is right in between them, and people are flooding from the north and south, walking. Pete's Bagels, Casita, Bandit, you name it, all the cool storefronts that we heard a lot about. So I do think the market will tell us too, if people want to live in that really suburban sort of gated neighborhood.
Some of them will move out.
Yeah, we have some options.
And their house prices will probably go up, so they'll do okay.
Probably a good trade on the sale, yeah.
I'd like to see a few more crosswalks on First, and I'm guilty of parking on Second Avenue North and Second Avenue South, by the way, when I go to Baba or when I go to Grand Central Brew House. But, and the only bad thing I see is that I've got to run like hell to get across First and First, because it's dangerous. I mean, and we've created kind of a dangerous situation where we've got a very active, attractive Central Avenue corridor flanked by 2 high-speed streets with very few, safe crosswalks.
All right, I'd like to move us to a motion now.
So do you want 2 motions?
I was recommending that, but it's the commission's discretion. I mean,
I'll make a motion for a finding of consistency with the comp plan, and then maybe we can do a second motion of asking for a modification of the parking. What do you want to do?
It would be just a recommendation. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would make a motion of consistency with the comp plan with a recommendation that the city staff eliminate the parking within the district, the minimum parking requirements.
Second.
Really?
Commissioner Conrad, could you just repeat that last part of your motion?
The second part was a
Recommendation that the city
city remove the minimum parking requirements from the proposed district.
Thank you. We lost your audio.
Sorry.
I emailed about it.
Throughout the entire activity center.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Reiner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Badalove?
Yes.
Ugglestown?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we've been at it for a bit, but I want to get through at least one item before we take a break here.
Did
So
that cover both? We did it as one motion, not 2 motions?
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Efficient.
So the next item is case number 2554000057, 2901 38th Street South.
Were you
Staff.
sworn?
I do.
I did email about the mics. Hopefully we get that straightened out.
All right. Good morning. My name is Mike Larimore, Planner 2 for the Zoning Division, presenting case number 2554000057. The subject property is located at 2901 38th Street South, a corner property in the Perry Bayview neighborhood. The property is comprised of 2 fully platted lots, originally platted in 1924. The current property owner constructed the existing home in 1983 and purchased the vacant lot occupying the western half of the property in 1996. The property is zoned Neighborhood Suburban 1, or NS1, is 100 feet wide and 106 feet deep for a lot size of approximately 10,600 square feet. The application today seeks approval of variances to minimum lot width, minimum lot area, and minimum interior side yard setback to separate the property and create 2 buildable lots while retaining the existing single-family home. Again, the current property owner requested and was granted variance to front and rear setbacks by the city's Board of Adjustment in 1982 and constructed the existing single-family home in 1983. At the time, the eastern Lot 12 was independent of the western Lot 11 and under unique ownership. In 1996, the western Lot 11 was purchased and combined under one parcel ID. If approved, the variances would allow the separation of the lots and allow a single-family home be constructed on Lot 11. As part of staff review, the development pattern of similarly zoned NS1 properties in the immediate adjacent blocks within the original subdivision plat were analyzed, shown here within the dashed red line. The subject property is highlighted here as well, near the center by the blue star. The study area consists of 126 originally platted lots, currently zoned NS1. These lots have been developed over the last century into 90 current parcels. A majority of the existing parcels are substandard to NS1 minimum lot requirements for lot width and lot area. As proposed, if approved, the separated Lot 12 would exceed the impervious surface ratio maximum coverage requirement by roughly 177 square feet. As an included recommended condition of approval, removal of the 2 highlighted areas on the east side would subsequently bring the property into compliance while maintaining the front entryway's access to the eastern street. Regarding public comment on this application, no inquiries nor comments from the general public nor the citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations were received. The Perry Bayview neighborhood does not currently have an active neighborhood association. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found that the requests generally meet the guiding criteria of the code. This analysis is expounded upon in the published staff report. Therefore, based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the zoning division staff recommends approval of the variance requests subject to conditions outlined in the published staff report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions for staff?
I have one question. Regarding the impervious surface ratio, that's just an example. The criteria, the condition says they just have to reduce it. If they found another way to reduce it, they don't have to do it this way.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a quick question. One of the special conditions of approval was that the plans and specs submitted would be substantially the same.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't see any of those in our packet.
Yeah, that's boilerplate language typically. In this case, it would just be separating the lot off, and I believe the applicant plans on selling the lot. But she's here if she wants to speak for it.
I thought that may be the case.
So they don't have to submit a plan. I thought maybe that's a different type of process where you have to submit a plan.
That's typically with a lot line adjustment.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if this lot in 96 was purchased under an LLC, we wouldn't even be here today, right?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Thank you. All right. Applicant?
Ms. Johnson, you want to speak? I don't know if this goes.
Hi, my name is Georgia Johnson. I live at 2901 38th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida. And 1982, I purchased the lot my house is on, 50 by 106 feet. And I got all the variants to make my house like it is now. When I purchased the lot, it was really in a swamp. It was a dirt road, muddy roads, and very little lighting, but there were a few houses around, and I liked the countryside atmosphere. So 37th Street was, to the east was my mother's house, and they live in the city, And where I was naked lot, swamp area. So I purchased the one lot. And then 14 years later, I had the opportunity and I got my backyard. So I actually was living on a farm. But now, at my age, I purchased it in order to save money so that maybe later on when I need it, I could sell it, for finances, which I need now for my health and to pay for, care and everything. So I would hope that you all would approve it, since this is a buildable lot when I purchase it. And I joined it together just to lower the taxes. And so now I'm at the age I don't go in my backyard. The trees grow up. I can't afford even insurance on the property. And so I would like to sell it to pay for my health care. And I'm 85 years old, so I wish that you all would approve it, that I would be able to sell it. And all the houses across the street, there's 4 houses. It's on 50 by 106. And two was there when I came, and 2 were built after I came. And they're still building houses there in my area on 50 by 100 foot. So I wish that you would approve for me to separate that lot, because I need the money. And it's a buildable lot. That's what I purchased it for. Maybe I build another house alongside of it, but I was contented with what I had. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer for you.
Any questions for the applicant? No? Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Ma'am, do you want to ask any questions of staff?
Yeah, are you going to approve it?
Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
No, sir.
Ma'am, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. It's a buildable lot. When she said it was a swamp, it's Clam Bayou there. This seems
Beautiful location.
Yeah, seems to make sense. I'll entertain a motion.
It's meeting the percentages that we have necessarily gone by in all future.
For sure.
And then I do have one question. Are you familiar with the condition that you're going to need to remove some of the sidewalk or driveway on your property?
I'm really hoping that I don't have to, because I'm rolling in my house now. When I built it in the future. I built it for utility, for safety. I have it insulated. It's comfortable. Until now, the utilities were perfect until now.
Well, I think the code is moving a little bit underneath your feet here, unfortunately. That is going to be a requirement. There's a lot of ways that you can do it.
I would have to
So you have 2 driveways, it looks like. It looks like there's a driveway connection at the north side and one at the east side. Do you use both of those?
Yes, I do. I did. I don't have a car now, but I would use both of them.
That might be the easier change then. That would allow you to maintain that wider sidewalk at your front door to reduce some of that driveway area. It is going to be a requirement that you're going to have to. You've also got a concrete patio in the rear of the house.
Yeah, I can remove that.
Or you could remove that. It looks like you've got several options, ma'am. But
and staff, if you can go over the options.
And you wouldn't have to do that until you sold the property, and then you'd have the money to perhaps pay for that work to be done.
Well, the patio in the back is really on my property.
That's right.
Everything in the back is on.
No, that's right. Okay.
But I could remove the patio because I can't get down the steps, and nobody ever used that back.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of a variance to the lot width, lot area, and interior side yard setback to create 2 buildable lots from 2 platted lots of record, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Riley?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Griner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Adela?
Yes.
Uglestone?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, I think we've got one more in us, and then we can take a break. It's case number 2554-000105.
right. Good morning. Mike Larimore, Planner 2 for the Zoning Division, presenting case number 25-54-000-105. The subject property is located at 3028 Xenia Street North, an interior property in the St. Pete Heights neighborhood. The subject property is comprised of 2 fully platted lots, originally platted in 1923. There are 2 single-family homes on the property, 1 on each lot, both constructed in 1940. The lots have been combined under 1 parcel ID since at least 1994, according to county deed records. The current property owner's family purchased the property in 2010, and the property is zoned Neighborhood Traditional 1, or NT1, is 80 feet wide by 132 feet deep for an area of approximately 10,560 square feet. The application today seeks approval of variances to minimum lot width and minimum interior side yard setback to separate the property and create 2 buildable lots while retaining the existing residential structures on both of the lots. The property owner applied for a buildable lot letter on the property in 2025 to explore the possibility of separation. Through research for the letter, zoning staff confirmed that the property can be separated without variances. However, the legal separation would result in a 37-foot and 43-foot wide property based on their historic development. The variance request today would allow for 2 equally dimensioned properties, both 40 feet in width. Reflecting this unequal development in the past, the home on lot 38 is within 5 feet of the proposed restored side property line. Typically, a minimum 5-foot side setback is required for NT1 properties with lot widths of 50 feet or less. The proposed 4-foot side setback can be considered proportional to the 40-foot wide platted lot width. As part of staff review, the development pattern of similarly zoned NT1 properties in the immediate adjacent blocks within the original subdivision plat were analyzed, shown here. The subject property is highlighted here near the bottom with the blue star and the red hash. The study area consists of 84 originally platted lots currently zoned NT1. These lots have been developed over the last century into 71 present-day current NT1 parcels. A majority of the existing parcels meet or exceed NT1 lot width of 45 feet. However, it's to be noted 100% of the platted lots on the subject property's block face at time of platting are substandard to the 45-foot minimum. Regarding public comment on this application, no inquiries or questions were received by staff from the local St. Pete Heights Neighborhood Association nor the citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations. Additionally, no comments or inquiries were received from the general public. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found that the requests generally meet the guiding criteria of the code. This analysis is expounded upon in the published staff report before you. And with that, based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the zoning division staff recommends approval of the variance requests subject to the conditions outlined in the published staff report. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? The applicant here?
Yep.
Just confirm your name, address, and that you've been sworn for the record.
Hello. My name is James Schillinger, 1905 Glen Lake Circle North, St. Pete, 33702.
And you have been sworn? And
I have been sworn, yes. I just have a few brief remarks. Much of it is redundant with what Mr. Larimore just provided, but I'll go ahead and read it. It'll take me a couple minutes. I have asked the city for a variance. Today, I would like to ask you to vote yes to this variance. I don't know how familiar you are with the details. I've been submitting papers for over 9 months now, concerning this matter. I apologize if you've already read these papers and this is redundant for you. This is a very small ask. This is a request to split an 80-foot wide lot into two 40-foot wide lots. Also, it is a request for a setback exception as one existing structure would be less than 5 foot from the new property line. I believe the exact number is 4.05 feet, or roughly 10 inches of a setback violation. Again, I apologize that he's already addressed a lot of this stuff. I would like to briefly explain the consequences of a yes and a no vote. The consequences of a no vote are very simple. If you vote no, things stay as is. The dwellings will stay two old, nearly functionally obsolete rental dwellings on a single lot indefinitely. If you vote yes, the consequences are much brighter. First, it would allow the property to be split into two independent properties. It would allow the resulting two 40-foot wide lots to both be considered buildable by the city. It would allow for the possibility to rebuild in the event of loss to fire, flood, or hurricane. It would allow to change from rental property ownership to independent single-family home ownership. And it would also allow the city to increase its tax basis. Here are a few things that the variance will not do. It will not put additional burden on city infrastructure. It will not put more cars on the road. It will not increase population density. It will not increase demands on water or sewer. It will not result in anything unusual for the neighborhood. Let me stress this point. The two resulting 40-foot wide lots would be perfectly normal for the neighborhood. In fact, close to half of the homes in this area sit on 40-foot wide lots. On this particular block, 10 of the 14 lots are 40-foot wide. I would like to conclude by asking you to vote yes to this very minor variance. By voting yes, you will be unlocking the future of this property. These rental dwellings will become owner-occupied single-family houses. Voting yes is a small step forward towards making our St. Petersburg home a more modern and vibrant city. Thank you. Do you have any questions? I'll be happy to help.
Questions for the applicant? No?
And again, I apologize. That's much of that is redundant with what all the papers.
You have your time. That's fine, sir.
Okay.
Any blue cards? You can just wait there for a moment then. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
No, sir.
Sir, this is cross-examination. You can ask staff questions if you have any. You don't have to.
I have a comment.
You can do that at the end.
Okay.
Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
No, sir.
Okay, now you have closing remarks.
Okay, my comment is this, that my experience with this took a long time, like 10 months getting here. I found that the people have been absolutely excellent, Mr. Larimore included. Excellent people, but the process, my God. I have 18 visits to the city, 10 months of this, $600. When I first bought the property, they told me I could split it anytime I wanted. The city changed the rules in the 16 years I've owned it, so now I had to come here and make this request. So once again, excellent people. The process has been problematic for me. I hope that you can vote yes and we can move this forward today.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we know the process is challenging because we are very often here in front of people who aren't used to the process. Going into executive session, I'll just note that there's a 37-43 foot split that can be done by right. So while we often look at certain parameters for these or what our limits are, but this one seems even more obvious than those because it's 50-50 split.
And the 4-foot setback is relatively narrow, but it does comply with the building code too for single-family homes.
Yes.
Which is 3 feet minimum on single-family homes for building codes, so there's no worry there. I'll make one other comment, which I've probably brought this up before, but Xenia is one of my favorite named streets in the city because, and a lot of people don't know this, most of the named streets in St. Petersburg have a pattern to them. They actually relate to the street that they're adjacent to. So Xenia starts with an X. I think it's the only one that starts with an X in St. Petersburg, and it's between 24th and 25th Street because X is the 24th letter of the alphabet. So again, just a little, so Arlington, Burlington, Calateras, Dartmouth, Jackson Street, somebody here earlier lived on Jackson Street because it's on between 10th and 11th streets. So anyway, just a little history for St. Petersburg.
I learn something new every day.
And with that?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of variances to minimum lot width and interior side yard setback to create 2 buildable lots in common ownership and to retain the existing structures.
Second.
Bailey?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Reiner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battle
Yes.
Hugglestone?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Melrose Mercy's 13th and 13th.
You need that blue card?
What's that?
You need this blue card?
No, because you're the applicant. That's okay. Thank you. So I think we need to take a break, and I'm going to ask Corey here. Are we breaking until 1, or are we doing a short break? And
That's up to you, because we still have 3 other cases.
so I'll ask the commission. I mean, I think we're going to need.
I need a 5-minute break.
No, definitely going to take a break. But are we gonna take the time to sort of collect ourselves for lunch, or are we pushing through with a short break?
Engineering's gonna come work on the mics too, so I don't know if that helps.
Do we have any more cases that can be heard before 1?
Yes.
Yeah, we have 3 more that can be heard before 1.
I'm okay to take a 5-minute break and then come back and try to get as many of those done before 1, but I would like a lunch at some point because I think we're going to be here till.
Yeah, so that's what I'm suggesting there is, a late lunch is going to almost be more disruptive because we're going to have more applicants coming in then. I mean, I understand people have been here this morning, but
Yeah.
we are not, that type of efficient body.
What if we did a 30-minute break, came back at 12:45, and then started then, just so we can start on the cases that
Yeah,
are still.
I'm okay with that. Anyone have any objection to that? Okay, so we will go into recess until 12:45.
can't believe it.
Okay, we are back in session. Continuing with the morning agenda. This is the fourth item. I want to note that the agenda does not note a conflict on this item, but Commissioner Conroy does have a conflict here. So this is case number 2654000002, 706 15th Avenue Northeast. Staff.
Good afternoon. Brian Burdell with the Zoning Division, presenting case number 26-54000002. This property is located at 706 15th Avenue Northeast within the historic Old Northeast Neighborhood Association. The property is zoned Neighborhood Traditional Single Family 3, so NT3. The property is 75 feet wide and 8,250 square feet in area. There's a 15-foot alley that runs along the rear of the property that is paved and navigable. And the site contains an existing single-family house that was built in 1935, which is 2 stories with 3 bedrooms and has an existing floor area ratio of roughly 0.40. Here you can see some pictures of the rear facade from the alley, and then the backyard as well. The applicants are proposing a 2-story addition to the rear of the home. The first story would be 516 square feet for a 2-car garage, and the second story would be 558 square feet for a primary bedroom. And you can see where the addition would be on the site plan, and then it would be in that area with the red outline. So the proposed floor area ratio would be met with bonuses. Parking would be met with the 4 bedrooms, and impervious coverage would be met since they are not increasing and are currently below the maximum allowed. So the proposal, the first story as mentioned, is a 2-car garage that would be 25 feet deep going towards the alley. And the second story would be the primary bedroom, closet, and bathroom, which would be 27 feet deep, so 2 feet beyond the first story. Here you can see the applicant's 3D model. It really shows where you can see the second story projecting 2 feet over the first story of the addition. So the variance request comes from the rear yard setback, which in NT3 along a 15-foot alley is 7 feet. The proposed rear yard setback on the first floor, or the first floor would meet the 7-foot required setback. However, the second story would be roughly 5.1 feet from that rear property line. So it would be it's a variance request of 1.9 feet or 27%. Here you can see that area in shaded red is roughly the area that would be projecting into the required setback. Staff did not receive any comments from the Neighborhood Association or the Council of Neighborhood Associations, nor from the general public. And the applicant submitted 6 signatures of support with their application, with the locations shown on that aerial below. So the code contains review criteria for variance requests, and included in that are special conditions, whether the proposal involves an existing development or if it's redevelopment. And in this case, it includes a 2-story addition to an existing single-family house built in 1935. It looks at whether the lot is substandard, which in this case it is not. It exceeds the minimum requirements for NT3. And it looks at neighborhood character, which, based on my analysis, 2-story is consistent with the block face. The floor area ratio of 0.47 is above the average, but under the maximum of 0.60 that they could obtain with bonuses. And then at least 5 of the 14 properties along that alley contain a building that does not meet the 7-foot rear setback. And then there's 4 additional that went out and measured, but it's hard to tell if they're very close to that 7-foot setback, so it's hard to tell without a survey of knowing exactly where the alley starts, but they are very close to that 7-foot setback. Also included in the review criteria for variances is whether literal enforcement and strict application of the code would result in unnecessary hardship, or if it would provide the applicant with no means of reasonable use of the land, building, or other structures. Staff did not find that this would be the case because the addition can be reduced in size. It can be relocated elsewhere on the site or otherwise redesigned to meet the setbacks, and the site can still be utilized as a single-family home under the by meeting the code. So based on a review of the variance application and the evaluation criteria, zoning staff is recommending denial of the requested variance. Let me know if you have any questions.
Questions for staff?
Of the 5 properties of the 14 that encroach, that's on that particular block, on both sides of the block?
Yeah, that particular alley that runs along the rear of the property. Yeah.
But on both sides, on both north and south? Of
both sides, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Yes.
On those that encroach, how old are those? I mean, were any of them built within the past 10 years, 20 years, or are they 1920s, 30s, 40s? Could you tell?
All at least 20 years. There was one that was renovated, but from what I could tell, it was existing prior to, I think it was in the 50s, or it's been there for a while.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. Applicant? Name and address, and please confirm you've been sworn.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Roney with Roney Design Group, 535 Central Avenue, Suite M1, St. Pete, Florida, 33701. And I have been sworn in representing the homeowners today who cannot make it. Brian, thank you for the presentation. That was well put together. So just a couple comments on the staff report, item number 2. There's talks about redesign and what have you, but as you can kind of see in the package there, that the existing second floor is located on the right side of the home, and on the left side of the home, it's all single story. So we have the opportunity to extend the garage. Currently, the garage has really low ceilings, about 7-foot ceilings, so it's almost impossible to fit a car, modern day car in there right now. So with the plan of the new garage, we're raising the ceilings of that garage, and so we can fit 2 cars to meet our parking requirement. And then we're also keeping in line with the existing width of the current second floor addition. So that's why we picked that location. And so when we do the design of this, we're certainly, the home was built in 1935, and to modern day standards, larger closets, larger baths, larger bedrooms. With a growing family, they're taking this opportunity to take the addition as their master primary suite, as opposed and giving up their current for their children as they're an ongoing family. And so in order to move the addition around, it would make the roofs unconventional. It wouldn't align. And when we do these designs, we try to make these additions appear that they were part of the original construction, and so they don't stick out like they were an addition. And in doing so, that's the design that we came up with, and felt that was the best approach. We probably could move the addition back, but it's not going to give them on 2 fronts on the interior. It's not going to give them the closet space and the bath space that they desire and need. And it's also going to create a flat facade, as you can kind of see in the rendering that was proposed. We do have a projection and have decorative brackets, support brackets, that will create a step in that facade. So we're really challenged with depth as far as widths, and then they're proposing a pool to be located in that site plan as well. There's also some massive royal palm trees that would interfere if we were to relocate the addition. So we believe that this is the path of least resistance here. And just a couple additional notes that, when we do these rear variances and whatnot, they don't allow us to use the caveat for us maintaining the neighborhood pattern. That's only applies to the front yards. So, we have to go through the variance process, and that's why we're here today. But as they mentioned, there's virtually 9 neighboring properties on that alley front that have similar situations of not meeting the setbacks, or virtually very close to that of what we're requesting. We have 6 adjacent neighbors that have signed in support of the variance, and we feel like this request will enhance the character of the neighborhood, and we certainly appreciate your consideration of granting this variance for us today. If you have any questions, and we don't have any objections to the conditions of approval. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Questions for the applicant?
You had mentioned something about some palm trees obstructing something. Are you talking, there's a picture in our packet here with 2 palm trees?
Right. Yeah, that would be if we were to redesign and utilize the interior portion of that property to make the addition space, is what the staff was
But in this
suggesting.
proposed elevation, they're gone anyway.
Well, we don't typically show those. It's just more of a visualization so that we can see the building structure more clear. But yeah, that's a photo realistic rendering. That's not an accurate depiction of the actual current site conditions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blue cards? No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waves.
Sir, do you have any questions for staff?
Wave.
Okay. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waves.
Do you have any closing remarks?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into executive session.
I'm struggling with this one. I don't see any harm to the neighbors by allowing the variance. It's a really well-designed addition, but I'm trying to find criteria for justifying a variance. That they can put on effectively a 520-foot primary bedroom suite is what if they complied with the code. So I don't see what the hardship is. If somebody can help me there, I'd like to hear it.
I'm thinking the same thing. This is more of an ask. It's, there's a setback. It's a requirement. It's not an ask. It's a requirement. When I look at the proposed interior floor plan of the second floor, there's lots of areas that they could remove 2 foot and still be a fully functional large house. The pre-existing properties along there prior to the setback requirements because it created issues. I'm just not seeing any hardship. It's meeting the size, width of the property. It's a nice house.
And as an architect, I'm very sensitive to design arguments.
Yeah.
And the idea that the cantilever creates more architectural interest on the back side of the house. In some ways, the back side is less important than the front side, but I like when houses look good all around. But I would note that the garage is 25 foot deep. If you took 2 feet out of the second floor, you could take 1 foot out of the first floor and still have a 24-foot deep garage. Yeah. So like I said, I don't see what the harm is. The neighbors are supportive, and that means it probably implies that the people who live here are good neighbors themselves, if they can get the support of their neighbors for such a minor ask. But then our charge, and as I understand our duty is to enforce the code, and variances, I need a hardship.
It's a nice to have, but I don't think it mounts to the level of what we would consider for a variance. If we want to match the existing character of the building, it is a flat facade. It doesn't have in the rear, right? And we're adding, they're adding interest, but I don't think that justifies a variance. The bedroom and the bathroom is well designed, but like Commissioner Flint said, there is opportunity for reduction in some of those areas to meet code and still have a fully functional, wonderful master suite.
I'm going to save us some time. I have nothing else to offer.
Yeah, we're all being very nice because it's a very reasonable ask and a very nicely designed project, but it just doesn't meet the code.
And we don't have and I can't find a pathway, other than just purely that we like it. I move approval of a variance to the rear yard setback to allow a rear two-story addition to an existing single-family residence, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Really?
No.
Flint?
No.
Clemens?
No.
Reiner?
No.
Badlow?
No.
Huddlestone?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, we'll move into it's 1:09 now, so I'll actually ask, why don't we pause here and swear everyone in? So if you were not here in the morning, or actually, if you were here in the morning, if you have not been sworn in, please stand up and be sworn in if you're going to speak today.
You swear like the evidence you're going to stand and the truth, the whole truth. Thanks, Chair.
We'll go into item 5. It's case number 2654000003, 389th Avenue Northeast. Let the record reflect that the agenda has Commissioner Conroy with a conflict.
Hey. All right, good afternoon. For the record, Katrina Lunan Gordon, Planner 2 with the Planning Department, Zoning Division for the record. This item is an after-the-fact variance request under case number 26-54000003. The subject property is located at 389th Avenue Northeast and is zoned Neighborhood Suburban 1. The subject property is an interior waterfront lot located within the Sunlit Shore subdivision. The lot is approximately 8,494 square feet and is developed with a single-family residence originally constructed in 1957 and is located within the FEMA flood zone AE10. In 2024, the applicant obtained a building permit to elevate the existing residence in order to comply with the FEMA floodplains regulations. The approved plans included a covered front porch with a stoop, garage, storage, and utilities on the ground level, with living space and a rear deck on the upper level. The site plan and architectural plans were reviewed and approved by zoning in October 2024 and demonstrated compliance with all applicable setback requirements. Under the approved plans, the stoop was permitted to encroach to a 17-foot setback and the open porch to a 20-foot front yard setback. During construction, the approved stoop was not constructed. Instead, the covered main entry was built beneath a second-story covered porch at a setback of 18.49 feet from the front property line. As constructed, the primary access into the home is now on the ground level with interior stairs leading to the principal living area above. Based on the definition section of the City Code, a porch is identified as a structure that extends along the exterior of a building, is unenclosed except for a balustrade, may be roofed or open to the sky, and typically provides primary access when located within a front yard. Based on staff's discussion with the City Attorney's Office, the second-story front covered element is classified as an open porch, even though there is no stoop serving as the primary entrance. Accordingly, the applicable setback requirement is 20 feet rather than the 25-foot setback that would apply to the principal structure. Staff also confirms that this request may continue to move forward as the request sought is a lesser relief and is addressed in the revised staff report. The setback encroachment resulted from inconsistencies among the approved construction documents, including conflicting measurements between the foundation plan and the site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Additional field placement errors occurred during construction, particularly with the placement of the 24 by 24 inch support columns, which were constructed flush with the porch and contributed to the encroachment of 1.51 feet. The applicant thereby is requesting approval of an after-the-fact variance to the front yard setback to allow an existing open porch to remain, representing approximately 7.55% magnitude. Although the property is located within a special flood hazard area, there are no site-specific conditions that prevent compliance with the required front yard setback. While the porch is architecturally compatible and maintains a human-scale facade, architectural compatibility alone does not override the intent of setback regulations. Staff reviewed 19 properties along 89th Avenue Northeast. While several homes have been elevated, staff did not identify a pattern of similar front yard encroachments within the neighborhood. Staff evaluated the requests against the variance criteria of the city code. Although the magnitude of the variance is relatively small, the conditions necessitating the variance are the result of the applicant's action rather than unique site constraints. Staff also identified alternatives, including partial demolition of the open porch to meet the 20-foot setback, or removal or redesign of the porch to match the previously approved plans. It should also be noted that the right-of-way between the curb and the front property lines measures 17.5 feet, providing a total distance of approximately 36.5 feet from the roadway to the edge of the porch. The applicant provided 6 signatures of support from the surrounding neighbors. Staff received 1 phone call of support. There are no comments from the Rivera Bay Civic Association nor KONA. Based on the evaluation of the application against the city code variance criteria, staff finds that the request does not meet most of the required findings for approval. Staff recommends denial of the requested after-the-fact front yard setback variance. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
A few questions here. First of all, I know that on these houses that are being lifted, the code has changed to allow them to have a minimum 3-foot setback on the sides. Does this house meet the side setbacks, or are they at the 3-foot, which was recently approved?
They comply with the side setbacks.
Okay. What we see in the packet as far as the approved plans and what was actually built, how did that happen? They're drastically different houses.
Yes, cue the missing stoop. That was one of the differences based on the CO survey request that we received.
Did the contractor submit during the process? Did they stop work to seek approval of these major changes to the plans?
Mm-hmm. So what I noticed in the permit plans review, the foundation and the masonry plans that were there weren't consistent throughout the building permit. Therefore, as staff, as a zoning, I'm reviewing the floor plans, the elevations, and the site plans, and that met code. However, the changes based on the foundation or no changes within the foundation was not reflected throughout the construction documents.
When a project's under construction like this, and there is a revision to the design, if they submit it to the building department for their review, for the revision, does it automatically get routed to the planning department for you to
typically
another look at it?
Correct. Right. Just in case any changes happen.
Again,
that
might affect zoning issues.
Yes.
Other questions? No?
You said the placement of the columns contributed to the variance, but even if the columns were back flush, we're at 18.59 feet, I believe.
Yes, 18.9.
The entire, I guess, the entire encroachment is not just due to the columns. It's also a portion of the wood structure itself of the porch also encroaches over the 20 feet.
So the actual porch itself, flush with the column, encroaches.
Right.
Now I can say,
Columns.
correct.
Because the columns extend another 8 or.
Correct.
So if we're talking about 15 or 17 inches of encroachment, some of that's the column, but some of it is the porches as well. Okay. You couldn't fix it by just fixing the columns of the porch itself.
I think it would lessen the magnitude, right? If you kept the columns, but you were able to take away some of the floor trusses for the porch, thus meeting possible a 20 or a lesser magnitude.
Are projections permitted?
Pardon me?
Are projections permitted into the setback?
Yes, for like a porch or a patio.
Or the roof, or the.
So you can have an eave that projects, I believe, I want to say 3 feet. Yes, my memory.
Do we know if
Yes.
that's in violation?
The roof?
The roof?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just the actual column, the structure for the porch.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay. Applicant?
Craig Taraski for the applicant. So what we're asking for today is an after-the-fact variance for the this reduced setback of the enclosed raised front porch. This is in the Riviera Bay area of St. Petersburg. As staff explained, we're looking at the 20-foot open porch setback, and we're proposing 18.49, which is the as-built measurement. It's an 8% variance. This is the as-built survey showing the setback of the porch at 18.49 and the distance of the porch itself at 6.62, noting that the structure is over 25 feet. It meets the 25-foot building setback for the primary structure. Included with the approved set of plans for the building permit, this is from the site plan, showing a compliant 20-foot porch. And yes, the stoop and stairs were removed during construction, including with the application in your package is the letter that was supposed to have been sent to the building department, was never sent for some reason, that explained the changes, and the structural engineer signed off on those changes. That would not have solved this issue if that was sent, because that was a letter revision signed and sealed by the engineer, explaining the changes and explaining how the approved design still was structurally sound. That was just to remove that portion with the stairs to make it a more appealing aesthetic in the front. I'm actually doing the same thing with my house, and I did the exact same thing. I got rid of the front stair because it dominates the front facade, and utilizing the internal stair. So this was the issue. So this is the foundation plan that was approved by the city as part of the permit, and this is the issue right here. The 6 foot 1 inch distance from the primary structure to the center of the footer for the supports of the porch. Naturally, when building this, the masonry sub or the subcontractor that was tasked with building these foundations, these footings, which you build from the bottom up, probably pulled this plan out of the set, and they built the footers to these dimensions. That's the 6 foot 1 inch, naturally built off that, and this kind of faint line, that's essentially the porch, showing that the porch was built and approved to be built too far forward of the main primary structure. And if you work backwards from this plan, we have columns that are 13.5 by 14 inches. You end up with a calculated setback if you go from the surveyed setback, the measured 6 foot 1 inch to center of footer, and then half of the column, you end up at 18.47. The surveyed measurement, 18.49. 2/100ths of a foot is approximately, I think, a 1/4 inch. I think that's just acceptable construction tolerance in this case. So that's what happened. That's why we're here. There was no intention of these homeowners to violate the code and be here at this point. The practical reality is that to remedy this, to modify the porch is significant. You've got the joists, you've got the porch, the columns, the footers, the roof structure. I've been told it's a 6-figure fix. This is pretty substantial. So what I'm here today is to give you a legal landing spot under your code, just like the last case. We have to find justification under your criteria to grant a variance to find a way out of this situation. And understandably, these standards for review, it's guidance. We don't have to meet all of them. These are the criteria and the standards that you need to focus on when making your decision on whether to grant the variance or not. The first criterion or standard is that we have special conditions that are peculiar or unique comparison to other structures in the same district. That's the zoning district. We're in NS1. NS1 has a mixture of 50-foot and 60-foot right-of-ways. In this case, we have 89th as a 60-foot wide right-of-way. It gives it additional distance from edge of pavement to the imaginary or invisible front property line that we're measuring from. From pedestrian scale, you can't see where the legal boundary is. You feel the distance from edge of pavement to the structure. Because of the additional right-of-way and the additional yard, we'll call it, even though it's part of the public right-of-way, that's a special condition. And you don't have to have a group of one to be unique under Florida law with respect to variances. There can be other similarly situated properties that still can be a special condition. So that's the special condition that we found in this case, that because of that additional distance, that we're still meeting the intent of NS1, and we're not changing the character of the neighborhood by granting this variance. The specific distances, I went through, and I live in Ponderosa Shore, so I pulled my survey, but there's a spattering of 50-foot wide right-of-ways in the NS1 districts, and the edge of pavement to the property line is approximately 13 feet, and with a 50-foot setback. We have 18 feet from edge of pavement to front property line, so we have extra distance. And there's the 18-foot distance from edge of pavement to the front property line. And here's just a representative 51st Avenue is a 50-foot right-of-way, 13 feet from edge of pavement to front property line. Special conditions are not the result of the applicant. They've owned the property since 2019. The plat was recorded in 53 with the subdivision improvements going in shortly after that. The houses were built in the 50s and 60s. The house, again, this was a rebuild, but they retained the first floor and they built on top, which is a strategy a lot of people are using to remedy this flood damage. So they're using the front facade of the existing house. So building from there, that was a pre-existing condition. And those footers were constructed in conformance with the foundation plan that was approved by the city. So the city has some culpability in all this. Literal enforcement of the chapter would be unnecessary hardship. Because we've got the additional setback or the setback from edge of curve to property line, that's our special condition. To add that additional 1.5 foot setback would require substantial modification, demo, and reconstruction of the porch. We're only asking for reasonable use of the property. Again, it was constructed in conformance with the approved plan. As conceded by staff, this is the minimum variance to preserve the existing porch. And the purpose and intent of the NS district is not in any way harmed by this 1.5-foot variance. Because of the additional setback from edge of pavement to property line, we've got sufficient depth from edge of pavement to the structure to maintain the character of what we're going after with the NS1. It's a minor variance at 8% at the front, so we're not trending into the fact that we're trying to establish development in NS1 that is some sort that is incompatible and may fit into a more intensive zoning category. That's not happening here. It's still the same scale. We have support of the neighbors in the immediate vicinity that are directly impacted by this setback variance. And that was included with the application. And again, I'm just asking, I think I've provided you with substantial and competent evidence to satisfy at least some of these variance criteria to the extent that's necessary to request approval of the variance. If you have any questions, here to answer.
Questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Why didn't they build it to plans that were approved?
They did, so the foundation plan, it was built exactly to the foundation plan. And you build from foundation, or the footers, from footers up.
Why does it vary from the elevations that were provided? I understand what you're saying, but this is not the same building that was permitted.
But the change of the stoop doesn't change this at all. So if it was built to that plan, you'd still have a porch that violated the setback variance.
And you'd have a stoop that violated the setback variance.
Well, the stoop has even reduced further. The stoop potentially could have met the, or it could have, again, been 1.5 feet off.
Because the minimum width of the stoop would have to be 3 feet.
Yeah.
The width of the stair would be 3 feet, so you would actually have.
You bump out. So yeah, you might exceed the stoop as well.
Well, the stoop can be at 14 feet.
The 17, I thought is what we heard.
We recently did it in Floodtown.
Oh, okay.
Did the contractor become aware of this discrepancy during the course of construction?
Yes, it was during when they pulled the survey to get the CO is when this was identified.
That's at the end. That's not during the course of construction, because after the footings were poured, I imagine there must have been a moment where somebody said, hey, these dimensions are not checking out with framing plans, other floor plans, right? We needed to order more material for the porch on the second floor. There were lots of moments.
But you're talking about a 1.5 feet. I don't know in the grand scheme of materials building that porch if the 1.5 feet would have.
Well, contractors like to pinch pennies. So
I don't have any. I don't have any substantive response to that. No.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant?
Is the contractor here to give evidence today?
No.
Testimony? Who was the contractor? Maybe the applicant.
McKinley. No. So included in the application is the letter from the contractor McKinley. This letter was supposed to have been sent to the city as to flag the changes on the front stoop, to go from the front stoop to using internal stair.
That's the engineer, though. Yeah.
I think they're a design build outfit. I'm sorry. Freedom Design Build is what their DBA.
So they drew the foundation plan, and they drew the floor plan, and they built it.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm just going to have the applicant answer the questions. Go ahead. Just introduce yourself.
Hi there. Hello. Courtney and Brad Stein, 389th Avenue Northeast, St. Pete, Florida, 33702. And the question was, no,
Confirm
so,
you've been sworn too, just for our record, please.
I'm sorry?
Confirm that you took the oath that you've been sworn.
Yes, I did take the oath and I have been sworn, as well as Brad. The builder was Freedom Design Build. The architect was McKinley Engineering.
And again, just to be, I think I understand, but I just want to be clear. The change to the stoop is irrelevant really to this.
It is.
Why we're here today.
It is.
So, because and it's not that there was a revision that changed the design, it's that there was a discrepancy between the structural drawings and the architectural drawings. The structural drawings showing effectively 6 foot with half outboard columns. The architecture showing 5 foot with the columns completely underneath the porch.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, that was going to be my question as well, because it's not that whether the columns are halfway or flush, that's also a discrepancy. Because the build shows it flush.
It's 12 inches due to the porch going from 5 to 6. It's another 6 inches, plus or minus, 18.49, due to the half the column being outside the original, the 6 foot 1 inch. So, okay. I have a question for staff, but I'll wait till executive session.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? No? Thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
We don't.
No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waived.
Applicant, do you have any cross-examination? No. No. And staff, closing remarks?
Staff waived.
Staff waives?
Hello again, Courtney Stein. Do I have to do the address? Okay, thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank you so much for your time and consideration. I know that this is not an easy position, but like many of us in the Sunshine City, my husband Brad and I, we lost our home in hurricane flooding not once but twice, both in Idalia and then again in Helene, with 39 inches, and it has been both financially and emotionally exhausting. The one thing that's been propelling us forward was that one day we would get to come home again, and it's been 2.5 years since then, and we're really looking forward to it. We followed the rules. We hired professionals with approved plans through the city and the building and permitting department, and just the cost of adjusting the structure that we did not find out about until after all of this is in the 6 figures, and it's just a cost that we simply do not have, sent from being shortchanged by the insurance companies where they give you a fraction of the money to rebuild, carrying a mortgage on the house that's unlivable and finding a place to live, and then also building a home that's hardened against hurricanes. It's not an if but a when we're going to flood again, and that's what we're working towards. So we just ask that you give us, consider reasonable accommodation to be made, and as we're trying to harden against and with FEMA guidelines, we just request that we be granted this minor variance and with no harm being done or negatively affecting anyone in our neighbors. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So I do have a question for city staff. And I think I know the answer, and I think I'm going to agree with the answer, but when a permit like this comes in and you review it, or someone in the department reviews it, do you know, or is it typical to look at both structural and architectural drawings, or are you typically relying on more of the architectural drawings when you're looking at dimensions for
architectural?
And again, I think the answer I expected. I don't expect you to be looking for inconsistencies in the set of drawings and necessarily be looking at structural drawings. Okay, thank you.
Ideally, it would have been nice to.
Yeah, right. But it's not your responsibility to find. Again, this one's tough too, but I do think there's some differences with the last case. We've seen way too many cases in the last year or so of
one a month, maybe 2.
Where either a contractor error or a surveying error or a design error, and often because people are trying to build maximum size houses within a zoning district, and so they're pushing right up against setback lines. In this case, the house was in that location. It's not like they could have just pushed the house back a foot to give them a little bit wider porch. I will agree, as an architect, I'm dealing right now with a discrepancy between my structural drawings and my architectural drawings. It's 100% my own, and that the structural engineer worked for me. And fortunately for us, it's not resulting in a setback variance, so it's just an internal thing that we have to resolve, but it's not as uncommon as you might wish it was. And I also agree with Mr. Tarasky that the way the sequencing of buildings is all too often built is that they just look at the structural drawings until they get the structure up, and then the contractor starts looking at the architectural drawings. I find it frustrating in my field sometimes that happens, because then we don't catch those mistakes earlier. And the evidence of the wider right-of-way, which provides the additional sort of green space between the street curb and the building, I find a good argument, and the support of the neighbors and the lack of injury. And then lastly, again, and that's the difference sometimes in this case, perhaps with the last one. In this case, it's already built, and I find it disproportionate. I find the cure disproportionate to the damage. So I'm going to support it.
I think understanding that you have the house that's in its current position, it didn't move, they went straight up, and this is pretty close to the minimal front porch you can have on something to make it usable. That I could support it. This is a different situation. I agree that if this house had been shifted forward, different story, but we have a lot of flooded houses, and you still have a lot of room out front, that it's de minimis.
I found myself, before Mr. Tarasky presented, thinking that the right-of-way width could be a hardship, and in my mind, the question is that hardship appropriate? Because, just like with the last case, as you've already mentioned, they have support, it's minor, it's reasonable, but we have had structures in the last year that we basically said they're gonna be torn down. And so, I understand the applicant saying at the end there, we hate the position you're putting you in. I appreciate you saying that, because we don't take it lightly. But it's a real problem that we're having with these houses being rebuilt. I think it is a very close call. I'm not as weighed by the cost, because it's not living space, it's the front porch. But I do find some merit in the right-of-way width being a mitigating factor, because that's the point of the setback, right? The way that this error came to be, I think we had one maybe 2 months ago where, it was catastrophic, but the error there was worse and ignored, and then the explanation was that we didn't catch this, but then they didn't even build it to the thing that they said they meant to build it to, right? We don't seem to have that here.
Right, I get your point, right?
Yeah.
It was built exactly within 2/100ths of an inch, the structural drawings.
Correct. That's exactly, yeah. And so, while I don't like supporting this, because I think that it is a challenge to. I wish we weren't having this every month.
Yeah.
But I do want to distinguish so that it is not arbitrary when we make our decisions, because they're always very, very close. But I tend to agree with Commissioner Clemens and Commissioner Flint in that respect.
Yeah, I agree. I remember the case that you're comparing it to, and it just kept on growing and growing and growing, and it was ignored. And in this case, they have something clearly to point to, although I think a good contractor should have scrutinized the plans more and picked up on this.
It's certainly a risk. You come before us with the after the fact. They do not all get approved.
Right.
Well, and one of our challenges is to not encourage, people in the community, whether it's the contractor, the owners, or the designers, to take it lightly, to take these rules lightly. So we don't want to be, we have to take that into account when we make these decisions. I move approval of an after-the-fact variance to the front yard setback to allow an existing open porch to remain. Are there any conditions of approval? Subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Reale,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Griner,
Yes.
Bataloo,
Yes.
Hugglestone.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Didn't think that's how I was going to vote.
Moving to the, good day for them. That's frustrating. Case number, item 6, case number 2631000002, 2501 118th Avenue North. Let's wait for Mr. Conroy before we start. Okay.
Oh, forgot I had to close yours earlier. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Adriana Puente Shaw, Urban Design and Development Coordinator with the Zoning Division. We're here to discuss today a project located at 2501 118th Avenue North. The property is on the north side of 118th Ave North and southwest of Roosevelt Boulevard and consists of multiple parcels totaling approximately 40.95 acres. The applicant is here today seeking approval of a site plan to construct 3 warehouse-type light industrial buildings on the site. The property is zoned Employment Center EC1 and located within the Gateway Activity Center. The proposed use of warehouse is a permitted use in this zoning district. The existing development consists of all areas outlined in red, and this eastern portion of the site will be subdivided and developed separately. The remaining portion of the site is set to be developed at a later date. As proposed, the development is well below the maximum allowable FAR, and the proposed impervious surface ratio of 52%, which is only an increase of 8% from the existing conditions. Parcels are currently developed with surface parking lots, various office and warehouse buildings. These structures were constructed between 1986 and 1994 and were part of an office campus that served as a corporate headquarters. The applicant proposes to demolish all existing structures and parking areas on the site and redevelop this eastern portion in a single phase. Approximately 48% of the site will remain as open space. The existing wetlands and preservation areas will not be impacted by the proposed redevelopment and will serve as natural buffers to the surrounding properties. The redevelopment complies with applicable setbacks, buffering, landscaping, and environmental regulations, including floodplain and stormwater management requirements. The project includes approximately 610 off-street parking spaces and will provide all required bicycle parking and includes an internal sidewalk network connection of the buildings to one another as well as to the public sidewalk along 118th Avenue North. This redevelopment will require that the applicant construct this new sidewalk. Access to the redevelopment will be provided by 3 vehicular access points from 118th Avenue North designed to help separate truck and passenger vehicle traffic. The passenger vehicle drive aisles in the darker blue are proposed at 60 feet in width, which includes a 24-foot drive lane as well as 18-foot deep 90-degree parking on either side. The loading drive aisles in the lighter blue are proposed to be 180 feet in width, which includes 60-foot wide drive lane for the trucks as well as 60-foot deep loading bays on either side. City staff has reviewed the application and the provided memos and conditions of approval, which are included in this report. The floor plans for the 3 structures are very similar but differ in size. Building 1 is proposed to be roughly about 163,000 square feet. Building 2 will be about 145,000 square feet, and Building 3 is supposed to be about 92,000 square feet. On one side of the structure will serve as primary entrances and provide pedestrian connections, and the other side of the structure will be dedicated to the series of loading bays. Applicant provided elevations. As discussed, all loading bays will be within The structure oriented on the one side and will face each other, and the pedestrian access will be internally oriented to each other. These enlarged elevations will provide clarification on the accented centers of the structures as well as the corners and demonstrate the series of loading bays. The applicant provided a rendered aerial of the proposed development. The rendering helps illustrate the internal orientation of all the loading bays. This internal orientation maintains that the passenger and pedestrian connections oriented to the exterior perimeter of the development and along any visible frontage. More renderings of their intents. No comments or concerns are expressed to the author at the time of the report was prepared. The applicable neighborhood associations and all other property owners within 300 feet were notified, and staff received a total of 4 memos from city staff, which have been included in this report. Based on staff's analysis and the review of the required criteria, staff recommends approval of the site plan subject to the special conditions listed in the report. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Thank you. Applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole McInnes. I'm at Barbas Kramer Law Firm in Tampa. My address is 2002 West Cleveland Street for the record. Not sure what's happening in the formatting of that. The property, staff did a great job, so I will be brief in the presentation. The property is located off of 275 Roosevelt and 118th. It's about 40.95 acres. Here's a snip of our site plan. So the 3 buildings that we are proposing would be warehouse and light industrial buildings, totaling about 400,000 square feet. The existing structures would be demolished. There's 610 proposed parking spaces, an internal and external system for sidewalks, and 3 vehicular access points. Here are the proposed renderings. The property is, and the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's in the industrial, limited, and preservation future land use categories, consistent with the forward Pinellas plan. It's also in an activity center. The proposed FAR is 0.22, and the permitted FAR is 1.37. It's also in the EC1 zoning district and the preservation zoning district. Warehousing, light manufacturing, and accessory outdoor storage are all permitted uses in those areas. There will be no development in the preservation zoning district or preservation future land use. Here's a graphic showing the drives for the project. We are providing adequate parking. There was a note in the transportation memo there would be a parking garage. That is not proposed as part of the project. I think that may have been a holdover from a different memo. So just to be clear, it is 610 surface parking spaces, and we are parking to the warehouse use. A traffic study was included in our report, but it was not required by city staff because of the acceptable level of services surrounding the streets. Drainage, there is significant drainage opportunities on the property. Outlined in blue is the stormwater management areas, in green are existing wetlands, and then in purple is the floodplain compensation areas. Signs will meet city code requirements. Staff showed this area earlier. This was included in our package. The site will be significantly buffered through those natural preservation and wetland areas. From the surrounding development, the property is currently home to the Home Shopping Network corporate campus, so it will be changing from one job generating use to the other. From a compatibility perspective, again, there's a lot of natural buffering on this property that will help buffer to adjacent development. Detrimental effects on the property values. Again, we're changing from one job generating use to another. The surrounding roads have an acceptable level of service, and there are 2 nearby PSTA bus routes. The buffers and open space are significant on the site. We are meeting code requirements for landscape buffering, and in addition, there's 48% open space. City staff is not requiring an archaeological study per condition number 7. There is not a residential use that would trigger any kind of hurricane evacuation issues, and concurrency has been met. Staff is recommending approval, and I have our engineer and the client here if you have any questions, so we look forward to your approval. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
The 48% of permeable area, I think,
It's 48% open space.
open space. Does that include the grade area that says not included in this?
No, it does not. That's a separate phase of the development. That's not part of this application.
So the calculations do not include that?
Correct. It's the wetland area, the stormwater areas, and the floodplain compensation is what makes up that open space calculation.
Is that area gonna be subdivided or?
Yes, so this project, there's a few different parcels out here. So once this is approved and plans are prepared and provided for the western side of the project, it will be subdivided and split up to clean up the parcel boundaries.
It's Greystar.
Just one comment. I just thought it was very well prepared analysis and submittal, so.
I'm assuming it's all tilt wall construction on this?
Yes.
Okay. Which is unusual. A lot of those are very, very minimal glazing. This has significant amount of glazing, especially from the areas you can see from the road. Okay.
Other questions? Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waves?
Applicant, any cross?
No, thank you.
Any closing remarks?
No, staff waves.
Applicant, any closing remarks?
Yep, thank you.
So, it's interesting, we deal with a lot of very small sites, and then we have a 40-acre site, but this checks every single box of what the zoning requires. I actually think this is a no-brainer.
Yeah, the only comment I'll make is, and I'm certainly not an expert at these kind of developments, but these kind of projects, from what I understand, do have a lot more employment than similar warehouse buildings might have 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. That's the glazing. There's sort of a front of a house, back of a house kind of thing that's evolved with these types of buildings, and there's businesses that are putting people working there in the front portions, while the back portions are the trucking and the warehousing and the so warehouses in and of themselves often can be very low employment, but these actually can create a project of the size. There will be a few jobs there.
And the next closest project we had in that area was Great Bay Distribution several years ago, where the big issues having the overhead doors facing any major roadways. The way this is designed, they're not going to be visible from Roosevelt. You have a significant buffer there. A lot of glazing, which makes it much more inviting from the right of way. It's a very well designed site, and it's buried in all warehousing. So.
Yeah. That's right.
I don't know where you go for lunch, but
Motion.
Yeah.
Move approval of site plan to construct 3 warehouse light industrial buildings, subject to special conditions of approval.
Second.
Who was first?
I got Flint written down. I think it was louder. That's why. What are we going with?
We're going with Flint.
Thank you. Reale?
Yes.
Flint?
Yes.
Clemens?
yes.
Griner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battleau?
Yes.
Hugglestone?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is a request for rehearing. This is case number 2554000099, which is 7218 Park Street South. Does staff have a presentation?
So if you'd like, I can provide one. Typically for the request for rehearing, it's usually up to the applicant.
Yeah, it's just
to communicate with the commission to see if a request can be granted.
Okay.
As of yesterday afternoon, additional materials were provided, so I'll be passing those out right now.
Okay.
And those additional materials are in this presentation, correct? Okay. No.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, is it really? Is it on
Yeah,
there?
it will be.
I've got it. Got it, thank you. Thanks.
Everyone ready to proceed, or we need another minute? Okay. Sir, if you can state your name, address, and confirm you've been sworn, and then present your request.
My name is Frank Downs, 7218 Park Street South, and yes, I have been sworn in. So during the initial request for variance, this was December 4th, that a couple things, I understand I need to present the request and not necessarily retry this case, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, if the request is granted, then we would go back into the case.
One of the things that was pointed out during that time by the city, which I was not aware of, was the first item here that this house actually had a front-loading driveway prior to sometime in 2005, and then it was removed. And that was actually part of my request, was to keep the driveway that I purchased with the house. The second, maybe more important point, though, was during discussions by the executives, it was asked whether if this driveway that I had was allowed to stay, that in some kind of redevelopment in the future, that driveway would remain. And the answer was yes. But from all of my research and the exhibits in there, and that there are many numerous houses out there that have been redeveloped, that the driveways go away. New houses are these exhibits here are just a couple down the street from me. So that answer, I felt, could have swayed the decision by the board to go one way versus citing for me. So that's why I'm here asking to be reheard on this matter.
Do you want to go through any of your slides up here?
Well, they have the package. I mean, I can, but
All the same.
yeah, it's all the same.
So this item was the morning of the December 4th hearing, correct?
Yes.
You were chair for that. I wasn't here for this. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this case.
I have a couple of questions of staff, but not of the applicant.
Procedurally, do we need to go through blue cards and the like, or?
Are there any blue cards?
There's not.
Okay, no.
That's it.
Okay. So then we can ask questions at any time, so go ahead.
So I was not here at the December 4th meeting. Am I still allowed to participate in just the decision to grant a rehearing?
Yes.
Okay. And then secondly, on the issue of the driveway, if the driveway was allowed to remain, if the property was redeveloped, is there clarity on that? Would an existing driveway have to be removed if the house is redeveloped?
Yes.
On this case, and I'm going to reiterate because a lot of folks weren't here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the applicant, through no fault of their own, went under contract on a home. I believe during the due diligence period while I was under contract, it was found that I believe it's a house flipper, had renovated the interior of the home without permits. You found that out. You have money escrowed for correction of those non-permitted changes to the interior house. Apparently, it wasn't disclosed to you at that time that they were caught with the interior work. They also didn't disclose that they built a brand-new driveway in the front without a permit also. It was also part of the evidence at that time and the presentation that, yes, there had been a prior driveway off of Park Street. That driveway had been removed and had been gone for a period of years. There's a driveway off to the north side of your home. You live at a dogleg of an alley where you have an alley behind the home and the alley runs along the north side of the home. You have a driveway that's in the front yard that comes off of that side alley, and that had remained. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And during the hearing, it was presented by staff, everybody, that yes, once that driveway in the front went away, it's done. It's not grandfathered in. It can't be rebuilt. But in this case, a house flipper renovated the interior without permits and built a driveway without permits. And we decided as part of the case, based upon, yes, we saw the aerial photos, that the code does not allow a front driveway if it has the driveway access. Is that essentially what the testimony was back in December?
Yes. Are you asking me what you discussed, or?
Yeah, I mean, am I basically correct in what we discussed back in December?
In a nutshell, yes. The driveway wasn't disclosed, or wasn't discovered until after we closed on the home. So that was discovered by the people that came out and did a site visit from the city to determine what was the violations that needed to be corrected. So that's the part of the driveway, yes.
So are you presenting these to show that there had been a driveway before on the property?
Well, so I'm not sure what you have in your hand. This is actually what I've submitted to be discussed today. But part of that is actually my presentation would have been if I'm actually being reheard. I didn't understand at the time that I needed to only present why I should be reheard, and not go through the case all over again.
Yeah, in our packet, it has some older aerial photos showing that there had been a driveway in the front.
Correct.
And that it had been removed.
Correct.
Is this something that you resubmitted to us?
Yes, that's in this packet that I just resubmitted today. It was one part
This is evidence that we already took into account in
that
December.
I wasn't aware of, though, until the city presented it as proof that there used to be a driveway there. So I'm being asked to present information that I wasn't able to know about prior to that. And at that time, I didn't know what to address at that moment, nor did I really know what to address in this meeting. So I'm coming back here today to ask to be reheard, but I think the more important fact here is my second point, and that is it was discussed that if this driveway were to be allowed and the house were to be redeveloped, the driveway would remain, but that's not the case. The driveway would go away.
What was meant by that is, from my recollection, is that if you grant a variance on a property, it lives with the property in perpetuity. So if we were to grant the variance of a driveway, the driveway lives, right? It doesn't, once the house is rebuilt, redeveloped, it doesn't get removed. That was the point.
Somewhere I've never seen that.
That is what a variance
I'm not a
is.
lawyer. I only read what I can read through it. I'm just a homeowner. So
Right, so-
I don't see anything about that in the code.
Well, that's what variances do. They live with the land, with the property, and I can let the lawyers on the board confirm or deny this.
Yeah, so I mean, we're getting a little bit of a back and forth here, but and I understand that you're not as used to the procedures as someone on the commission might be, or staff, or those things, but we're still bound by those. And the requirements, I have the code up here for the rehearing, and I'm going to paraphrase them, but a faulty notification, new evidence which could not have been discovered before the hearing, or a substantial change in circumstance. I wasn't at that hearing, but nothing that is being presented today seems to meet any of those three criteria. And so if anyone on the commission has comments specific to those three items, let's bring those up. But otherwise, that's what we have to base our decision on today.
Yeah, I mean, I was there, and I think I may have been the only vote in favor of granting the variance, but I'm struck by, I mean, we really don't have anything new today that I've heard or seen that would justify a rehearing. And I say that with incredible sympathy for the situation, but again, being bound by the standard for rehearing, I don't believe those are met by what's in front of us.
Yeah, I think it's like up to however you interpret new evidence. You know, what's new? It was new to the applicant, maybe on the hearing day, but not new to the staff. And so I feel for him in that sense. Maybe he was caught off guard and unable to respond. But I don't know word for word if that satisfies the intent of.
I mean, I think that the code is deliberately narrow here, right? So it's not just new evidence; it's which could not have been discovered.
Could not have been discovered.
Yeah, not even not being aware.
Could not have.
Like could not have been discovered, and I mean that's where I'm going to land on this. I don't know if other people have thoughts, but
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think I'm not sure what the knowledge of the aerials from 2002 would have contributed to the case.
But that's also getting into substance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not being
I'm
argumentative
about
with
substance.
you. Yeah, I know, right? But I'm
just saying that we were presented this information during the hearing, and it was utilized, so it wouldn't change my opinion. We already saw this evidence.
I think I'll entertain a motion.
Before we do that,
Yeah.
just reminder, or can you remind us what, because the motion.
Oh, that's right. So to be clear, a yes vote would approve the rehearing. A no vote would deny the rehearing, correct?
Yes, you would move to grant the request for a rehearing.
Okay. All right. So I would move approval of a rehearing for approval of a after-the-fact variance for a front-loading driveway, maximum driveway dimensions, and maximum front yard impervious surface ratio.
Second.
Reale?
No.
Flynn?
No.
Clemens?
No.
Griner?
No.
Conroy?
No.
Badalow?
No.
Hugglestone?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. Kayla, the blue cards, are they, I'm just wondering if we're taking a break now or moving forward. Are there any blue cards so far for the next
These
one?
are for case 9, and I have a single one for case 10.
Okay, so we're going to move forward with 8 then, and we'll take a break after 8. So this is item 8, case number 2554000091, 2716 2nd Street North. Commissioner Conroy has a conflict noted in the agenda on this item.
I'm having conflicts on my computer. There we go. Ready?
Siobhan Chambliss of the Zoning Division. The subject property is a corner lot located in the historic Old Northeast neighborhood. It is located on 28th Avenue North between 2nd and 4th Streets North. As a bit of background, the subject property is zoned NT3, which is neighborhood traditional single family. Again, it is a corner lot that was developed in 1939 with a 2-story garage apartment located at the rear third of the property, as seen in the survey provided. In December of 2024, a building permit was provided correction comments, citing that the first floor of the building was originally recognized as a garage and that a proposed conversion of the space would exceed the gross floor area allowance under current code to convert or allow an after-the-fact conversion of the garage into an accessory dwelling unit. In 2022, Section 16.50.010.5.2 of the Land Development Regulations was amended to state that The gross floor area of an accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 800 square feet, and all areas under roof may not exceed 67% of the floor area of the principal dwelling unit. Currently, the original second floor was approved as a dwelling unit. The second floor has an approximate floor area of 749 square feet. The proposed first floor accessory dwelling unit will have a floor area of approximately 673 square feet. Again, 67% is the allowable limit. This would approximate an 88% floor area for the first floor, which is about 21% over the allowable size. This application cites that there are physical limitations in the first floor that prohibit compliance with the 67% standard. Now here are images of existing conditions from the property from its front and street side yards. Here we have a floor plan that is provided by the applicant. This shows the interior space for a living room, a laundry room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, along with elevations for the building. A review of the subject block and surrounding blocks was conducted for properties that were all zoned NT3. Any properties to the west along 4th Street were excluded because of their CCT1 zoning. An evaluation of the subject block and surrounding blocks was completed to assess the degree of compatibility with the request with the development pattern expressed by the neighborhood. The study area excluded properties subject to the following, the subject area excluded properties of the subject and surrounding blocks that were not zoned in T3. Of the 17 lots on the subject block, excluding the subject lot, only 3 of the properties were developed as single-family homes with accessory dwelling units. All 3 of the properties were found to have their accessory dwelling units within compliance of the 67% standard. Using data obtained from the city's permitting database and from the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office, 82% of the subject blocks in T3 zone lots have been developed with single-family homes, and none of the properties on the subject block were developed with multifamily uses. In reviewing the subject block and the surrounding blocks, 110 lots were identified that were zoned in T3, excluding the subject lot. And of these 110 lots, 95 lots, or 86% of them, were developed with single-family homes. 10 of the lots, or 9%, were developed with single-family homes with accessory dwelling units, and 5% of the lots were developed with grandfathered multifamily uses. None of the 10 dwelling units in observance appear to exceed the 67% floor area. Here we have images of surrounding properties and another image of the subject. Pursuant to the review criteria, it has been concluded that given the special conditions, these are not the results of applicant actions, as the property and the intended use were presented at the time of purchase. A literal enforcement of the provisions of the chapter would allow for a new single-family home to be constructed in front of the existing building. These provisions also allow for additions and alterations to the existing building that are permitted within code without variance requests. Strict application of these provisions would not result in the creation of a hardship. The existing second floor dwelling unit may continue its use uninterrupted as originally approved, and the request is found not to be the minimum necessary to make a reasonable use of the property. In terms of harmony with the chapter, the request appears to be inconsistent with the purpose and intent of the chapter, as the analysis of the subject block and the surrounding blocks was conducted to determine if the subject and surrounding blocks had been developed in a similar manner. This evaluation concluded that the request was not displayed in the area. The request does not appear to be injurious to public welfare or to neighboring properties, and the reasons set forth in the application do not appear to justify the granting of the variance. With respect to public comments, the neighborhood association and all property owners within 300 feet were notified of the request, and 7 signatures were obtained by the applicant in support of the request. One public comment was received in support of the request by the applicant, which have been provided. I have copies available before the commission. In conclusion, the zoning division recommends denial of the requested variance, and I'm available for questions.
Questions for staff?
Two. One is, in my printed copy, the floor plan is not legible, so,
I have copies available.
okay, I'd like to either see it up here, or if you've got a copy available, that'd be great, Mr. Chambliss. And then second is, what is the intent of the percentage limitation to, I understand the size, I can understand the justification for the 800 square feet. I'm having trouble understanding the rationale. And in some ways you could say, well, that doesn't matter, but it's helpful to make judgments.
I agree.
Regarding variances when you understand the rationale. So what is the rationale of limiting it as a percentage?
So, I mean, our code never had a definitive percentage. It was always perceived to be just less than. So it was always like 49.51. And the previous director, looking at the code and analyzing, kind of came up with the 67% for the 60/40. I mean, it's, you know, new construction. What's considered a primary, what's considered an accessory. Feeling that, you know, 60% it seems like a majority of the use, 40% seems more the smaller accessory function. And so that was the intent, was it wasn't going to be 49.51 because that's de minimis, as Commissioner Flynn said earlier. You know, where we felt 60/40 was more appropriate.
Is that a written criteria?
It is it in code now?
It is in the code now.
As of
2022.
Yep.
And then in the narrative, it states that, and I can ask this of the applicant, but just to get the city's understanding on this, that it appeared that the accessory dwelling unit has existed for more than 30 years, but it was never, it had not had an occupational license or was not permitted according to the city records?
Correct. We had found no permits of the garage enclosure.
Or occupational license. Do you have to have an occupational license for renting an ADU?
Depends if it's homeowner occupied or not, homesteaded. So homesteaded, no.
No.
You know, if it's rental for
Okay.
units, yes.
Okay.
Which the applicant also has a letter which I think speaks to something that the commissioner just mentioned about the history of the building, so I'll pass those out.
If it was determined that it was a legal unit, would the 2022 change still apply, or would it be grandfathered?
I mean, if the unit was legal, and for some reason, well, I guess it would come down to if we'd be going through a reinstatement,
right,
potentially of a unit, and we've had units that maybe didn't meet the 60/40. It was legally constructed at some time ago. It didn't maintain a business tax license, say if it was required to, and we might have to just reinstate it because it doesn't meet the current ADU standards.
Okay, and that may be a hypothetical, so I don't want to go too far down that road.
Was there a single-family home on the lot previously?
There was not. So the property card calls the structure a garage apartment, kind of along the early development lines where snowbirds would come down and build an accessory dwelling unit over the garage and leave room for a single family home later. Okay. So it's one of those cases where that could have been a scenario, hypothetically, and then the house was just never built.
Yeah, I mean, I think that question is just sort of, we don't, with these types of lots, we're usually seeing development can maximize, right? This is pretty unique to have a lot in that area that has just the small portion. Other questions? Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lauren Rubenstein with law firm of Hillward Henderson.
600 Cleveland Street, Suite 800, Clearwater, Florida. I have been sworn. I'm here on behalf of the property owner and the applicant for the property located at 2716 2nd Street North. And as you just heard, it is a variance to allow an accessory dwelling unit to exceed 67% of the gross floor area of a principal dwelling. The property is located on 28th Avenue North and 2nd Street North on a corner lot. And I want to take a minute to just go over some of the history, because I think the history here is very important to understanding why a lot of these standards, I believe, have been met for granting the variance and the unique situation with the property as well as the structure involved. So the property was platted back in 1910, and the subject lot was developed in 1939 as that 2-room apartment over a 2-car garage on the property cards. But what is missing from some of this history that we've been able to gather from some of the neighbors and looking at the property cards that are corresponding for lots 2 and 3 in this subdivision is that this was built as a garage with a 2-car apartment, and then there was a larger single-family home that was located on lots 2 and 3. That was at some point demolished. Records are not clear, but all the lots split up, and 2 single-family homes were constructed in the late 70s on lot 2 and 3. And this subject property was split and just left as the 2-car garage with the apartment underneath, or over top, I should say. We do have a letter from Paul Stavros, who is actually one of the owners that bought the house next door in 1979. And unfortunately, Paul was not able to be with us today, but he did send in a written letter, and I'd just like to go over it. I think it's very important what's included in it. So it says, I'm writing to voice my support for the variance requested for the property located at 2716 2nd Street North. I own the adjacent property located at 210 28th Avenue North and have lived here since 1979. The subject property has had 2 units since I moved in next door. The owner at the time was Luther Kirk. He occupied the 2nd floor. On the ground floor lived Nancy Thomas, whom I believe was his dear friend. When Luther passed some 5 to 7 years ago, he left the property to Nancy Thomas. Nancy eventually decided to move to an assisted living and put the property up for sale. New owner does not live at the property, but has rented the 2nd floor unit to a very nice young lady. The ground floor unit is quite lovely, as Nancy renovated it before she sold it. I encourage the city to approve this request. So my clients purchased the property in 22 after Miss Nancy put the property up for sale. They'd lived in the neighborhood since 2011. They'd always seen it and known it as a 2-unit dwelling. They bought it. They had nothing to suspect otherwise at the time. And in fact, they put a lot of money into this property right away. They did a substantial deck renovation that was all permitted through the city, costs over $50,000. Certainly not something they would have done if they'd had any idea that the ground floor unit wasn't a legal dwelling. It actually didn't come to their attention until they came in to get a separate mailing address because they wanted to make things easier for the tenants. That's when it came to light that it was not an approved dwelling unit. My clients have not rented the bottom floor since they became aware of it. So they're certainly here with clean hands, but yet seeking an after-the-fact variance. So I just want to make that really clear. It was not something that they were aware of. Here are the floor plans. The upstairs unit is 749 square feet. That's considered the primary dwelling. And so this is a unique situation because we're looking at a unit that's only 673 square feet, well under the 800 square foot requirement, but it does exceed the 67% threshold due to how small that primary dwelling is. In order to meet code, it would have to be reduced to 501 square feet or less. And there are some structural issues that would prevent that from being feasible. There is in your packet a letter from Phrase Designs. They have looked at it. The easy way to eliminate some square footage here, right, would be to get rid of that bedroom and just make it essentially a studio apartment. Unfortunately, the bathroom is only accessible through the bedroom. So to create a new access to the bathroom, you could do that from the main area, but you would have to remove a fireplace that has a chimney that goes up through the 2nd floor as well. So from a structural and feasibility standpoint, it's completely impractical, a true hardship. It's a 1939 structure. As you all know, that wouldn't make sense. Instead, it would be a complete, redevelopment of the project if that was the case, right? So you are guided by the criteria in your code. We've heard it many times today. I'm not going to read it all to you. So getting into the specifics, as to special conditions that exist which are peculiar to the land, building, or structures involved, this is a situation where it is trying to utilize an existing building on site, been here since 1939, and we know the 2 units have existed for about half a century, so longer than even the 30 years originally estimated in that once we got the information from Paul Stravos that lives next door that in 1979 both units existed. It is a substandard lot, as is noted in the staff report. It is a historic it's a contributing resource to the National Register Historic District for the neighborhood. There is significant vegetation on site: 4 live oaks, 4 laurel oaks, 4 queen palms, 4 sable palms, and 2 juniper trees. There's quite a lot of green area in the front, which we don't see a lot of. If the variance is not granted and they had to build an entire new single-family home, we all know that, unfortunately, all of those trees would not be able to remain. They're all where that single-family home would be. Special conditions are not the result of the actions of the applicant. I think that's clear from the history. Owing to the special conditions, the literal enforcement of this chapter would result in an unnecessary hardship. Really, those structural limitations prevent altering that downstairs unit to less than 500 square feet is why there is an unnecessary hardship here, as well as just trying to utilize this 1939 structure. Strict applications would provide the applicant with no mean for reasonable use of the land, buildings, or structures involved. Both units are necessary to make this 1939 structure financially viable and justify the preservation of that existing structure. Unfortunately, that's just the economics of it. The variance requested is the minimum variance that will make possible of the use of the structure. As stated above, there's structural limitations. We can't reduce it to the 500 feet. It's what's existing. It's what's been existing for half a century. The granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of this chapter. I think this aligns exactly with the stated purpose of a variance in your code, which says it's to ensure that no property, because of special circumstances applicable to it, shall be deprived of privileges commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district. There's other ADUs. You had a very thorough review from staff of other ADUs in the neighborhood. Just because those ADUs don't exceed 67% threshold, to me, that's exactly why this is a variance request, right? Is it shouldn't be something that generally happens all throughout the zoning district. Otherwise, the zoning code's not very reasonable. It's based on these special circumstances. It's what's peculiar to the property, and that's what we have here. It's also the purpose and intent of the accessory dwelling units. In the code, it reads, accessory dwelling units are a recognized element of our neighborhoods and provide a variety of housing types. So under the next criteria where we talk about is it injurious or detrimental to the neighborhood? No, it's allowing this 1939 structure to remain as it's been. It provides those alternative, more affordable housing options in the neighborhood. All of the neighbors that were contacted voiced support, including all of the surrounding property owners and next door, Mr. Paul Stravos. And the reasons set forth in the application justify the granting of the variance. So for all of the reasons we've talked about today, I do believe you have competent, substantial evidence on which you can rely for the granting of the variance. There was a comment in the staff report that they were concerned that granting this variance would create precedents for allowing ADUs to exceed 67%. The case law is clear on that a variance is peculiar to the property in question. It doesn't create precedents for granting it. That's Elwin versus City of Miami. You also have City of Jacksonville versus Taylor, where variance decisions must be based on the governing criteria, not prior approvals. So looking at your criteria that we've looked at several times, you're looking at those criteria doesn't at any point take into account whether you've granted similar variances. So with that, I thank you. I'd like to introduce the case file application and backup documentation into the record of this proceeding. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you all for your time. We look forward to your approval.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
Of this 673 square feet, I think, Is the utility closet contributing towards that square footage,
It does.
even though it's not necessarily, why would that necessarily be considered part of the apartment since it does not have an entrance to the apartment? Why could that not be considered a storage closet for the house above?
I apologize. I don't think the utility closet is included, but that area that has the laundry and the electrical in it is. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
It's a relatively big utility closet behind it.
Yes.
That's one of my,
That doesn't count.
that does not count. Okay, thank you.
That would have made it a lot easier.
Well, just trying to find something.
I wish.
Other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. And you said no blue cards? No. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Staff, excuse me, staff waives.
Do you have any cross-examination questions?
No.
Do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waives.
Do you have any closing remarks?
The applicant would like to provide some closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Just to be brief, we are residents of the Old Northeast.
I'm sorry, you do have to introduce yourself. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Name, address.
My name is Curtis Cafiso. Our address is 136 26th Avenue North, St. Pete, 33704.
And you've been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Okay. As I was noting, my wife and I are residents of the Old Northeast. We're working towards building our retirement in the Old Northeast. Was one of the reasons we bought the house we currently live in, why we've invested a great deal of time and money in renovating it. When we saw this property one morning up for sale, we saw an opportunity to preserve a property, but also to give us some opportunities to complete renovations on our existing home. So we saw the opportunity for it to serve multiple purposes. Once we started finding out about this problem, we put all of those plans on hold, rented the upstairs floor so that we could at least get some kind of income to impact the financial side of the equation that's going on. We're not developers. We're not flippers. Our intentions on this were clean. And I think what we would ask is that you folks look at the history of this property as I've dived into it to understand what happened and how we wound up with this version of the property that exists today. There is no practical way to impose the code on the property without literally tearing the building down. So I think we've done our best to present to you. I think Lauren has done a very thorough job of giving you guys all the information. I just ask that you work with us on preserving the property and not putting any further financial hardship on us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go into executive session. So often these variances are based on something peculiar about the property itself, right? In this case, it's the structure, but the structure is so old and we have evidence that it was converted so long ago that I think that that's acceptable to be considering the structure.
I actually had a question for that because usually I think of property, unusual shape, tree in the middle of the property as justification. But in this kind of a case, because of the specific criteria, can the structure itself be part of the criteria for it?
I mean, we can confirm with council if they disagree, but
Yes, so the language in the code says you should consider special conditions that exist which are peculiar to the land, building, or other structure.
Okay, yeah, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that the code ever contemplated this happening.
I have a question for staff, Corey. Let's say if this were approved, so now you have a principal and an ADU. If they wanted to, or anybody in the future wanted to build another residence on the property, would they have to eliminate one or potentially both of these dwelling units?
At least one at this point, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Which I think would be fair at that point. Right?
Yeah. At that point, you're going from a single family with an ADU to a triplex, and
yeah. I have two comments. One is just, I do think it's, and this is not really relevant to the decision, but I do think our criteria for ADUs is kind of weird, that we're almost forcing someone who wants to have an ADU to build a bigger house than they might need or want for themselves. And what's wrong with two 800 square foot units? Why do we necessarily are saying that the house in front has to be 1,200 square feet if someone has an 800 square foot ADU? But more particularly this case, I thought the presentation that the applicant made was very good. I do have one point of disagreement. I do think this would set a precedent for other 1939 buildings that are historic resources in a historic building, in a historic district. So, but short of that, I don't think it's necessarily setting a precedent.
Yeah, the code is trying, whatever the reason for the size is, right? The code is trying to prevent someone from starting from scratch with this or converting, right? And it just doesn't seems like this has been in place long enough that we don't have other situations.
I mean, yeah, I view this as a grandfathered in condition. Also, okay, we could chop this house up and make it work on paper, but does it really change? It wouldn't even, exactly. I mean, I think it would just be, it would end up being a waste, ultimately, of space.
And we don't know how and when the garage got converted to an apartment.
Yeah.
But based on the letter we received from Mr. Stavros, I think the reason it had never been, the special relationship between the two, the owner above and the Ms. Thomas below, is why it was never sort of recorded, or as an occupational license was ever recorded.
Well, and then I guess lastly, to put a bow on this, but often with variances we're saying, well, this is going to run with the land. Well, but I don't think there's any harm in that, because if this structure is destroyed for some reason, I think for one, it's extremely unlikely it'll be built this way again, and two, even if it was, I don't know what the harm is.
Right. Well, and as Commissioner Flint's question confirmed, you can't build a main house in front of it without taking this one away.
There's 2 units on the house, and I think that there's a lot of value, again, in preserving historic structures and also providing affordable housing options. So I think it's a win-win.
This is unique.
Good point.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Clemens that, it's kind of a maybe arbitrary, the ADU percentage, and, this one doesn't really fit into it. The only question that I had was, the land trust bought this in 2022, and it's clearly an investment. And did I understand that they didn't know that it was not permitted for a set? So it seems like an investor, buying a 2-unit building would kind of research that. It's not homestead, it's clearly an investment. So I kind of look at them and go, well, they have a little bit of culpability here and getting involved in it. But at the same time,
Culpability, but clean hands, right? They bottom unit.
Exactly.
They're not a developer, they're not flippers, they don't do this routinely.
Exactly. So, but I think that, the biggest thing that I have is what Commissioner Clemens, I think, was getting at is, this ADU, if it's 59% or 60% or 40%, it's, it's an old building that, kind of predates a lot of those decisions. So
if it was like 900 square feet, we might have a different, if it was over the 800 square foot threshold, we might have a different discussion today.
Agreed.
The city has to have a percentage of sizes here, and 67% for ADU, I think, is reasonable.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you shave 50 feet off the backside of this thing, nobody's going to notice it from the street. All you're really doing is potentially harming a tenant looking for decent housing in that neighborhood and shaving 50 feet off or
You just
whatever.
walk outside to go to the bathroom.
No, that was that last.
Okay, with that, motion, please.
I move approval of an after-the-fact variance to allow an accessory dwelling unit to exceed 67% of the gross floor area of a principal dwelling, subject to special conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Reale,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Reiner,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Huddleston.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we have a significant, we've been going for a couple hours now, and we have a significant significant number of blue cards in the next one, so I think it's a good time to take a break. Let's try and keep it short. So, 10-minute break, and let's start on time at 53 after.
Yep.
Break for 10 minutes.
Okay, the next item is case 25540000112, 1008 Montrose Boulevard North.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Larimore, Planner 2 for the Zoning Division, presenting case number 25540000112, and I have been sworn. The subject property is located at 1008 Montrose Boulevard North, an interior property in the Allendale neighborhood. The property is comprised of one platted lot and portions of 3 other originally platted lots, originally platted in 1925. The property was last purchased in April 2025 with a demo permit for the previous home approved in May and a new home permit approved in June of last year. The property is zoned Neighborhood Traditional 1, is 77 feet wide at the front property line, and is approximately 6,200 square feet in size. The application today seeks approval of a variance to remove the requirement for construction of a public sidewalk along the front property line. The new single-family home construction permit was approved in June of last year, and the home is currently under construction. The approved site plan submitted in the new home permit plans shows the code-required 4-foot wide public sidewalk to be constructed in conjunction with the redevelopment of the property. This is the site plan with the sidewalk shown in yellow. In the subdivision subsection of Chapter 16 of the Land Development Regulations, any NT zone property is required to maintain existing, or where none exists, install a public sidewalk when the property is redeveloped. Since the subject property is on a local street, the sidewalk is to be a minimum width of 4 feet wide. Given the 77 feet of property width at the front property line, roughly 308 square feet of sidewalk is to be installed, including the 16 feet intersecting the driveway and the 4-foot wide walkway connecting the home to the street. There are 2 shade trees in the right-of-way in front of the subject property where the sidewalk would be installed, 1 sweet gum tree and 1 laurel oak. Both are protected species per city code. Both trees have been examined by the city's urban forester, whom determined that both trees are candidates for removal if needed, having displayed evidence of already declining health. The single-family permits landscape plan also contains 3 new trees for planting, thus not requiring a replant if these 2 right-of-way trees were to be removed after the sidewalk install. When a property in an NT district is redeveloped, there are 3 options to address the sidewalk requirement. Previously, a newly developed NT property would either need to install the sidewalk as per code or request a variance to the requirement. A new third option, in lieu of fee option, was established by City Council in the July 2025 LDR updates. This would allow for a payment be made to an established sidewalk fund in lieu of installing the sidewalk if the property meets certain criteria in the code. The applicant has chosen to not pursue the in lieu of application and instead seek a variance. Regarding public comment on this application, the Allendale Neighborhood Association supports the variance and has established that they discourage sidewalk installation throughout the neighborhood as a whole. No inquiries or comments from the citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations were received, nor any comments or inquiries from the general public. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found that the request generally does not meet the guiding criteria of the code. This analysis is expounded upon in the published staff report before you. And therefore, based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the zoning division staff recommends denial of the variance request subject to the conditions outlined in the published staff report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
The criteria you showed for the payment in lieu, Did you make any determination on, when you say they decided not to apply for it, but have you made a determination if they would qualify?
I did route this application to engineering and city transportation, as I would have with in lieu of application, and they did review it and make comment as an attachment in the staff report there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to connect that dot. Yeah.
Yeah, they, again, though, they viewed this as a variance rather than the in lieu of sidewalk application, so I'm not sure if that, determines if it would have been different if it was an in lieu of application or not.
So,
Yeah.
got it. So in other words, you don't have a determination that it could have.
Yeah, again, it was viewed as a variance rather than in lieu of. They did, the application would meet 3 of the 4. The unique conditions wasn't really explored, however,
Did you do a calculation on what the approximate fee on the fee payment would be?
I did. So if the full 308 square feet, which is the whole 77 by 4, it comes out to a little over $12,000. But if you exclude the 12-foot wide driveway and the 4-foot wide sidewalk, or the walkway, that would be constructed otherwise, it comes out to a little less than $10,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would have thought that it would apply for the special conditions of the site because it's in the Allendale neighborhood, which has a policy, I thought, of not wanting, but is that official, like a neighborhood plan? Is that officially in a neighborhood plan?
Not codified with.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, applicant?
Craig Taraski from the applicant. So we're here today requesting a variance for the sidewalk requirement for 1008 Montrose Boulevard North. This is in the Allendale neighborhood. That's extremely significant in this case. That's one of the conditions that make this situation unique and that justifies the variance. And again, this is a variance to the subdivision requirements, and in your code it has that we have a peculiar condition and that unnecessary hardship that would make it impossible or impractical, not impossible, impractical, which is also meaningful. And then you have your general variance criteria, which we've gone through many times over today, so I'll try to streamline that discussion. We're talking about properties in the same zone and vicinity. Zone is NT1. Vicinity is the Allendale neighborhood. This is platted as the first unit of Monticello Park subdivision recorded in 1925. Here's the subdivision plat with the subject property highlighted. We're NT1 zoning district. Again, Allendale. Going through your standards of review, that the established character of this neighborhood includes the absence of sidewalks. This neighborhood feels very strongly about that the lack of sidewalks contributes significantly to the character of the neighborhood. The wide front yards, the green front yards give it a very park-like feel with wonderful tree canopy. The construction of sidewalks, especially with these redevelopments, will result in sidewalks to nowhere, just disconnected segments, and just as staff was going over the site plan and the potential for loss of trees, I mean, even if they may be declining health, that decline could happen over decades. So to exacerbate the loss of tree canopy as well would be harmful to the neighborhood. The nearest sidewalk to the subject property is approximately 575 feet away at 44th Avenue North in MLK. Here's a map showing that pedestrian path from the subject property to the nearest connectable sidewalk. The applicants own this property since April 2025. Again, they didn't create this special condition. The plat was recorded in 25, and the lots were developed in the 50s and 60s. The city, prior to the adoption of the payment in lieu option, the city approved sidewalk variances with these new construction in Allendale administratively as a streamline. So you would not have even seen them unless they were appealed, which they never were, because the neighbors and the neighborhood association were supporting all these. So these variances, prior to the adoption of the payment in lieu, these variance applications were processed, streamlined, and approved administratively. So the only change between that situation and those conditions and today is the opening of another door, the adoption of the payment in lieu process, which just opens another door. Those code amendments to open up that option did not foreclose upon the other options that are available, and even staff acknowledge that the variance is still available if you meet the criteria. We have an email in the file, part of the application, that the Allendale Neighborhood Association supports the application and has supported the previous applications. I did one last year right before the adoption of the payment in lieu, right across the street at 1001 Montrose, the exact same conditions, the exact same scenario, except for there was no payment in lieu option back then, and that application was approved administratively streamlined. Again, just to reiterate, these isolated segments of sidewalk would be sidewalks to nowhere that detract from the character of the neighborhood, potentially exacerbating the loss of tree canopy. The payment in lieu, this 12,320 was the full 77 linear feet, or the 308 square feet. Admittedly, I did not recalculate for the segments that would still be constructed as part of the driveway apron and whatnot. I think the Michael testified that the payment in lieu would be approximately $9,000. This is a new build. Canopy Homes is the builder. They were carrying a budget of $7.50 per square foot for sidewalk. And the explanation I received from staff when questioning where did staff come up with the 40 feet or whatever the current payment, I think it's 40 feet per square foot. It was because there's other mobilization, there's survey, stakeout, there's other things involved with creating the sidewalk. Well, there's some efficiency when you're building your house. You've got a concrete truck on site, you've got stakeout done. So adding 4-foot wide sidewalk, there's significant cost efficiencies in doing it while you're building the house. And that cost savings is huge. So assuming the payment in lieu option is approximately $9,000 or $10,000, just going by the cost, the $7.50 square foot would be approximately $8,000. I'm sorry, approximately $2,300, a savings of approximately $8,000. And I've received other quotes from other contractors, including my own contractor who's doing my house, and those cost savings versus the payment in lieu range from $6,000 to $8,000 of savings to put the sidewalk in. And when you're building a house, that's meaningful money, and there could be people or spec builders that decide they're not going to come in and request the variance. They don't want to pay that exorbitant fee for the payment in lieu. They're just going to build the sidewalk. So you have the potential, if you don't consider Allendale special and unique, that's the unique characteristic, that you could have these isolated sidewalk segments coming into Allendale. And nobody wants that, and that would significantly detract from the character and the value of that neighborhood. There's also a question of legality. So if this neighborhood does not want sidewalks and there's payments made into a fund, should the city decide to initiate some attempt to install sidewalks in Allendale, presumption is that it would be met with resistance. So if that money is being exacted from the applicants and the developers and the homeowners that are building, and it's not going into Allendale, I don't know that it passes the nexus test for a prohibited exaction under, is it Florida statutes section 70.45 defines prohibited exactions that lack essential nexus to a legitimate public purpose and that are not roughly proportionate to the impacts of the proposed use. Sidewalks have a public purpose. It's not the first one. It's that second prong of the nexus, the second prong of the test, that it's roughly proportionate to the impacts of the use. If there's never going to be sidewalk in front of that house, it seems silly to charge them $10,000 for a sidewalk. And that goes to the unreasonableness of this, the ask of installing it per code. You're forcing builders, homeowners to construct or face a financial decision on whether to construct an isolated segment of sidewalk to nowhere, potentially having to remove trees to accommodate that sidewalk. The granting of variance will be in harmony with the general purpose intent. This is the purpose of intent of the subdivision requirements, because we're looking at a variance from the subdivision section of the code. The intent is to ensure orderly layout, appropriate use of the land, safe, convenient, economic circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, to provide suitable, amenable, and well-planned neighborhoods, and to help conserve and protect the physical and economic resources of the city. This is a highly desirable neighborhood, and part of that desirability of it is the characteristic, the park-like setting, the lush, large green front yards and the tree canopy. And that just goes to whether it would be injurious or detrimental to the public welfare. We have the support of Allendale Neighborhood Association, and we've got the slew. I think there's been over a dozen of previously approved streamlined variances for the exact same ask. So I'll ask you for your approval of this variance, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for the applicant?
Do you believe that the payment in lieu is a flawed ordinance, or it just doesn't apply because of the unique character of Allendale, or both of the above?
Seems like, no, I think the tool is good to have the tool. The price might not be reasonable, it might not be set correctly, but having that tool I think is good. I think there could be other scenarios where it makes perfect sense. In portions of Shore Acres, it could be meaningful in that the city can pool this money, and then instead of having isolated segments, they can come in and do entire blocks at a time and have connectable, walkable sidewalks. I think there's a situation here where the variance mechanism works perfectly. It's just to acknowledge that Allendale and the way it's been developed, and part of the character is the lack of sidewalks. And to acknowledge that, I think, works fine within the context of the code.
And I'm not an attorney, so the dual nexus is a term and a concept I'm not familiar with, but then Allendale would be somehow treated special in its own case, then that people building houses would not have to build sidewalks or help contribute to a sidewalk pattern throughout the city, that I don't only live in my neighborhood. The city might use that money to build along ML King, or feeder streets down to ML King.
That's the how you evaluate that second prong.
Right.
Yeah.
So because it may not ever go on to Monticello, does not mean that it may not be a sidewalk that, as a resident of Allendale, that I would use if I'm in an adjacent commercial district, or yeah, I mean, you bring up a lot of interesting issues, and this is the first time I've had to think about them. The whole intent of the payment in lieu is almost something that came out of discussions, because we have seen these cases. These cases were not routinely and always streamlined, and the sidewalk to nowhere is a common argument, but you've got to start somewhere has been a common response by the DRC when we've enforced it. Now, it's clear that Allendale doesn't want to even start. We understand that, or I understand that, but I mean, I just wanted to get a clarification on your argument today regarding the payment in lieu. So thank you.
Sure.
I had a similar question. So I'm assuming that, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason you are not opting for the payment in lieu is because you don't want the eventuality of a sidewalk in your front yard, whether you pay for it or the city pays for it. And then, stop me if I'm getting out of turn, or this should be part of executive session, but I guess that leads me to another question for whomever, staff, legal, and I can't remember if we've discussed this on the previous hearing on this case. If a variance was approved, would the city still have the ability with their sidewalk program to come back and put one there anyhow?
Right away.
Yep. Mr. Reality beat me to it.
So if it's not, so if your reason for not paying the, what I assume for the applicant is a small amount for the payment in lieu program is because of that, then it's really not a...
That's an entirely separate battle. That's not before you today. I would also argue that $10,000 isn't a small amount.
Probably what your fee is for this, but yeah.
We should limit the questions now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question real quick. You're familiar with it. You mentioned it, the change last October. The criteria for when is sidewalk construction required doesn't have anything in it that just tells you what districts it's in, and I'm sure you're very familiar with it. Doesn't have anything to say about whether the area wants it or not, if the neighborhood association. And I appreciate that Allendale is a beautiful neighborhood, and I appreciate the beauty of their streets and everything. But the criteria that you were kind of pulling out, it's not in the land development regulations. These are when sidewalks are required, and as we mentioned earlier, here's an option in lieu of doing that in certain circumstances and a payment. How is this different? I mean, again, I'm sorry, I don't follow how this is really a lot different, because it is in the land development regulations. There's 3 criteria, and this one seems like
So it's the distance from the connecting sidewalk, that's unique. It's the characteristic of the subdivision itself, the lack of sidewalks is unique. And the other about the support of the neighborhood and the desire of the neighborhood association to continue supporting these variances goes to that the approval of the variances is not injurious to the public.
I don't see that in the LDR. I'm sorry. Okay. That verbiage. So, that was just my question. Okay. Thank you.
Couple questions. Are there any kids in this neighborhood that you know of?
Certainly. If you've been there on Halloween, yeah.
Are there any people in wheelchairs in that neighborhood? Or
I can't speak to that.
assistive devices?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And you may not be able to speak to this either, but if you have children or people in assistive devices such as wheelchairs, walkers, whatever, is it safer for them to be on a sidewalk or to walk in the main roadway? And you may not be able to answer that. Yeah. No further.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, we have blue cards. Start with Jim Stitt, and then after will be Adam Erickson. As you come up, just please name, address, and confirm you've been sworn. Thank you.
I have been sworn in. My name is Jim Stitt. My wife and I live at 1040th Avenue North in Allendale. I'm president of the Neighborhood Association, and I'm here today representing our members in support of the sidewalk variance at 1008 Montrose. Historically, Allendale was originally platted and partially developed in the 1920s and fully developed in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Through the years, it has been characterized by large, well-landscaped lots, oak trees, substantial setbacks, and absence of sidewalks. Residents of the neighborhood are overwhelmingly in favor of maintaining this character. According to my count, in the last several years, 18 home sites requiring sidewalks have been redeveloped in our neighborhood. The two most recent of these are at 1015 45th Avenue, within sight of the applicant's property, and at 1001 Montrose Boulevard, directly across the street from the applicant. None of these 18 locations originally included sidewalks, and in all cases, with concurrence from the city, no sidewalks were constructed during redevelopment. This consistent treatment by the city has been very much appreciated. It has been responsive to citizen input and has helped preserve the beautiful character of our neighborhood. However, in the current case before you today, the staff recommendation to apply the new code option requiring payment in lieu of construction instead of approving the variance would be a major departure from the past treatment of our neighborhood. It leaves the owner with two undesirable choices: pay a large fee to eliminate an unneeded sidewalk, or spend far less to build a sidewalk which disrupts neighborhood character and currently serves no purpose. So we are here today to respectfully ask you to approve this variance and thus relieve the owner from a tough no-win dilemma and continue the prior consistent and fair treatment of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, Adam Erickson, and then after that, Elizabeth Brown.
Adam Erickson, 945 40th Avenue North, and I have been sworn in. I'm also a board member of the Neighborhood Association, and I'd just like to add some context that we actually surveyed the neighborhood. We sent out an email survey to the list of neighbors and that could respond to some questions about this specific issue. We had 100% unanimous support that they were in favor of the variance and opposed to sidewalks, specifically sidewalks to nowhere. So I'd also like to add a little bit of historical context. Several years ago, our association and many, many neighbors were here at this committee as well as city council, and we worked with the city to correct an error. And that error was that our neighborhood had been incorrectly zoned based on the citywide rezoning. They applied a smaller, less restrictive zoning classification to our neighborhood based on a plat map, instead of real world actual application of what our neighborhood was developed, which was on double or triple lots. Now at that time, we were only successful in getting a subsection of our neighborhood rezoned into NS1. And we didn't take the time to do the rest of the neighborhood, but that doesn't mean that our neighborhood isn't specifically defined by the LDRs. We're more than that. And I feel like this is another example of the city's broad application being put in place to our neighborhood, and it's not practical. This in lieu of fee is prohibitive. It essentially feels like ransom. We have overwhelming support that we do not want sidewalks, and specifically sidewalks to nowhere. There's been discussion around use of sidewalks. Well, that's a nice theory when you have an interconnected series of sidewalks, but if I would counter, how many people do you see using a sidewalk in front of one single house that's not connected to any other houses? Nobody's using it. You can go into our neighborhood on any weekend and any evening, and you will see a healthy amount of activity of people walking, running, kids riding bikes, using all kinds of transportation. And I can assure you that they're not doing that all while they wish that there was a sidewalk in front of a single home. I don't believe the city has a plan fully in place for how to fund complete sidewalks in our city and specifically for our neighborhood. That is a distant, distant future that may never even come about. And so I'm asking you to please help protect our neighborhood character and the wishes of the residents. Thank you.
Elizabeth Brown, and then, well, it says Carrie and Judy, is it Dano, but just one. You can both speak, but you need a blue card if both are going to speak.
Mrs. Brown had to leave to pick up her kids.
Okay, I will note that she was for the variance. I can't quite read the name properly here, but Carrie and Judy Dano? Okay. Then after that is Serena Morrison.
Good afternoon. Kerry Dano, I live at 1015 45th Avenue North. We actually went through this process through an administrative variance for a sidewalk. And we were trying to even make a resemblance of our house for making sure it fits in with the neighborhood as well, follows, you know, a lot of the characteristics as well. And that's one of the things, after talking with people that lived in the neighborhood, what the story was with sidewalks. So one of the things that we saw from feedback was, well, there's not really a lot of sidewalks around here in the neighborhood, and there's a lot of people that spend a lot, like as mentioned, kids on bikes, people running, dogs being walked all the time. I've been building my house for almost 2.5 years when we actually moved in, so I saw a lot of activity. I actually spoke with a lot of people coming along the way. And it's a very nice neighborhood to be in. And I think one aspect that I see about the whole sidewalk scenario is, I think there's a ransom thing kind of going on here. I think the city's trying to impose on a specialized neighborhood. I think there's applications probably for it. If they do it holistically, they're going to go in and do a whole neighborhood and do all the sidewalks. That's probably more of a justifiable means of actually doing it. We could probably talk about different methods for how to pay for that. But in my view, you know, I just think having a sidewalk that kind of goes nowhere in our existing neighborhood and the way it's currently set up just does not make sense. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Serena Morrison, and then Brad Bonner.
Hi, my name is Serena Morrison, and I live in 0951 Montrose Boulevard North, and I have been sworn in. My house is only 2 houses from the property that we are discussing today, and I have 3 young kids, ages 6, 5, and 3, where I have taught them how to ride bikes, and I myself am a runner. We walk almost every day. I don't feel unsafe in my neighborhood, and I've lived there for 5 years. So today I'm here to support the variance application. I am opposed to adding a sidewalk that leads to nowhere, and I am also opposed of forcing them a fee in lieu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And last one, Brad Bonner.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brad Bonert. I live at 1400 Monticello Boulevard North, and I've been sworn in. Just as everyone said before, we are opposed to sidewalks to nowhere. In terms of a safety standpoint, it's been talked about. I walk my dog in that neighborhood every day. I see families, young families that are walking by every day. We have wide enough streets to where safety is not really an issue for us. And we feel that having sidewalks to nowhere would detrimentally harm the character of our neighborhood. So with that in mind, I'm opposed to sidewalks to nowhere construction, and also opposed to the fee in lieu of construction. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all the blue cards we have. Have any more? No. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Applicant?
I do, but real quick, you can just stand right here. Okay. So Michael, when you did your staff report and evaluation of the standards of review, was the adoption of the payment in lieu, was that but for that, so if we didn't have the payment in lieu option, would your staff report have been a recommendation of approval under the standards of review?
If the payment in lieu of option wasn't exist. In the past, we have streamlined where it makes sense, sidewalk requirements when there's, overwhelming support by the neighborhood that it's in. But I can't really speak to how we would have looked at it now that there's this in lieu of fee. I haven't reviewed a variance with this in lieu of fee in place since it was put into place in July of 2025.
That's it. That's all. Okay. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
No, sir.
Mr. Drasky, you can close.
Sure. Thanks. Again, we're asking for a variance, so the standards of review apply. In this instance, we have special conditions that are applicable to this, in that the connection to sidewalk is over 500 feet away, and we have a lot in an established neighborhood that does not have sidewalks, and we have a neighborhood association that is not desirable of segments of sidewalks and is supporting the variance. Given that we have a unique circumstance in Allendale, my hope is that we'll go back to processing these sidewalk variances within Allendale as a streamline again. Again, I did the application for the streamline right across the street. And in that instance, staff supported approval, issued a notice of approval, and it was approved without any appeal. Exact same facts as this one, other than having the payment in lieu option on the table in the code. So it met the standards of review. So in my cross, that's kind of my point, is that other than that, having that payment option, this case and similar cases, they meet the standards for a variance, for approval of the variance. And because that payment in lieu is a new option, it's a new door to go through, a new path, but there's no, in that adopted language, it doesn't prohibit and ask for the sidewalk variances. So if we have the same exact facts with the same exact applicable law, to me, it's a no-brainer that these should be supported, they should be approved, and my hope is that it'll go back to a streamline. Staff has the discretion to process certain variances that they deem uncontentious as a streamline. And to me, given the totality of the facts in these scenarios, it seems to make sense that that would be the path going forward. So thanks.
We'll go into executive session.
I have a question for Mr. Larimore. Since July of 2025, are you aware of any payment in lieu sidewalks that you've processed, that the zoning department has processed?
I have not personally, but we have.
There's been 5 submittals and 4 have paid.
Yeah.
What happened in the 5th case?
It's, as far as I know, it's still in the process.
It's just on the process. So 4 have done it. Okay.
I have a question for the city. Did the payment in lieu option remove the streamline approval option for sidewalks? So the streamline approval still exists, and what are the factors that you consider to make it a streamline approval? Like why isn't this one streamlined now that we have a payment in lieu option?
Well, the payment in lieu of application was never pursued. I think that was vetted through the whole process and approved by City Council as, a preferred method to go through rather than just go straight to the variance of the code language as a whole.
I think the question was more, why is this not streamlined if the variance process hasn't changed?
Yeah.
Well, the in lieu of fee application was enacted to circumvent the variance process, after the.
What we've been asked by the applicant is to, in essence, not to pretend that the payment in lieu doesn't exist, and we should use the same criteria, using the same kind of analysis as we did before it was existed, but I don't know how to do that. There's another law now, there's another ordinance that certainly would affect, if the zoning law changes, it affects how we would review criteria for driveways, for heights, for setbacks. If zoning law changes,
So I think my question is, though, if the streamline approval option still exists with payment in lieu being enacted, then what conditions would qualify a sidewalk for a streamline approval that don't apply currently?
So, to kind of answer everyone's question, the only way around not doing a sidewalk pre-July was a variance. Variance is $350, no sidewalk costs that to build. So we were looking for a payment in lieu option to compensate, and we have a master plan being worked on currently with the city's transportation department, which would actually use this fund within the city to fill in sidewalks. And so the number came from multiple bids out for a city project. You know, we got rid of the two, the low bid and the high bid, and looked at the middle. We're still cheaper than the city of Tampa by I think like $30 a square linear square foot. Excuse me, because I think they're like $230, and we're like $200 if you look at the square, and not the linear foot. And we also looked at when we created this. If someone doesn't want to do a sidewalk, we're still going to route it like we would with a variance request to engineering and transportation, and ourselves would look at it. We have criteria in the comp plan as well. We also have talks about proximity to schools, parks. So the intent was to get away from a variance if someone didn't want to do the sidewalk. So, but they can still request it as their due process. But staff has more of an issue now that we have this payment in lieu to start supporting the streamlines when you can pay into the fund and the city can use it to put sidewalks where we want them and need them. That's instead of doing a $350 variance that doesn't contribute to sidewalks somewhere else. That's the reason. Now, there are certain situations where a variance, grade issues, we saw this Rosa Park property not too long ago. They had significant grade issues, ADA issues. That's a perfect example of where we would still do a variance. And we actually were streamlining that, and it got appealed. And the neighborhood wanted the sidewalks, but there was engineering issues there and historic issues. So that's the perfect example of when we would do a streamlined sidewalk variance.
And my other question was, where does the payment in lieu money go? Is it a bucket? Is it area specific?
So it's going to be, the money's going to it gets collected when they come in for permitting. So, and we would assess it, and it goes into, right now, the general fund, and then come budget time when they do the cleanup, transportation is going to take that money and use that money specifically for sidewalk installation based on what the master plan is telling them to do. So it might take a few years to build up a pot of money if they know they got to do sidewalks on 2nd Avenue somewhere, between so many blocks, and it's going to cost $100,000. They might have to wait until they get that into the pot.
So everybody's payment in lieu goes into a general fund that contributes to sidewalks in the city?
Based on a master plan.
Yes. Okay.
And it's not, at this point, it's not necessarily subdivided into, the city's not subdivided into 10 zones or sidewalk zones or.
I haven't looked at the master plan, so I can't say, how it's dividing, but they're looking at areas where they want sidewalks.
Right.
So Allendale may not be an area that wants.
Right.
And they might not be part of the master plan.
Right.
And then for legal, from the nexus argument, right? I mean, I'm trying to think of examples, but the idea that there's not a nexus because it might get built somewhere else. I mean, roads get repaired periodically in certain parts of the city and not in other parts of the city. Stormwater improvements, but those don't. The city doesn't do special assessments for those things, correct?
Like when you pay into a transportation impact fee.
An impact fee or your taxes in general and those things.
City of St. Pete's transportation impact.
Correct. It's not directly correlated to your front of your property necessarily.
Right. Stormwater fees.
Correct. I mean, that helps the city.
Right.
The impact fees you pay for the water closets goes into water resources fund to upgrade citywide.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ultimately here I'm sympathetic and I appreciate the neighborhood coming out, and you're taking your whole day here to tell us these thoughts, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the desire for the character of the neighborhood. But we hear these cases a lot, and this sidewalk issue is a big issue, and for years the concern has been, well, we're building sidewalks to nowhere, and so after years of that, we finally have a solution, and now we're being told the solution doesn't work. But what I'm hearing from the city is that, you know, the cost wasn't set arbitrarily. It's still less than some of our neighboring municipalities. That there's going to be a master plan, which I think is the most effective way to see improvements here, because the comprehensive plan wants sidewalks, and the way to get sidewalks, the way the code was set up before, was literally one house at a time throughout the city as things redevelop.
Right.
And then, you know, as far as the impacts go, there are some neighborhoods that have sidewalks already, and then some of those sidewalks are paved and ADA compliant, and some are totally wrecked, right? But there's no way to streamline all that. But this solution, I still think, is the best solution, and I believe in it. Yeah. And so I'm going to frustrate some of the neighbors here, and I appreciate the thoughts that you shared here, but I think this is really important for the city.
I mean, I was a little surprised by the cost, but I'm also surprised when I go to lunch at the cost. You know, I'm too old. I remember when milk.
Don't do that. Stay on topic.
Was a quarter?
But my biggest concern here is if it's $9,000 after you take out the driveway and the cross sidewalk. If the homeowner thought he could do it for $5,000, and I'm not sure you can, I mean, but it thought he could do it for $5,000, would they install the sidewalk?
But that just goes back to the way the comprehensive plan did it before.
Yeah, in a neighborhood in which the neighbors would rather not have the sidewalk there. Anyway, okay. I mean, Mr. Yellow, I agree with what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the payment in lieu system honestly addresses these types of preferences that this neighborhood has. Allendale has stated that it is a neighborhood of no sidewalks, and the payment in lieu system provides an option so that you don't have to install a sidewalk. Right. And so I think it's wholly appropriate for this situation.
There are some streets in Allendale that have sidewalks, and even if an overall neighborhood may not have it throughout, it may be much more important to at least get the sidewalks from MLK at a busy intersection to get people one block interior from the roadway. If you look at MLK, the west side, how do you get them from MLK at a road connection if they're pedestrian, wheelchair, whatever? That leaves my question. What about people in wheelchairs? Do you have them dump into the road at an intersection? No. Let's get them a sidewalk into it. And when the city has this master plan for doing these things, they need that bucket of money to do it. And if we give variances to everybody, these things won't get done. And it may never happen in this neighborhood for many years, but code requires them to have one. And that's look at 39th Avenue. And 39th Avenue has sidewalks in it.
And I agree, we may have approved
that neighborhood.
I might have approved this variance a year ago, but the conditions have changed because of the new ordinance. I mean,
we've always wished that this bucket of money was there so we could say, yeah, let's put money into the bucket.
I don't have actually. Okay.
Yeah, I think this, I think I read somewhere just a few days ago that there's like $2.5 million or more in the 2026 budget for this specific purpose. And I think that it's an important citywide program that is larger than all of these individual properties. And it's unfortunate that, yeah, you want to preserve that particular aspect of your community feel, but I think it's an argument for some other venue and not for a variance on one property. I don't think that this is the appropriate venue for that discussion.
Someone want to make a motion? There's only one motion you can make, so.
Yep.
Gotta be.
I'm on the wrong page, that's all. I'll make a motion for approval of a variance to remove the requirement to construct a sidewalk,
Subject to conditions of approval.
subject to conditions of approval.
I second it.
Reale?
No.
Flint?
No.
Clemens?
No.
Griner?
No.
Badalow?
No.
Hugglestone?
No.
Motion fails.
Commissioner Conroy is going to come back in. I have to pass the gavel to Commissioner Flint because I have a conflict on this last item.
All right, thank you. Okay, once everybody gets set up in the hallway there, court reporters, you're ready? You're here for this case, correct?
We traded up.
This is for 3200 34th Street South? Okay.
Thank you, Court Malishka. Just waiting for the PowerPoint.
And you're good.
There we are. All right. The subject property before you today is located at the southwest corner of 34th Street South and 32nd Avenue South in the Skyway Marina District. In 1960, the subject property was developed with an office building. In 1969, a 61,600 square foot addition was made to that existing office building. In 1988, the subject property was gifted to the St. Petersburg Junior College Board of Trustees. There is a large paved driving area located along the southern portion of the subject property. The college utilizes the subject property and the property east of 32nd Street North for public safety training programs. Subject property will be sold to the applicant, and the property to the east will continue to be owned by the college. The applicant proposes demolishing all improvements on the subject property. This is just pictures of the existing campus. The first one on the left is from 34th Street. You can also see then the backside of the parking area in the middle photo. And then you can see another photo, excuse me, coming from the side street, which is 32nd. And there's a little key on the right-hand corner just in case for your reference. This is the proposed site plan. The applicant proposes to construct a phased development. A 1 acre tract of land at the southwest corner of the subject property is reserved for commercial development and is not part of this application. Phase 1 will include 340 dwelling units and 4 buildings along the southern half of the property. And Phase 2 will include 277 dwelling units and 4 buildings along the northern half of the property. This is just a rendered landscape site plan. Provides you a little more detail. As you can see, there's a large waterfront feature located in the center of the subject property, separating each phase. The proposed site layout is conventional suburban site layout with large surface parking areas that are punctuated by apartment buildings. There are multiple bicycle parking buildings scattered throughout the site, which will help shield parking areas from the budding public rights-of-way. Vehicular access is from 32nd Avenue South, 36th Avenue South, and 32nd Street South. No access will be from 34th Street. Multiple pedestrian connections are proposed to the public sidewalks and the abutting right-of-ways. Interior sidewalks are proposed that will connect all the buildings on site to the amenity area. This is just some of the renderings of the buildings. As described by the applicant's architect, the proposed buildings are of a contemporary design that borrows from the surrounding built environment. The design includes articulated roof lines with varied gables, shed roofs, and emphasize corner elements to break down the mass and provide visual interest. The facades have varied depths, balcony projections at rhythmic scale, fenestration to further minimize building mass and to create a more human-scaled experience. Just additional elevations of proposed buildings. And these are like the bike buildings that you'll see in areas of the site. The property is located within the Skyway Marina District. The Skyway Marina District plan is a result of the Southern St. Petersburg community and the city's desire to establish a destination district in Southern St. Pete. The Skyway Marina District was established in October 2013 when the area was named. The district is located along 34th Street South between 30th and 54th Avenue South. Components of the plan include the number one purpose of the plan is to improve the retail experience. Plan objective, increase employment, promote the area as an employment center, attract additional retail and restaurants. Plan objectives to increase the population and buying power, construct additional market rate units. Economic development vision statement, additional retail, restaurants, and offices are desired in the district to provide additional shopping, dining, and employment. Economic Development Go 1, recruit desired businesses. Pursue unique restaurants and retailers to increase the market trade area. And finally, the land use and site design vision statement, mixed use vertical development with ground floor retail and integrated parking should be encouraged. A couple of just renderings of the project. Considerations by the commission for the review are subject to section 16.70.040.1.4 subsection D. In summary of the 16 review criteria before you today, the project does provide the required amount of open space, is designed to comply with the building design criteria for RC1 zoning district, is consistent with other projects within the district and within the Skyway Marina area. The Skyway Marina plan is a guiding element. It has not been codified. The property abuts St. Petersburg College and I-275 to the east, a mixed-use development to the north, and an assisted living facility to the south, and a mixed-use and commercial development to the west. The applicant proposes preserving existing trees in compliance with the specimen tree preservation section of the code. Staff has received multiple emails in objection to, the objections are too much residential development, doesn't comply with the Skyway Marina District plan, or those are the main issues. However, staff is recommending approval of site plans subject to the special conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff at this point?
Okay, go ahead. Can you, Corey, can you elaborate on the guiding but not required precedent for the Skyway Marina District plan?
So it's a master plan, that the city did work with the district on. The master plan is what we call accepted by the city. It goes through council. It's our economic division that handles that. But to enforce it would have to be changes to the code. So in the RC2 zoning district and the CCS2 that's located down in that district, there's no requirements for X amount of retail or X amount of commercial. Now we do have that in some other zoning districts where if you do X amount of residential in CCS1 on a certain acre property, it's a special exception, it's use approval. Here it is not. So I'm strictly relying on the LDRs, and what does the LDRs tell me?
Yep.
And so the plan is compliant with the land development code, even though it might not meet the design regulations or the master plan that the district has approved and the city accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This may be more for legal. Can we, as the DRC, rely on the master plan for criteria of site plan review?
So the master plan and neighborhood plans, the terms used interchangeably in the comp plan, those are accepted by city council by resolution, not by ordinance. Right. So they're mainly a vehicle for neighborhood planning and used by the city to give supportive funding to certain projects, to prioritize projects. It's a visioning process. I think that's the wording used in the comprehensive plan. So it shouldn't rise to the level of the LDRs and the actual text of the comprehensive plan and your decision. Your decisions should be based on the code. Whether they're persuasive in your evaluation of those code criteria, I think you could use, but the criteria of the code is paramount.
Okay.
Is character one of those things that is an allowable thing for us to consider? I know we take character of a neighborhood into account. The overall character of this neighborhood, they're looking for coastal and certain other things. While character is not necessarily in the codified, it's an overall characteristic we look at. What is the character of the neighborhood? That is still something that we can consider.
There's the compatibility criteria. Now, again, the design guidelines for the district may want coastal, but not everything in the district is that. Mm-hmm. So be careful on how you look at that when you're analyzing compatibility to the district. Because compatibility, again, there's not a clear definitive definition of compatibility. It is up to you to define what is compatibility, and for everyone here it could be something different.
And like a few years ago we had was it the car wash that wanted to go in on the east side of 34th Street, just south of what is now the Zaxby's. Zaxby's was an open-air self-service car wash, and part of the discussion, I know at that time, was what does the building look like, and
No, that one was a little different because it was a special exception use, so it was a use approval. So it was actually denied because there was a proliferation of too many of these uses, because you had the self-service next door, but then you had the Woodies across the street.
Right.
And so we provided an analysis of what is too much.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I was denied, is because you have two right here. We don't want another one.
Okay.
That was a use approval, so it's a little different because it has that
We did
specifically.
have that discussion there, but.
Okay. Thank you.
In this zoning code, well, what I'm struck by is how much of the frontage along 34th Street is just parking lot, and the buildings are mostly set pretty far back off of 34th Street. This zoning code doesn't have any frontage requirements?
Not based on the acreage. So we have the small lot, medium lot, large lot. This is the large lot. So the large lot doesn't have a minimum or maximum setback from the street. So
Small lots and medium lots do? Can you
Right.
explain why the,
the intent was, because they're smaller, so let's put the building up closer, put the parking behind. On these bigger lots, it was basically, you can do the big box, and maybe you have the parking in front, maybe you have some room for some out parcel buildings in the front, but it might not be a full screening of building along the frontage. There's no minimum requirement for X percentage of building on this 34th Street.
okay.
So, that's why we encouraged, putting the buildings up there, also putting these bike parking buildings to help define and hide some of the service parking lot there as well, so.
Okay.
So when you, example of that is, the same property where the car wash was denied now has the 5-story apartment on it, and it sits up at the right, up at the right of way, correct?
Correct, so that's going to be a different zoning district. That is CCS too, so it allows residential to be at a 0 setback in that district. This is RC, so it's going to be a different setback. And that's, of course, an affordable housing project too.
All right. Any additional questions of staff at this point? Okay, I'm going to read off the case number because I don't believe that was read off in the beginning here. This is case number 25-31000013, and it's approval of a site plan to construct a phase 619 multi-family development at 3200 34th Street. Just make sure that's read in. Okay, do we have, we don't go blue cards yet, we go,
Applicant.
I'm sorry?
Applicant.
Applicant goes now. And if you could give your presentation, please, name and address for the record.
Where's the clicker?
Oh.
Corey Eastman.
I'm holding it.
Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. Before I start the presentation, we have one housekeeping matter. I think that the staff report indicates that Mr. Reale owns property within 1,000 feet. I think his conflict is because I'm his law partner, so just wanted to make sure that the minutes reflected that appropriately. Good afternoon. Again, Elise Batzel, 401 East Jackson Street, or Suite 2100, and I have been sworn.
Turn it around.
This way?
Yeah. And then point it, there you go.
Ah, there we go. I'll skip over the property. I think everyone understands from the presentation provided by Corey where the project is. This is a 619 multifamily unit project, single use, built into 2 phases, but we do have a 1-acre retail out parcel that is not included in this application. You can see here the project and the boundaries. Phase 1 includes 342 multifamily units, a central stormwater pond. We have an outdoor running trail activating that pond area and creating recreational space for the residents. And please note that the design specifically preserves the existing mature canopy around the borders, specifically along the boundary of the property to the top of your screen. Phase 2 includes 277 multifamily units, and it continues that perimeter of existing mature tree canopy and landscape framework. I want to talk just a second about the commercial outparcel. Many of the letters that you received were concerned about the fact that this was not a mixed-use development. We could have come in here and we could have put something in that corner. This property right now today is being actively marketed by Coulter for a retail, a restaurant, a commercial use. They don't have an end user yet, so we're just being transparent that this is going to be a mixed-use project, but we don't yet have an end user, and so to come in and tell you something that isn't going to come in fruition didn't seem like it was appropriate. I want to talk really clearly about the legal framework. I thought a lot about this, and I think you guys are already there. Your job today, under your land development code and your regulations, are to determine if we've met these criteria, these 16 criteria set forth in your land development code. City staff has evaluated the project against all 16 technical criteria, and they've recommended approval. We have a planning expert, Annie Barnes, who's going to provide testimony, and we have a planning report for the record that evidences that the project is consistent with a comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding built environment, and satisfies all of the site plan criteria. If I can, Mr. Chair, can we submit documents into the record? We do have a jump drive for the clerk.
Are these documents you're going to hand out?
No, we're just referencing them. Most of them are already.
Yeah, you can give them to the clerk later.
Thank you.
And just as important as what your criteria are, it's very important to talk about what is not governing your decision today. The only official action that has ever been taken by the city with respect to the Skyway Marina District was Ordinance 174H, which designated this area as an activity center. As an activity center, your comp plan directs growth towards these areas. It encourages infill and redevelopment of these areas, and it encourages the utilization of existing infrastructure in these areas. This project does all three of these things. The Skyway Marina District has not been codified or implemented into your land development code or regulations. This morning, you heard about the Sunrunner, and you were looking at specific regulations that might ultimately go into effect. That is how these plans become regulatory for decisions like this. Very quickly, now that we've established the legal framework, I just want to review each of the criteria and also mention how the project complies with each criteria. The property has a future land use designation of PRC. It is zoned RC1 Retail Center. In the district, single-use multifamily residential is permitted by right. We are not asking for any variances as part of this application. Therefore, the project has the appropriate future land use and zoning in place prior to site plan approval. We've mentioned the fact that the Skyway Marina District is an activity center in your comp plan, and the project is not in the coastal high hazard area. There are a number of comprehensive plan provisions that are supported by this project. Corey lists many in his report. Annie Barnes also lists many in her report and will testify on those. Just a few here to highlight. With respect to the surrounding area, this is a large mixed-use development to the north and the west. That's what exists surrounding. I-275 to the east, a defunct assisted living facility to the south. And just to check that box, we are a large lot, over 16 acres, which is, we meet the minimum size requirements of your criteria. With respect to a number of the criteria, the development standards for density, intensity, height limitations, setbacks, buffering, parking, bicycle parking, and impervious service, we either meet or exceed every one of those standards. So to dive a little bit deeper, if you look at the site plan, Coulter's really created a thoughtful design to address the relationship between the buildings, the off-site parking, and the bicycle parking in order to visually screen and buffer the surface parking lots. That's very important to them. Obviously, they want a visual appealing project. You can also see that the site takes access away from US 19, and this is done for a variety of reasons. Number one, to increase safety. Number two, to separate the vehicular and the pedestrian access points for safety reasons. And it still maintains the functionality of US 19. You can also see that we have integrated the pedestrian connections. These are all in yellow, so pedestrians have interconnectedness between all of the buildings on the site. A traffic impact analysis was prepared using city transportation approved methodology, and the analysis shows there's adequate road capacity and intersections operating below capacity. Drainage and stormwater meets or exceeds the requirements of the code. We have 2 pools and recreation areas that will amenitize this project. And we meet or exceed ISR and green space requirements. From a landscaping and tree retention perspective, again, we are retaining all that old perimeter growth, which is highly effective to screen visually. And again, we meet and exceed code requirements. There's no historic or archaeological resources on site. We're not in a coastal high hazard, and sufficient services are available to accommodate the proposed uses. And of course, that concurrency will also continue to be checked at the time of building permits. Briefly, I'd like Annie Barnes to come up as our expert planner and provide additional testimony.
Good afternoon, Annie Barnes, land planner at Stearns Weaver Miller. I'm a planner with over a decade of private and public land use experience. I have reviewed the project, and in my professional opinion, it is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and land development code, or land development regulations, including the DRC site plan review criteria. The project is concentrating growth in an activity center and providing infill development. Further, the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding built environment. I've provided a report that outlines these findings, and I'm available if you have any questions.
I did want to talk a little bit about community outreach. Jeff Cruz with Coulter is here with me today, and he's been working since Q1 of 2025, meeting with a variety of stakeholders, adjacent neighbors, and other members of the community. That's continued all the way through the end of last year, meeting with all of the folks that you see listed here. He continues to work and has collaborated a lot with St. Petersburg College, and there's been ongoing outreach efforts made to the ownership of Salterra Senior Living as well. This project is a by right project under RC1. We have not requested any variances as part of this request. We believe we have provided substantial competent evidence on the record that we meet all of the criteria set forth in Land Development Code 1670-04014. Staff has recommended approval, and our expert planner finds the site plan consistent with the comp plan, the land development regulations, and compatible with the surrounding built environment. We're available for any questions. We have our engineers. Jeff Cruz with Coulter is here, and we're happy to entertain questions at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further? All right. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Clements?
Ms. Barnes, could you, we didn't get the benefit of getting your report. Could you summarize how the project is compatible with the surrounding built environment in your opinion?
So the project is providing residential uses in a mixed area. There's commercial as well as residential, and some mixed-use developments. These residential uses complement the surrounding neighborhood and are compatible in the sense to support those commercial developments existing now.
Okay, so that deals with uses. I guess I meant more from a design and
Yeah, so massing and scale, it also matches and is similar. I actually went out to the site and looked at the surrounding neighborhood. There are massing and size of the neighborhood adjacent to, I think it was like 4 or 5 stories. So it is compatible in that built environment sense.
Thank you.
Are there any gate access to this, or is it open access?
Open access.
You have the this is sort of an unusual one that I've seen on site designs. These larger bicycle storage facilities that are up at the roadway, and I would assume they're placed there because residents would want to get to the right-of-way faster.
Yeah, I think that's multi-purpose too, and Jeff, add anything that you want to, but it's also to place buildings closer to the roadway and to visually screen and buffer. You put the bicycle buildings together with that mature canopy, and then when you're walking by, you're not seeing a sea of parking, you're seeing these bicycle buildings, you're seeing, you know, benches, you're seeing trees, which creates a much nicer visual impact.
Are there any plans, are you looking to give some input on those bike?
My name is Jeff Cruz. I'm a managing director with Coulter Group. I've been sworn in here today, and I'm a resident at 3301 32nd Avenue South in the Marina District. And just to provide some additional context there, as it relates to the bike parking itself, it was to create that visual break, particularly from the streetscape, or if you're a user coming northbound on the US 19. We wanted to create visual breaks so that you weren't looking into surface parking, and that so you saw a change in the fenestration and building heights where it's going building into old form tree growth into bike storage canopy. And again, you're never really looking at a sea of parking, which we understand is a big issue for the city.
Okay. Any plans in this project? I didn't notice any other than identification of the complex on the building itself, where you've got the name of the development actually on the side in some of your elevations. Is that your only signage for the property?
No, that's not going to be the only monument signage. It's just a design element that we thought is pretty neat and, you know, is able to inflect the branding and the brand name on the side of the architecture, but it, you know, it's not the only signage that we would have on that plane. We would also have monument signage out of the visibility triangles closer to the entries.
Okay. To code at that point also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reason I bring these up is when we approved the SUR complex that's immediately to the north several years ago, there were variance requests for pylon signage on the building, things like that. So I'm kind of thinking what elements might be similar here.
The club has like an awesome sign, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that we will have something that is two-story to the same exact degree. It's going to be a more typical, I think, monument sign that you'd see for a residential mixed-use development like this.
Okay.
There's a lot I like about the project. I think the buildings are really quite handsome, and there's a lot of effort to create this sort of internal street that runs through the middle of the project from north to south. I say east to west because the orientation is site plan. But I think all of that's to the detriment of 34th Street. Did you consider rotating the upper left-hand building 90 degrees clockwise, and consider relocating the upper right-hand building closer, adjacent to 34th Street, and bringing those bicycle parking areas down to your internal street, just so that there's better frontage on 34th, better, in my opinion, frontage onto 34th Street?
Tim, I think that or Mr. Clements, I think that your, you know, insight here is particularly apt. And to answer, yes, we explicitly did go through those site plan iterations. I found that in each version of those iterations, we were solving to materially lower parking efficiency or just general site plan efficiency. And it was harder for us to maintain those continuous sidewalks in the same exact way that we have them presented here. Whereas here we have clean sidewalk breaks and particularly pedestrian access that allows you to connect from the US 19 right-of-way all the way to the eastern boundary of the property, you know, through a connected sidewalk. We just generally think that this layout ended up being the most parking efficient as well as the most pedestrian efficient.
I'm not sure how you would lose any parking whatsoever, but okay, thank you.
Question regarding the traffic report. I didn't see it, but in the staff report, it says the level of service at peak hour is a C right now. Is that correct?
Good afternoon. My name is Basit Ali. I work as a traffic engineer with Kimley Horn, and I've been sworn in. For existing, yes, it's it's well within the allowable level of service, which is C.
That's not what I
Mhm.
asked.
C.
It's a C, right?
Sure,
Correct.
yes.
Okay, and that doesn't include, that's based on 2024, right?
That is, I believe that is based on 2023 existing directional.
So there's substantial development on the west side of US 19. And again, I'm sorry I don't have the traffic study. Does the traffic study project what the level of service will be after those additional residential units go online, including this?
Yes, so at full bill out of the project, 34th Street will have a volume to capacity ratio of 0.57, which means 43% of the capacity along 34th would still be left after the full build out of the project.
How is that possible? It says in the staff report that the volume to capacity ratio is 0.484 now.
Yes, so with background growth and project traffic, we would still be at 0.57.
Right, okay.
So the project impact is not at...
Significantly.
I'm sorry?
It's not going up significantly.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And the only other question I had was regarding the, it says water feature. That's a retention area? So what is the...
Yes.
My question is on the water feature. What is the depth of that?
The depth of the stormwater pond that'll be amenitized as a fountain?
Yeah.
John, do you know that answer?
It hasn't been fully designed. It'd be like 10 feet, probably somewhere in there.
Has a 10-foot depth?
According to our engineer, although since we're not yet into full engineering, we don't have those exact calculations,
I
but
was just concerned that it was...
Your water table's that low, though? I mean, your water table's that low that you think you can go that? Yeah.
John, why don't you answer and make sure you put yourself on the record?
John Scott, Kimley Horn, address is 200 Central Avenue, Suite 600, and I have been sworn in. It'd be a wet detention pond.
Right.
So the water table, I believe in this area, and I would need to confirm with the geotech, is around 4 feet deep. So we would be able to then go below that 4 foot depth mark to get the seasonal high and get that wet retention in that permanent pool.
John, we also have detention. We have underground detention.
Yeah, and there would also be underground detention for the treatment, mostly for treatment. That wet pond would be for the attenuation, but it'd be a combination for that system.
Thank you.
Is this meeting the updated Swift Mud as of, I think it's January 1st? I just had a meeting with Swift Mud. And
We'll have to.
Yes, it'll be in compliance with the new updated code.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing no additional questions, I believe we'll move on to,
Registered opponent?
sorry,
Registered opponent?
we have a registered opponent. And if we could get the registered opponent. And name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Guerra. I'm here on behalf, let me clear some of the items that were left here, please. I'm here on behalf of Altus Cardinal Skytown, which is the owner of the property immediately across the street from the applicant. I was sworn in. The address is our address is 3201 34th Street South, so that I can remind this body, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this commission on this issue. Just wanted to remind, I don't know if the camera angles that we've used here before.
Yeah, if you have documents that you want to show, this one does have the reader that will put it over on the overhead.
Over there.
Allow me to remind this body, before which we appeared in October of 2023. Okay, thank you. This is our site plan for the, and counsel for the applicant had put it up on the screen as well, but just to remind everybody, this is 34th Street on the right, and everything that you see in pink is designated as retail for this project. The largest piece in the middle is the Sprouts, and then there is additional retail surrounding and forming a U in the middle of the project, and this was something that was discussed at great length, both with the city, with the Skyway Marina District, which is a commercial district that all these properties lie in, and this very body in a 4.5-hour meeting on October 18th, 2023. Let's establish some context. First of all, the applicant project is the second largest project in the entire Skyway Marina District. Our project is the largest by acreage. The subject property is the largest by way of frontage on 34th Street in the entire Skyway Marina District, about 1,400 lineal feet. Our project across the street is about just under 1,250 lineal feet. These are important projects in the context of the development of the Skyway Marina District. The site plan application is for 619 apartment units, and it does not appear to me that there is any other use because the parcel of 1 acre that has been designated for future commercial or retail development is not in any way obligated to do anything. And it's a little bit confusing because some of the graphics that have been put up show the entire property, including the 1 acre parcel as part of this application. And like, for example, this one. And then the other graphics that are put up carve out the 1 acre parcel. So it's a little bit confusing whether it's included or not included, and it appears to be included for some purposes and not for others. But most importantly, it does not carry any obligation going forward to actually build it out as retail. As this body will remember, in the context of the Skytown project, the retail was actually subject to sequencing requirements where certain retail square footage had to be delivered prior to other non-retail phases of the project being built out. And I think that was a critical aspect of the discussions that we had there. So why are we here? Why are we opposing this? It's a single-use development in a multi-use world. This entire district was envisioned to be a mixed-use. Not only was it intended to be a mixed-use project area, it has played out to be a mixed-use project area because all other large-scale residential projects in the area have a retail component, with the exception of a affordable project that was done. But the other 5, including ours, which is under construction right now, all have a retail component. There has not been one project approved in this area that was solely apartment or single use. So we do not believe it meets the intent or the criteria of the applicable city codes or plans. So there has been discussion about the Skyway Marina plan, and there's discussion about what its application is. Well, the fact of the matter is that it has been applied to all 5 projects that have come before us, all 5 of which were approved by the DRC after the adoption of the Skyway Marina plan by the City Council. So the Skyway Marina District was formed in October of 2013. The Skyway Marina plan was formalized and finalized May 15th of 2014 and adopted by the City Council on May 15th, 2014. What does it say? Rather than rely on my summary, let's look at page 3 of the staff report, which sets out 6 criteria that are the primary objectives of the Skyway Marina plan. You will notice that 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 all mention retail. There's only 1 out of the 6 that does not mention retail. It would seem to me that retail is a pretty important focus of the Skyway Marina plan. And as you all know, that has been a primary discussion point in every Skyway Marina plan discussion. I won't bore you with reading through them, but it's at the bottom of page 3, and you'll see there 1 through 6, and 5 out of 6 center on retail. The page 85 of the Skyway Marina plan itself has an implementation paragraph. That paragraph reads, in relevant part, that it shall be the city's obligation to implement the plan. It says plan implementation will require the city, Skyway Marina District Association, and neighborhood residents to continue working on. And it further says various agencies and city departments are responsible for carrying out plan recommendations with the coordination by the Planning and Economic Development Department and maintaining the partnership with and communication with the community. It's an important point that we'll come back to regarding community engagement, which was vaguely referenced in the applicant's presentation, but I do not believe there has been meaningful interaction with the surrounding community, including us, who are mentioned in the application as having had discussions with the applicant on this point. But it's important to note, we were never presented a site plan, we were never presented even the conceptual plan of what was going to be presented before this board, let alone have our input or our buy-in. The same is the case for the Skyway Marina District, who has also not supported this, and I believe they submitted a letter to this body stating the same. The second applicable item is the activity center overlay. As you all know, this is in an activity center overlay that was created in conjunction with this whole area being included as part of the Skyway Marina plan. What does the activity center overlay say? Well, on page LU9 of the activity center overlay description in the comprehensive plan of the city of St. Petersburg, it says the plan specifies commercial and mixed use centers. So if it is talking about mixed use centers, wouldn't that indicate, here's the language, wouldn't that indicate that there would have to be a second use other than the single apartment use, just like all other 5 large-scale residential projects that have been developed or are under construction in the area? It would seem to me that that is pretty clearly indicated. It refers to required special area plan, and you'll see that at the bottom of this first paragraph. That special area plan that it's referring to, and it says that the activity center will not be applied without the development of this special area plan. Why is activity center important? Activity center increased the allowable height and the allowable density. That increased allowable height and allowable density is being used by the applicant in this application. Why? You can go to 72 feet rather than 48, and you can go to 45 units per the acre rather than 30. The applicant has exceeded both of those lower end limitations that were prior to activity center overlay being applied, and they're taking advantage of the activity center that specifically refers to not being applied without the special plan. The plan was the Skyway Marina District plan, and there's debate here about whether that should be given any weight or not. It seems to me that by language of the comprehensive plan itself, it is actually referring to the plan which was subsequently adopted by the city council and should be given its due weight. The next category would be the zoning designation of this property. It is RC1. And what does RC stand for? Retail center. It's in the name. It's literally in the name. So if it didn't have any weight at all as a retail center, then I would point out a few items that are in RC1. First of all, in the second paragraph, it says these mixed-use districts, again, stressing the mixed-use aspect of RC1. That is in first section, 16.20.150.1 of the RC1 description in the zoning code. Paragraph 2, where it says purpose.
Just a heads up, that's not legible. We may ask if.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay, that's the reference. And, I mean, it is the comprehensive plan of the city, so.
Just point out.
I gave you the reference. So 16.20.150.2, purpose and intent, says the purpose of RC district regulations is to protect the suburban character of the surrounding neighborhood while improving the appearance of retailers, restaurants, and other uses accommodating both vehicles and pedestrians.
Okay. Thank you. Your time is up on this, but we do have the opportunity for questions here. Do we have any questions of the registered opponent, please?
I have a question, and could be for city staff or for the registered opponent. So you referenced that several of the other apartments have retail within or mixed use within them. I don't know that that's factually correct because I mean, just looking at Marina Walk and Marina Club on the property appraiser's website, and the retail components are separate legal parcels, right? I mean, is that, do you agree with that?
They could have been broken out as separate legal parcels, but they were part and parcel of the approval that was given, and we prepared a summary indicating exactly what was approved and what is included in each of the other 5 properties. You'll notice that the second column is the applicant's property, which is the subject of today's hearing. That's why the 5,000 square feet is put in yellow with question marks, because we do not believe that an out parcel that is specifically designated as not a part can possibly count as a retail component that is part of what is being approved. Because if you give the approval as it has been applied for, there's absolutely no mechanism to require that retail to be developed at any time in the future. There was reference in the application as to whether there was demand for retail or not, and that's another discussion that we can get into, because we can speak directly to that, as we have marketed and fully occupied all of the retail space that we've built across the street, and are in the process of committing the retail space that we haven't even built yet in our next phase. But this table will show you what retail went along with each of the approvals for each of the other 5, and that would be columns 1 and then 2 through 6, the second one being the applicant, which obviously is the one we're talking about here. And that shows you the retail that went along with each approval. You'll notice that there isn't a single one that has 0 retail, not one.
So the approval for the retail was part of a site plan that included the residential and the retail at the same site?
It was part of what was put before the DRC for approval of the overall, whether you can separate out for purposes of having separate ownership or for purposes of allocating costs, or whatever the reason is that you can separate it out into a separate tax folio between retail and residential is a separate issue. But it was part and parcel of the same site plan application.
On Skytown, when that was presented before this board a few years ago, I know that the Sprouts building was in the initial site plan, and some of the other adjacent. Were you looking for any variances on that property at all? Height, density, anything?
We did not have any variances on our property.
Because I do remember that as part of it, we did put in and required additional retail at ground floor as part of that phase development. I believe on the north side of it, we required some additional retail.
Yes, it was actually on the west side that there was some additional requirements placed on the property during the discussion at the DRC, and that was for the buildings that were not on 34th Street, because the retail that we had planned was along 34th Street. But to your point about...
More along that east-west roadway that bifurcates the property.
Correct. We have 2 east-west roadways that connect 34th Street to 37th Street, and what we were asked to do was put in 2 4,000 square foot additional portions of retail on the secondary buildings, the middle buildings, let's call them, not the ones on 34th. And to your point about the variances, we did not ask for any variances, and RC1 requires 12-foot ceilings on the ground floor. Now, why do we suppose that RC1 requires 12-foot ceilings on the ground floor? It's not to give more luxurious first-floor units. It's because it contemplates having spaces that can be used for, whether currently or in the future, as retail space. I believe there's been reference in the applicant's materials submitted to the city regarding waiving or not having the 12-foot requirement, which is a requirement in the code, in the RC1 designation, applied to the ground floor units of the applicant's project. I'm not sure where that stands because I haven't heard any discussion about it today, but that is a pretty obvious indication of the intent of RC1, because is there any other reason to require 12-foot ceilings on the ground floor of multi-story buildings, all of which buildings in the applicant's application are multi-story buildings?
Maybe if you could stay there for a moment. Corey, are both of these properties, both where Skytown is, that does with Altus Cardinal, and the one before us today, are they the same zoning?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how that requirement came in to be, where we did, even on top of what they initially proposed, we did add an additional requirement for that additional retail off of 34th Street?
Actually, I believe it was Mr. Clemens who actually asked if they could add that condition into there. And some of that was, the Skyway Marina District was working with Frank, and they were going to object to something, the original plan that Frank had prepared, because they wanted a certain amount of commercial and open space on that site. And they wanted some of the office to remain on that site. And so Frank did work with them. And so I think that was part of the reason why they you guys asked the commission for, I think it was 4,000 square feet more commercial to even satisfy the district more.
Okay.
And the kind of wrap, I think maybe some of that around the backside a little bit.
The registered opponent and his code sections that he's referencing, do you agree that that is what the code sections say, current code sections say?
About the 12-foot?
Yeah, the 12-foot ceiling at grade level and the retail requirements?
Well, there's not a retail requirement, because if there was a retail, it would specifically say retail is required in this district. So now we have design regulations in the code that he's referring to that do talk about, and we have this in other zoning districts too, it's not just in this district. Because it did either contemplate, yes, mixed-use buildings, or if it was a single-story building. And so one of the design regulations, if I just gotta locate it here real quick.
Yeah, does the 12-foot height only apply to retail spaces, or does it apply to any first floor space?
I'm looking it up right now.
It's under the building form section of the RC1.
It's usually where it is.
So, yeah, we get into, so it's number 3. Just says the first floor of each multi-story building shall not be less than 12 feet in height measured to the bottom of the second floor. So and that's a design variance in the code. And we have some bay requirements as well, as depending on what the use is, if it's residential or if it's commercial. And these are, we have this in CCS as well. So it's not, and even in downtown, we have some of that as well.
The other thing that I thought was very interesting was we have an overlay, and the overlay allows additional density and additional height. And, you know, we had this morning a presentation on the Sunrunner overlay, with the idea being that you've got the existing zoning, you can enjoy the rights of that, but the overlay would allow additional, and in this case, additional density and additional height. Were there what additional requirements, if any, came along with utilization of that overlay?
This one specifically, there was nothing. So unlike the Central Avenue, which is now going to be the Sunrunner TOD, we did put specific requirements for uses and activity because it was CRT down there. But that was, I think, because the whole intent, that was because there was a mass transit BRT, we wanted this activity.
But I can't remember the language, but it was basically that it appeared that the intent of the criteria was that if the overlay district is used, the density and intensity, then it shall be consistent with the special area plan. What other special area plan exists other than the Skyway Marina District Plan? Does the Skyway Marina District Plan qualify as a special area plan?
I would say no.
So we don't have a special area. So we have not, in 12 years, implemented a special area plan as a follow-up to this.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
But, okay, has it been through the previous applications and the previous reviews, has it been your intent or practice to use the Skyway Marina plan as effectively, if not technically, the special area plan when you've met with potential property owners and developers?
No, I mean, I've looked at the code. I mean, I haven't said you have to do the Skyway Marina District. I said we always recommend, just like I put in the condition, we recommend you use the design regulations because, again, they're not codified. So one of my conditions is we recommend the applicant utilize the architectural design standards. So it's the same thing here. Again, the Skyway Marina District Plan, is not codified, so I can recommend looking into that. We always recommend people to meet with neighborhoods and business groups as well. But I rely solely on the code for what I can enforce.
Understand.
So it seems like with Skytown, the applicant at the time opted in to the Skyway Marina plan, and so because of the opt-in, right, we were considering those standards as well in review.
Frank's project too, from the get-go, wanted a certain level of intensity for housing and commercial, and Skyway wanted some other things, additional commercial, some open space. So Frank, and keep some of the office, you know, even though there's not an office market, but they worked back and forth privately on that. And so, yeah, of course the city was all happy with that development.
Yeah, and I do recall that there was a good amount of pushback to the amount of residential multifamily development on Skytown.
And some of that
at
came
the
from
time.
neighbors
Right.
To the west. You know, where for the city, again, it's activity center. They also did a gray water bonus, which we're preempted from. That's a state regulation as well, to get the numbers to work for them to build, because his development's going to cost a lot more because he's doing a lot more structured parking, so he needs the intensity too as well with the gray water bonuses. He's also now doing some affordable housing as well. But some of that was, the pushback from the neighbors to the west, you know, about increased traffic and the number of units. Traffic for a while did have concerns because we were going to eliminate one of the lanes for BRT, but that's gone. So now traffic is not going to be an issue. It's not scrutinized with either one of these developments coming forward. But we do have kind of a mix of development types down there. You know, we have, I believe it's the Addison, it used to be the old Kmart building. You know, the only out parcel they had originally was where the Chipotle is now. And then eventually they bought the old insurance company and made it into a self-storage building. You know, then behind the McDonald's where Ace Hardware was, that's going to be assisted living. That was approved on its own as assisted living. An ALF, that's residential 100%. So there was no commercial to that little piece. Now it's going to interconnect to the site to the north through an internal road. But again, that was a separate approval. You know, Sur Club across the way, they want to get rid of the commercial, but now they might put the commercial back, or they might get rid of it, we don't know, but they can do 100% residential too in the front, because they've separated their approvals now. The frontage that's still vacant on Sur Club. Because originally it was going to be maybe a gas station or some restaurants.
Yeah, I'm just curious how we were able to require Skytown, if it's under the same rules, to add that additional retail. Because I remember the neighborhood.
I think we requested it, and they agreed to it.
Okay. What I remember is the neighborhood wanted more neighborhood level retail, not just a grocery store, but a little bit more neighborhood retail, personal services, whatever.
I know Frank was even concerned at the time about what's too much because of his market studies as well, where he looked at office as basically non-existent. There's no demand down there, but you're only, I think for a couple of years, you're going to lease that or offer it for lease because there's no demand. And then retail, again, I don't know how much demand is for retail down there because I believe you did a retail study as well. And so that's why you're wishy-washy about what is your number, because even though we want it all, it's like to a point of how much do we have down there? What's the saturation point?
Well, also, the west side of 34th Street is just different than the east side, right, in terms of access from surrounding neighborhoods, et cetera. I think that those are also factors.
I mean, frankly, this project would help Frank's retailers on his side for sure. But yeah, there is no connection to, because the interstate, there's no, like, on this, the west side has better connections to the neighborhood.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions of the registered opponent?
I do have a question for the applicant.
Oh, we should get through cards.
Cards, I agree with that. I'm sorry.
Let's go to blue cards at this point. And first blue card is Chris Isaacson. If you could approach either podium. And then the other blue card is going to be Jack Doherty. If Jack could go to this other podium, please.
Looks like Jack is left.
Is Jack here? Okay, Jack is not here, but on his card, he marked against. Okay, if you could name and address for the record, please.
All
and what
right.
you've been
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Isaacson. I live at 3800 40th Way South, St. Petersburg. I'm here to represent the Skyway Marina District as I'm a member of the board of directors there, and also my neighborhood, which is Broadwater, which is immediately west of the Skyway Marina District there. So you guys got our letter. I'm just going to synthesize it. Some of the points have already been touched on by others, but basically why we're opposed to the plan as it stands today is, first of all, the zoning numbers are there, right? But that does not mean it's complying with the overall Marina District plan and vision. The plan and vision includes things like walkability, mixed use, the activity center we spoke about, ground floor retail, restaurants, destination uses. Meeting the density limits is not the same as being consistent with an adopted district plan. The plan that we've seen seems to be residential only with no enforceable commercial commitment, even though we've talked about the out parcel as something separate. And we noted that. There's only 5,000 square feet of that noted, but that's a separate parcel with no binding timeline or commitment. The mixed-use component seems to be an afterthought. Another big concern we had was the 900 surface parking spaces, which contradict the district plan. The district plan explicitly states that the new development must have some sort of integrated or structured parking to reduce the whole impact of surface parking, which diminishes the walkability of that neighborhood, creates urban heat, stormwater runoff, and then it also reduces some of the retail and civic uses that land could be used for. Skyway Marina District Board, we did meet with the developer twice in the last 2 months, clearly outlined our concerns. Once the plans came back, they were unchanged, and we're seeing that as not really a good faith engagement. There was also a community survey that was reviewed indicating how the immediate residents of that area feel about it. There was no meaningful public engagement for this community. None was held prior to the applicant meetings over a year ago with no site plans. Neighbors had no real opportunity to weigh in on the 17-acre project. And then the traffic analysis is outdated. Those studies are old. They are pre the new development. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And again, you had marked against on your...
Against, yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, do you mind if we take a 2-minute recess? No, it's unusual. I just need a bio break.
Okay. We're going to take no more than a 5-minute break here, but shoot for 2.
Quick break.
Thank you.
PRC is back in session. We just finished blue cards, and we're on to
Cross-examination.
cross-examination. City staff
City waives.
and applicant.
We don't waive, but from a due process perspective, do we get to ask last?
Well, this is to cross-examine any testimony given. We'll have a closing statement.
No, does the
Understood.
registered opponent come first?
Registered opponent
Yeah.
should come first.
Registered
The la-
opponent first on
The
this one?
last two, it's flipped from normally.
All right, thank you. Registered opponent, if you could approach either podium, please. And this is for cross-examination of any testimony today.
Yes.
We'll get another chance for closing
Close,
statement.
yes. Understood. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity. So I guess my first question is to clarify one thing, because it's been called a couple of different things. The water feature in the middle of the property was referred to as a stormwater pond?
Is that a question for the
Yes.
applicant? It's a stormwater pond that will have a fountain feature, so it's a water feature. It also has an amenitized trail around it, so it's not just a stormwater pond.
But would that be what's called a retention pond or a detention pond?
A stormwater pond. 'Cause
Right, but specifically, its
you
intent is to
like-
capture water?
I can have our engineer give you an engineering explanation for
Okay.
that pond if you'd like.
Sure.
Yes, if he could approach the podium, that way you could answer.
That was Elise
questions
Batzel for the
regarding
record.
that.
I think I know where he's going.
John Scott, civil engineer. It would be a detention pond.
So its intent is to capture water, not to infiltrate water into the earth, basically.
Its intent, it does both, but yes, its intent is for stormwater to attenuate water.
To accumulate when it falls, it accumulates in this water feature.
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
I heard reference to it being 10 feet deep. I was trying to understand exactly what
10 foot depth.
this is and how it's being designed. 'Cause it's being designed under the water table.
No, the pond will retain water like any wet pond that is designed. It will retain water. The permanent pool, which is the water below the water table, is used for treatment, and so that is calculated.